Chapter 26, Pyramid. The submarine stopped near the land and let down an assault boat. A few of the Black Gang Snake subordinates boarded the boat and headed towards the shore. Black Rhino and Forest Viper were still standing on the submarine. The Black Rhino wrapped his arms while looking at the pyramid in the forest. Forest Viper, what are we looking for? Atlantis Codex. Legends say that the codex is engraved with a giant emerald. Anyone who obtains it can dictate the life and death of all living things. Forest Viper said as he smoothed his hair. Emerald. That thing must be worth a lot of money, right? Black Rhino rubbed his chin while commenting. Forest Viper said seriously, it isn't about money. Those who obtain the codex can obtain eternal life. That is far more important than money. Black Rhino didn't really bother and shook his hand. How can a legend be treated as a truth? I don't believe in such things. At this moment, the second assault boat was in position. Black Rhino jumped from the submarine and boarded the assault boat. Forest Viper, Ninja, Black Cat, and Mantis. The four of you will follow me. The rest will stay on the submarine. Forest Viper walked onto the boat unhurriedly while his face had this untraceable smile. In the depths of the forest, Xia Fei peeked from behind a large tree and observed the situation on the submarine. That tall and dark guy is the Black Snake Gang's chief, Black Rhino, the shorty wearing black is Ninja, that woman in white clothes is Black Cat, that skinny guy is Mantis, and that rather handsome young man is Forest Viper. All of the leaders of the Black Snake Gang are here. Wulong said. Xia Fei turned his head and asked while gritting his teeth. Are all five of them ability users? Yet. Black Rhino is a special ability user, his skin is hard like steel and not even bullets are a threat to him. Ninja and Black Cat are speed ability users and are at advanced starlight rank. Mantis is a strength ability user and is at intermediate starlight rank. Wulong stated. What about Forest Viper? I heard that Forest Viper is also a special ability user while his ability is even more horrific than Black Rhino. But no one has seen him use it and it's not even recorded in the Federal Investigation Bureau. Ninja and Black Cat were advanced starlight rank speed ability users, which also meant that their speed was around 71 m/s. Xia Fei's speed had already reached 185 m/s and was twice as fast as them. In terms of speed, Xia Fei had absolute superiority and defeating them wouldn't be an issue. Mantis had the strength ability since it was the most common ability. He might be very powerful, but his speed was incomparable with Xia Fei, and he was only at the intermediate starlight rank, as such, there was no need to fear him. After all, speed ability was innately the bane of strength ability. Black Rhino had tough physical defense and defeating him would probably be quite difficult. If Xia Fei were to fight Black Rhino, the possible outcome would be Xia Fei losing and Black Rhino capturing him. The most troublesome individual would be the Forest Viper. If he had an ability similar to Wild Rose, even if he could control Xia Fei for a few seconds, the results would be catastrophic. The advantage of speed ability wasn't just the extreme speed during an attack, it could also be used to dodge the enemy's attacks. Without speed as a protection, it was the same as becoming a live target and allowing others to kill. What should we do? Wulong asked. Andre and Charlie were also staring at Xia Fei and were waiting for his decision. Xia Fei didn't immediately reply. He reached for his pocket for a box of Hung Tashan, but it was a pity that the cigarettes had already been soaked with seawater and were already ruined. Xia Fei took a glance at Wulong and Andre while the duo shook their heads helplessly. Wulong, stay here and take care of Andre and Charlie. Move towards those rocks, and don't expose yourselves. Xia Fei stated. Wulong stood up and said, You are going alone? No way. That is too dangerous. I will go with you. No matter what, I am also an intermediate starlight rank strength ability user. I might not be able to defeat others, but I am confident enough to strangle Mantis to death. No, when fighting against multiple enemies, swiftness is the key. Your speed is too slow, and don't forget that they have two speed ability users. Xia Fei said in a severe tone. Sigh. Wulong shook his head and sat back down reluctantly. It seemed like Andre wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Xia Fei had already vanished into the forest with lightning speed. From far away, a mournful howling echoed again. Wulong stayed silent for a moment before saying to Andre and Charlie, Let's follow Xia Fei's instructions. I noticed that his speed is much faster than before. He must have improved significantly during his cultivation at the Grand Canyon. There shouldn't be any problem. The pyramid was a few hundred meters in height and was built with giant white stones. It was majestic, and the pyramid's entrance was at the center, which had long steps leading to it. Xia Fei hid behind a tree while observing the pyramid. He could see Ninja, Black Cat, and Mantis guarding the entrance of the steps. There were also a few burly, disgusting-looking men who were armed with guns. Mantis crouched down and said unhappily, "Boss and Forest Viper are plundering all the treasures while the three of us are guarding the entrance. He is obviously worried about us and was afraid that we might keep the treasure for ourselves. Stop talking nonsense. If the boss hears you, you'd need to say farewell to your head. But I do wish to see what kind of treasure is inside." Black Cat stood on her toes like an agile cat. She was wearing a white suit and her skin was also very fair. It was truly unknown why this woman was called Black Cat. Ninja, who was standing beside, was short and robust. He was standing still just like a wooden stake that was hammered straight into the ground. He was wearing black ninja clothes while his face was covered in black cloth, making it impossible to clearly see his face. No matter how Black Cat and Mantis played the fool, it was as though he wasn't listening as his pair of small eyes were looking around vigilantly. Mantis put on a mischievous smile. "Cat, it is actually effortless to find out what is inside as long as you can seduce Boss Black Rhino. I am just afraid that Boss doesn't like that dark and swarthy underside of yours." Hee. Black Cat was furious as she suddenly dashed beside Mantis and was reaching out to grab him. Black Cat's hand seemed to be shining with something, and when Xia Fei looked carefully, it turned out to be a cat claw-shaped thruster. Ninja, who was standing by the side, suddenly flashed and blocked Black Cat and Mantis without saying anything, just like a robot. Black Cat stomped her feet resentfully and said, "When this is over, I will personally finish you." Mantis didn't mind and continued to look at Black Cat's underside while having a lecherous smile. All of a sudden, Black Cat raised her ears alertly and looked towards the forest. "There seems to be something or someone nearby." Black Cat yelled out. Mantis leaped up from the ground and pulled out a pair of pointed hammers. "Cat, you didn't hear incorrectly, right? How many are there?" Xia Fei, who was in the forest, was slightly startled. "I'm using breath control to conceal my presence. How did they spot me?" Right at this moment, the forest echoed with a series of hurried footsteps and mournful roars. "They are coming. There are a lot of them." Black Cat revealed her weapon and stood in a defensive position as she shouted out. Chapter 27, Heart of Spirit. 8 saber-toothed tigers suddenly appeared and were less than 100 meters away from Xia Fei. They had 2 giant fangs that were razor-sharp and were like 2 fatal daggers glimmering brightly under the moonlight. It was fortunate that Xia Fei was using breath control to conceal his presence, therefore, the saber-toothed tigers didn't notice him. The saber-toothed tigers were large prehistoric felids that were already extinct during the Ice Age. How did they still exist on this piece of land? The saber-toothed tigers were growling as they lunged at the Black Snake Gang members with their fanged jaws. Their ferocity was far beyond any modern felines. They were more brutal than tigers and much faster than cheetahs. The Black Snake Gang underlings closest to the saber-toothed tigers immediately started shooting with their automatic firearms. It was a pity that any counterattack at this moment was just a useless struggle. There were waves of miserable shrieks, and in just a few seconds, the underlings were torn into pieces by the saber-toothed tigers, and not a single corpse was intact. Fresh blood splashed onto the saber-toothed tigers, making these ferocious beasts look even more horrific. Perhaps the saber-toothed tigers felt that 3 ability users, Black Cat, Ninja, and Mantis, were formidable since they didn't attack them recklessly. They gathered them in the middle and slowly reduced the encirclement. Swish! The 3 ability users of the Black Snake Gang had suddenly moved. Black Cat rushed to the left, Ninja rushed to the right, while the slowest Mantis remained still with an ashen expression. Growl! The 2 saber-toothed tigers rushed at Mantis, while the 6 other saber-toothed tigers formed groups of 3 to pursue Black Cat and Ninja. These wild beasts actually looked like they were trained professionally. They weren't just organized, they were disciplined and even had tactics. It was truly unbelievable to see that animals could be trained as soldiers. I wonder who could tame these savage beasts. Mantis raised both his sharp hammers and smashed at the 2 saber-toothed tigers that were lunging at him. His strength was immense, and when he swung the hammers, there were loud swishing sounds. Bang! The hammers smashed onto the saber-toothed tiger's waists, but those ferocious fangs had also bit down on both sides of Mantis' body. Mantis' body was torn into a few pieces. Only his head and his body were still connected by the spine. Blood and innards were splattered all over the ground. His death was truly a horrendous sight. The two saber-toothed tigers had collapsed on the ground as they whimpered and couldn't get back up anymore. On the other side, Ninja and Black Cat were using their fast speeds to dodge and evade, while the saber-toothed tigers used the advantage of their numbers to surround and intercept. Ninja's blade flashed like lightning and sliced off one of the saber-toothed tiger's heads with a white flash. He was clawed by another saber-toothed tiger, resulting in a bloodied mess on his shoulder. After suffering severe injuries, Ninja groaned and used one of his hands to wield his blade to continue fighting. Black Cat and Ninja had a speed of around 70 ms/s, and it was difficult for the saber-toothed tigers to catch them. The wild beasts gradually fell into a disadvantage. Only 3 of the tigers were still capable of fighting and were injured as well. On the Black Snake Gang's side, Ninja was severely injured, but Black Cat used her nimble moves to dodge the joint attacks from the saber-toothed tigers and escaped unscathed. Her movements were cat-like, they were nimble and filled with variations, making it hard to predict her next landing point. Xia Fei decided to eliminate Black Cat first as he deemed her the most dangerous out of all. Stab! Ninja's katana pierced into the last saber-toothed tiger's heart and ended the battle. Ninja was panting and was swaying obviously as he sheathed his katana. Black Cat was standing by the side and using her sleeve to wipe the sweat off her forehead. They might have won this battle, but it wasn't an easy victory. Right at this moment, Xia Fei flashed and charged out from between the trees. He attacked at the moment when Ninja and Black Cat dropped their guards. The end of a fierce battle was when a person would always relax and be the least alert. If it were a few seconds later, Black Cat and Ninja would have regained their vigilance. A speed of 185 ms/s was the same as flying, and an ordinary person couldn't see such speed. Crafty thrust, combo skill. Xia Fei's figure flashed past the duo and left 2 fatal wounds on the neck of Black Cat and on the back of Ninja's head. Before they could even react, they had already died under Xia Fei's golden stinger. Such shocking speed and such fatal blade moves. Plop plop. Black Cat and Ninja collapsed onto the ground and turned into 2 corpses. At this moment, Xia Fei had already rushed to the entrance of the pyramid. It all happened in less than a second. Without a keen observation of opportunities and a decisive action, it was impossible to eliminate 2 starlight rank ability users within such a short time. Leaning onto the stone wall of the entrance, Xia Fei listened attentively to make sure there wasn't anyone inside before walking into the pyramid. The interior of the pyramid was an extremely spacious stone hall. The walls were filled with stone inscriptions of friendly interactions between humans and animals. The stone inscriptions were vivid and lifelike. They might be from an ancient era, but they still looked new as the patterns and lines were still very distinct. At the front of the hall, there was an altar as a golden beast was crouching at the center of the altar. This strange beast was covered in scales, its head was hexagonal in shape, and it had prominent edges. It looked like a ruler of the world. The altar was carved with a few golden Atlantis words, Beast Spirit Altar. Behind the altar was another door that echoed with the intense quarrel from 2 individuals. Xia Fei tiptoed over silently and could see Black Rhino and Forest Viper in a dispute over something. Black Rhino reprimanded loudly, "You idiot! You knew that a key is required to enter the secret room, and you actually killed Andre and those people? Now we can't get any of the treasures all because of you. You cannot blame me for this." Forest Viper took out a handkerchief and wiped his leather shoes meticulously as there were a few drops of saliva from Black Rhino. "I already mentioned it before that we should capture all the crew members on the Storm Goddess and interrogate them. You were the one who was set on taking revenge for the brothers and didn't hesitate to blast that ship down. Furthermore, I didn't know that the secret room would need a key." Forest Viper unhurriedly explained as his tone was filled with disdain towards Black Rhino. "What kind of attitude is that?" Black Rhino was unhappy, and his huge dark face was flushed red. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because I favor you. There are plenty of pretty boys in this world. I can get any man I want with money. I am still the person in charge of the Black Snake Gang, and even if I die, it will not be your turn. Do you really think that the Black Snake Gang cannot survive without you?" Forest Viper laughed heartily and said, "To tell you the truth, I have been tolerating you all this time. Do you really think the Black Snake Gang would still be standing here today with your paste-like brain? You!" Black Rhino was furious. He raised his hand and slapped Forest Viper. Smack! Forest Viper didn't dodge or step away. A bright red handprint with 5 fingers instantly appeared on his fair skin. After using his hands to rub his cheek, Forest Viper used an extremely gloomy tone and said, this slap is a return of favor to you for saving me back then. From now on, I don't owe you anything else." As soon as Forest Viper finished speaking, he reached out his right hand with all 5 slender fingers pointed at Black Rhino's face. Black Rhino looked considerably huge, but his feet were rather nimble. He rapidly retreated over 10 meters while his eyes were flickering as he seemed to be very apprehensive of Forest Viper. "What are you trying to do?" Black Rhino asked in a deep voice. "To take back what is mine," Forest Viper said coldly. All of a sudden, Forest Viper's fingers extended. The fingertips were extremely sharp, and his palm and fingers had turned completely black. "Is this ability incredible?" Xia Fei asked Phantom. "Yes, the Venomous Fang's ability can allow a person's fingers to turn into a weapon while being able to lengthen and shorten at will. It is extremely sharp and even has a severe venom. From the color of his fingers, his cultivation is at least at the Advanced Star Base rank," Phantom stated. "Advanced Star Base rank?" Xia Fei was shocked. He never expected this young and handsome man to be powerful and was 2 stages stronger than him. Black Rhino's forehead broke out with cold sweat. "You will not be able to break my defenses." Forest Viper didn't say anything. His hands shook vigorously and shot out 5 fingers like arrows. Black Rhino used his arms to protect his face as his eyes and mouth were his weak spots. If he were inflicted by the venom from the venomous fangs, he was definitely going to die. The 5 venomous fangs struck hard on Black Rhino's abdomen, causing him to grunt and take 2 steps back. "I already said that it is useless." As soon as Black Rhino spoke, he suddenly fell onto the ground while his body convulsed with pain as white foam formed in his mouth. "My venomous fangs don't have to penetrate your defense. They just have to leave a shallow scratch on your skin," Forest Viper said in a cold voice. It seemed like the venomous fang's ferocious attacks had left a faint and slight scratch on Black Rhino's skin. This slight scratch was enough to be proven fatal. Such intense toxicity. The formidable Black Rhino was actually killed so easily and couldn't even block one attack from Forest Viper. The Forest Viper's hand reverted back to normal, and the color turned back to white. He walked to the side of Black Rhino and took out an emerald green crystal from Black Rhino's pocket. He then used his admiring eyes to observe it with a pleased smile. The crystal was the shape of a heart while being translucent and limpid. It was flickering with greenish radiance and emitting a mysterious feeling. "A person like you isn't qualified to possess the heart of spirit." Forest Viper kicked Black Rhino's dead body and said. At this moment, Xia Fei's acute intuition told him to make a move now. Chapter 28, Beast Spirit Codex. Speed was a kind of ability that was also the most penetrative weapon. A distance of slightly less than 100 meters had been traversed in an instant. To be more precise, it was traversed in 0.5 seconds. It was simply the blink of the eye. Xia Fei's hand flashed as he used one of his hands to take the heart of spirit from the Forest Viper's hand. He used his other hand to subtly and skillfully stab at Forest Viper's heart with golden stinger. He wasn't just going to snatch the item, he was also going for a kill. The Forest Viper's ability was the venomous fangs, therefore, speed and ability to react quickly weren't his expertise. When Forest Viper saw the blade of the golden stinger, his eyes widened as his body splashed out with green gas. "Not good." Xia Fei muttered and activated his leg muscles to have a burst in speed. Xia Fei was originally advancing in a straight line and had suddenly turned towards another direction where the green gas was much thinner. He barely managed to avoid the assault from the green gas. Despite the case, a trace of green gas was still absorbed by Xia Fei's lungs. His innards started to burn violently since it was excruciating. "This gas is poisonous. Hurry up and eat 3 of the snake eye berries and stop moving at full speed," Phantom said hastily. Xia Fei put that heart of spirit into his pocket quickly while he conveniently took out 3 snake eye berries from the bag in between 4 of his fingers and tossed them into his mouth. Crunch! The berries were crunchy as refreshing energy entered Xia Fei's body. It was a little like peppermint, but the taste was much more concentrated. The snake eye berries were fruits from the golden snake tree in the marshes. It wouldn't just enhance physical capabilities after consumption, it even had anti-poison properties and great recovery effects. It was known as the universe's cheapest omnipotent fruit. I underestimated him. He has already cultivated to the stage where he can release poison gas. His cultivation is at least star domain rank, Phantom said. Star domain rank? Xia Fei was slightly startled. Forest Viper, who had never revealed his ability, was actually at such a formidable rank. The number of ability users on Earth that had reached the star base rank was definitely not more than 100, and it was even rarer for people to reach the star domain rank. It was fortunate that Xia Fei's mind was abnormally sharp. He retreated as soon as he realized something was wrong. If he had not retreated, the result would have been disastrous. The snake eye berries were taking effect rapidly on Xia Fei's body, and the pain had already stopped within a few seconds. Forest Viper stood still and didn't take the opportunity to attack Xia Fei, while his face was constantly sweating. The release of poison gas was a life-saving move that he would never use unless there was no other choice. Every time he used it, his body would suffer severe damages. The poison gas is still spreading, you have to leave this room immediately, Phantom whispered. Xia Fei didn't hesitate and rushed for the main door. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy sluice gate shut down and blocked off the only exit. At the same time, the hall lit up with a yellow warning light while countless fluids were sprinkled from above. There was a rainstorm in the hall. A peculiar smell started to fill the entire room. It was rather tart with a little sweet scent. These fluids were obviously not pure water. Xia Fei involuntarily retreated to the corner of the hall. It is an antidote. This building is fitted with an automatic device that clears toxins. The system must have detected some toxicity in the hall and is activated automatically. Phantom explained. Fortunately, the green gas quickly diminished and vanished without a trace. Forest Viper's face turned unpleasant. Without the poison gas, it was the same as losing an arm since his offensive capability would decline sharply. You are Xia Fei? You aren't dead yet? Forest Viper asked. There are plenty of people in the world who deserve to die, even if we made a queue, it wouldn't be my turn yet. Xia Fei smiled and asked, why do you seem very disappointed? Forest Viper laughed bitterly and reached out his hand to groom his drenched hair. He then took out the handkerchief to clean his leather shoes again. He immediately realized that it was impossible for him to tidy and groom himself in this rainstorm. After throwing the handkerchief in the accumulated puddles of antidote, Forest Viper extended his hands and both of his palms were now pitch black in color again. Xia Fei maintained a constant state of vigilance. He was doing his best to stall for time and hoped that his body could recover so he could utilize 100% of his combat strength. Now that Xia Fei was facing an expert of the star domain rank, there wasn't a need to hold back, he had to fight at full strength as well. The combined effects of the antidote and the snake eye berries were obvious, and the toxins in Xia Fei's body were rapidly being cleansed. All of a sudden, Forest Viper and Xia Fei made their moves at the same time. Forest Viper's 10 fingers were like 10 long swords that were launched at Xia Fei. Xia Fei's figure ducked as he started to traverse in between the 10 fingers like a nimble loach. Forest Viper moved abruptly. 10 razor-sharp fingers turned towards Xia Fei and swept at him. They were trying to obstruct Xia Fei's advances. Xia Fei swiftly reacted and moved around the sweeping direction of the fingers. His legs didn't stop running and were rapidly approaching Forest Viper. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. This was the closest Xia Fei could get to Forest Viper. Any closer and Xia Fei would be sliced by the sharp fingers, and if he suffered an injury, it would be fatal. Swish! Xia Fei activated strength from one of his arms and suddenly shot out the golden stinger. The speed was even faster than a bullet. Forest Viper never expected Xia Fei to use the golden stinger as a throwing blade. This unassuming throw had actually gathered its speed from the strength of Xia Fei's arm and abdomen. There was a muffled sound. Forest Viper's forehead had an additional stinger that was flashing with golden light. Forest Viper let out a long sigh and closed his eyes reluctantly. Xia Fei walked to the side of Forest Viper and pulled out the golden stinger before wiping it clean with Forest Viper's clothes. Xia Fei then said, "You forgot that the blade can also fly. Not bad, well done." Phantom muttered to himself while hiding at the side. To win, he is bold enough to use unconventional moves without hesitation. Xia Fei is indeed a natural warrior. There was only one objective in combat and that was to win. To obtain victory, one had to be bold enough to use all methods, even the fatal methods that the enemy would never expect. Xia Fei had definitely achieved this. The room had a total of 2 doors. The door where Xia Fei entered from was sealed off while it was unknown where the other door led to. Xia Fei arrived in front of the door and observed it. The door was made of gold and had a long keyhole. After pondering, Xia Fei took out the golden stinger and stabbed inside. The keyhole was actually a perfect match for the shape of the golden stinger. Rumble! The heavy golden door opened on 2 sides and revealed another room. The room was dazzling with splendor, and it was built completely with gold. Heavens, how much gold was used to make this? Xia Fei asked himself. At the center of the room was a golden platform where a scroll was lying. The scroll was made with a golden paper, and it was engraved with Mayan words. It seemed like an introduction about how to interact with animals. Xia Fei flipped to the cover page and took a glance. Beast Spirit Codex? What is this thing? Right at this moment, a deep and resounding voice echoed from behind Xia Fei, "Why is the stinger of massacre with you?" Chapter 29, Stealing the Beast Spirit Codex. A deep and resounding voice echoed from behind Xia Fei, "Why is the stinger of massacre with you? Someone is there." Xia Fei suddenly turned around with his quickest speed. He then retreated 30 meters back and held the golden stinger in his right hand with a defensive posture. He was facing a golden will-o'-the-wisp, burning and flickering with dazzling light while being suspended in midair. "Why don't you answer my question?" That will-o'-the-wisp suddenly turned into the appearance of a saber-toothed tiger and opened its fangs to ask Xia Fei with an extremely fierce attitude. "A bundle of flames is actually talking? Could this be the legendary evil spirit?" Xia Fei was rather startled. His mind was rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. If the opposition were a human or even a wild beast, Xia Fei wouldn't have felt awkward. However, the opposition just had to be an indistinct and untouchable flame. "Let me try it out." Xia Fei thought of an idea and lowered his defensive posture. He then bowed to the will-o'-the-wisp before smiling and replying, "My name is Xia Fei. I came over from the Asia continent to revere the legendary Atlantis that isn't more than 5,000 kilometers from here. Is this the stinger of massacre you mentioned?" Xia Fei held the golden stinger in his palm and allowed the will-o'-the-wisp to observe it. He was speaking with a very respectful tone. "That is right. This is Atlantis battle god of massacre's personal weapon. It is called the Stinger of Massacre. It was lost in a battle a long time ago. How did you obtain it?" the will-o'-the-wisp asked. There was a saying that, it is hard for one to slap a person who has already admitted their mistake. The will-o'-the-wisp saw that Xia Fei was very respectful to it. Therefore, it spoke in a much milder tone and didn't put on a cold and indifferent attitude. "This stinger was obtained by my ancestors a very long time ago and was passed down to me. I worship the Atlantis civilization and have been searching for Atlantis diligently since I was 7 years old. For the last 10 years, I have gone through a long and difficult journey to finally arrive here. You must surely be the great god of Atlantis, right?" Xia Fei composed a series of lies. The will-o'-the-wisp replied frantically, "I am not the great god of Atlantis, I am merely the mount of the battle god of massacre, Con Milda. I am a golden saber-toothed tiger. A very long time ago, I accidentally ingested an unknown plant and died due to it. But my beast spirit had obtained eternal life in exchange. You can call me Soma." After finishing his statement, Soma turned into a benevolent old man who was chubby and had white hair and beard. Soma looked at Xia Fei with satisfaction and thought to himself, "Such a great young man. He turns out to be a worshipper of the god of Atlantis. It seems like there are still plenty of people in the outside world who worship our great god." Soma was getting increasingly happy while his eyes were filled with appreciation. Xia Fei stood up and asked, "Are you not the great god of Atlantis? Then may I ask which god are you?" "Haha! He treats me as a god." Soma was ecstatic while his heart was filled with pride. "I am not a god, I am just a beast spirit. Our Lord God has already left this place a long time ago." Soma put on a virtuous and kind appearance while saying, "Flattery will get you everywhere." Even a beast spirit enjoyed getting flattered, as Xia Fei's words were just what Soma wanted to hear. Xia Fei asked anxiously, "Why did Lord God leave? What happened?" Soma sighed and said, "So be it. You seem to be very sincere. I shall tell you the truth, but you must never mention this to any outsider. A very long time ago, the god of Atlantis and his citizens lived on a very remote planet. Afterward, the great god of Atlantis was betrayed by another god and had no choice but to escape to Earth. After tens of thousands of years, his enemy arrived in the vicinity of Earth. As such, Lord God took his citizens, flew back to the universe, and hoped to find a truly safe planet in the vast outer space. They would then be able to reproduce. Once Lord God had recovered enough, he would take his revenge on his enemy." Soma spoke while recalling. His face looked very agonized as he seemed to have extreme animosity towards the enemy of Atlantis. "What nonsense, God! He is simply an expert who has cultivated to a stage where he cannot age. It is a story of him bringing his clansmen to escape," Phantom said with dissatisfaction. Xia Fei didn't bother about Phantom and continued to listen quietly. This piece of land is in a crescent shape because it was left behind when Lord God flew the entire city into outer space. It is a pity that I am only a beast spirit and isn't qualified to travel along with Lord God. Soma spoke while feeling extremely regretful. Xia Fei finally understood that Atlantis was originally a temporary establishment for a group of aliens, and they left after resting on Earth. Those three are your friends, right? Soma asked. Yes. Xia Fei said, we arrived here with over 1,000 members. It's a pity when we were sabotaged by evil people just as we arrived. Now there are only 4 of us left. Soma went into a towering rage. Humph. My offsprings have also been killed by those evil people. I only wish I could rip them to pieces personally. I have already asked for help, and they will soon pay the price for their actions. Look. A screen of light appeared on the wall, and the image on it was the submarine that was parked in the middle of the sea. All of a sudden, a few giant tentacles extended out of the surface of the water. Each tentacle was 7 to 8 meters in thickness while their lengths were a few hundred meters. The tentacles were covered with suction cups. As compared to those tentacles, the submarine looked extremely delicate. Without much effort, the tentacles pulled the entire submarine into the water. The water surface emerged with large quantities of white bubbles as it was inevitable that the Black Snake Gang's remaining underlings would perish underwater. The screen vanished abruptly while Soma said with pride, I am an immortal beast spirit, that's why all the animals on this island and in the nearby sea region will listen to my command. Xia Fei was rather impressed with Soma's ability to command the animals. Those giant tentacles earlier must belong to a kind of ancient giant octopus. It seemed like there were plenty of ancient beasts in the vicinity. It was fortunate that Xia Fei didn't contest with Soma. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in a similar situation. Soma's eyes stared at Xia Fei's golden stinger again. Young man, this stinger of massacre is the remnant of my master. I felt extremely close to it when I saw it. Can you leave it behind to accompany me? I will use this to exchange for the stinger of massacre in your hand. Once Soma's finished speaking, the east wall suddenly opened a secret compartment and revealed something hidden inside. The secret compartment displayed a simple but unadorned ring that was golden in color. The clean appearance didn't have any decoration and had uncanny craftsmanship. This is a spatial ring. Phantom said in a deep voice, this ring is connected with a stable dimensional space, and it can also be used to store various items within the ring. How many items can it store? Xia Fei asked. It is hard to say. The appearance is very common and casual. I reckon that the spatial zone inside should be around 1 cubic meter. A spatial ring of 1 cubic meter will sell for 100 million star coins. The golden stinger is only a very sharp weapon, and the market value will never exceed 50 million. If you exchange for it, you will not lose anything. Phantom said. This beast spirit is truly petty to only exchange the ring with me. Xia Fei thought in his heart. Xia Fei revealed a very difficult expression. Lord Soma, this stinger has been passed down in my family for generations. Every time I see it, I will be reminded of my ancestors. Soma nodded and said, oh, so that is the case. But I don't have anything else that I can use for the exchange. Xia Fei took a glance at the Beast Spirit Codex and asked, Lord Soma, I wonder what is written in this book. This book is called the Beast Spirit Codex. Each animal has its own beast spirit, and it exists inside the body like a flame, but is invisible to the naked eye. Those who cultivate the Beast Spirit Codex will be able to see the Beast Spirit flame with their eyes. By observing the Beast Spirit flame, one can judge if the animal is sick. It can even form a spiritual contract with the animal that shares life. Back then, I was chosen by my master and had established a sacred contract with him. As a result, I learned the human language and behavior. Soma said proudly. The universe contained plenty of unimaginably powerful creatures. If one could establish a contract with an overwhelmingly powerful creature, it was the same as obtaining a powerful and loyal helper. This was the power of a beast spirit contract. Lord Soma? Can I take a look at this book? Xia Fei asked. Soma hesitated. It should be fine to just show him. The Beast Spirit Codex has over 1,000 pages. How could he possibly remember everything at one glance? All right, then. The Beast Spirit Codex is Atlantis' secret codex and cannot be passed on. I can allow you to take a look, but my master's stinger of massacre. Lord Soma, since this stinger of massacre belongs to your master, returning it to you is something I ought to do. After responding, Xia Fei placed the stinger of massacre on the stone platform solemnly. Phantom shook his head and felt that it was a pity. It would be great if the golden stinger could be used to exchange the spatial ring and this beast spirit codex. It is such a pity to not obtain this great item. Xia Fei, even if you are an ability user who has unlocked your 7th brain region completely, it is still impossible for you to remember everything in one glance. Your ability isn't related to memory. Something unexpected happened. Xia Fei flipped through this beast spirit codex at a breakneck speed and didn't really use his eyes to read it. Phantom stomped his foot angrily. Fool, this is such a great opportunity. It will be beneficial even if you can only remember just a portion of it. This beast spirit codex was extremely important. If Xia Fei were to read it word by word, Soma might just harden his heart to keep Xia Fei on this uninhabited island forever. He would rather break his promise than to allow this important codex to leak into the outside world. However, Xia Fei flipped through the book like a machine and would even yawn from time to time. He seemed rather impatient and would even spare some time to speak with Soma. As a result, Soma was completely at ease and used a much more friendly attitude to look at Xia Fei. In just a few minutes, Xia Fei flipped this entire codex, which had over 1,000 pages. After closing the book, Xia Fei placed the spatial ring into his bag and said to Soma, "Lord Soma, it is truly a blessing to visit this place. I might not be able to witness the amazing Atlantis personally, but meeting you has been a great eye-opener. It is a pity that I cannot stay in this place for long. I still have to return with my comrades. After returning to the continent, I will definitely praise the great god of Atlantis and Lord Soma to the others." Soma was very happy. He had used a ring to exchange for his master's personal treasure, which was a great deal. Furthermore, he didn't break his promise towards Xia Fei and had maintained his personal and Atlantis dignity. "Alright, I can open the entrance to the outer world at any moment for you. I welcome you to visit again." Soma put on a pretense as he said. After walking out of this pyramid, Phantom was constantly reproaching Xia Fei, "Why didn't you take a few more glances at it? That beast spirit codex is an extinct technique that is rarely seen." Xia Fei silently pointed at the watch microcomputer on his left hand. Phantom looked puzzled for a long time before laughing loudly. "Xia Fei, you are really something. You used the computer to record the entire book." Xia Fei chuckled as his mouth revealed a grin with a weird angle. "Why do I want the book? I just need the wordings." Chapter 30, Back to the Capital. Wulong, Xia Fei, Andre, and Charlie boarded the assault boat left behind by the Black Snake Gang and sailed out of this bizarre spatial zone. Along the way, they didn't encounter any danger, while that terrifying giant octopus didn't appear either. It was apparent that everything was under Soma's control. There were mixed feelings for this trip to Atlantis. It was great that the Black Snake Gang, the most powerful terrorist organization in the Federation, had been eliminated. Most importantly, the Black Snake Gang's leaders were all wiped out. Without them, the rest of the subordinates wouldn't be able to create any commotion within a short period. The fate waiting for the Black Snake Gang was them being annexed by other legal and terrorist organizations. The bad thing was the hundreds of crew members on the Storm Goddess had perished in the ocean. The scholars and researchers were included among the others as it would probably take a lot of effort to settle this entire incident. However, with the massive tree-like Rothschild family, these matters didn't require Xia Fei to be troubled. With their family's influence, it wouldn't be challenging to handle this matter. They simply had to issue a consolidated report to the government that the Storm Goddess had sunk in the Atlantic Ocean. Apart from the 4 lucky survivors, the rest of the people were engulfed by the ocean. After paying some compensation to the victims' families, all major problems would become minor problems, while all minor problems would cease to exist. Xia Fei had explained the incident at the Beast Spirit Temple to Andre and Wulong, but he intentionally left out the details of the Heart of Spirit, Spatial Ring, and the Beast Spirit Codex. If an ordinary man hides a jade, it is a great sin. Xia Fei didn't have enough strength to protect himself, and it was best to be careful about all things. These 3 things weren't going to be beneficial to Wulong or Andre either way. Xia Fei was planning to find a chance to compensate them. Xia Fei described Soma as a demon who committed all sorts of evil acts. Wulong and others had also personally witnessed how that terrifying octopus sunk the submarine. Therefore, they were completely convinced by Xia Fei. Everyone unanimously agreed that this spatial zone was an ominous place, as such no information about this place could ever be revealed to the people on the outside. Xia Fei and Wulong had returned back to Beijing individually. Xia Fei might now be extremely wealthy, but he still didn't have his own house and was still temporarily staying in a hotel. In fact, it was suitable for a bachelor like Xia Fei to stay in a hotel. At least someone would provide him with hot meals and he wouldn't need to bother about cleaning up and washing clothes. Household chores were always the biggest headache for Xia Fei. The hotel room had a beautiful red sandalwood table that was placed with two things. One of them was the heart of spirit, while the other was the spatial ring. Phantom, how do I use these things? Xia Fei asked. Phantom glanced and said, the heart of spirit is a crystal that contains the primitive energy from the universe. In some of the higher civilizations, it is also used as currency. It can also provide power for a spaceship. A small piece of rock like this is enough for a Corvette-class battleship to travel in space for 1 year. There are also some major factions that use this kind of energy crystal to increase a warrior's cultivation rank. As for how those people do it, it is a secret technique and I don't know about it either. Xia Fei picked up the emerald green crystal and looked at it carefully. This small rock can actually allow a spaceship to operate for 1 whole year. It's incredible. It must contain a lot of energy in it. Of course. This is the universe's primitive energy crystal. It was produced when the universe was formed. The universe has a limited amount of these crystals. Every usage would be 1 less crystal. This crystal isn't considered big and is probably around 200 to 300 million star coins. Phantom said indifferently. 200 to 300 million. This small rock is actually worth 200 to 300 million star coins. It is actually worth more money than that spatial ring. It turns out that the greatest reward for this trip was actually this crystal. Xia Fei muttered to himself. This spatial ring is very convenient to use. Wear it on your hand, you can just use your mind to open it. Phantom stated. Xia Fei wore the ring and tested it a few times. As expected, it wasn't difficult to use the spatial ring as Xia Fei quickly got used to the method of using it with his mind. How big is the spatial zone within the ring? Phantom asked. Xia Fei replied after a while. About 4 cubic meters. Phantom nodded. Oh, if it is 4 cubic meters, it will be roughly 1.6 billion star coins. Not bad. What? Xia Fei was so excited that he nearly fell off his chair. This unassuming ring was actually worth 1.6 billion star coins. Isn't it enough to purchase the entire Beijing city? What are you so excited about? Phantom didn't really care and said, the spatial ring can only be produced by legendary experts who possess the spatial ability. Ability users who possess the spatial ability are very rare, as such legendary experts who possess the spatial ability are even rarer. Most of the dimensional spatial zones are very unstable and might collapse at any time. It is extremely hard to find a dimensional spatial zone that is stable. It is why the prices of spatial rings are high. 1.6 billion is just a conventional calculation method. If you put it on the market, it would be impossible to purchase a 4 cubic meter spatial ring without 2.5 billion star coins. Phantom stated. Xia Fei picked up a cotton cloth piece to carefully wipe the ring before wearing it back on his middle finger. 2.5 billion. It turns out that the greatest reward of this trip is you. Xia Fei looked at this spatial ring and said with delight. Phantom sighed and said, you really lack experience. Your greatest reward for this trip isn't this spatial ring, it is Beast Spirit Codex. Could this Beast Spirit Codex be worth more than 2.5 billion star coins? Xia Fei was ecstatic. He had only obtained 3 things during this trip to Atlantis, he didn't expect each item to be much more valuable than the previous one. If the Beast Spirit Codex were worth 2.5 billion, then Xia Fei's personal wealth would reach over 5 billion star coins. This was such an astronomical number that regular people would never dare to imagine. I reckon that the Beast Spirit Codex should be a star-tier manual. The spatial ring is nowhere near enough to compare with it. Phantom said. The universe's secret manuals and codices were separated into 6 tiers: the ascending order, man tier, earth tier, heaven tier, star tier, universe tier, and eon tier. The first 3 tiers could be bought with money, but from the star tier onwards, it wasn't a money problem. Without enough strength and connections, it would be hard to purchase a star tier secret manual regardless of wealth. After all, secret manuals were the core power for all major factions, as they were all tightly safeguarded. Only the faction's core disciples or members could cultivate it in normal situations, since it must not be imparted to outsiders. How much is this Beast Spirit Codex actually worth? Xia Fei asked. Chapter 31, Native Participant. How much is this Beast Spirit Codex actually worth? Xia Fei asked. If it were a star-tier manual, it would have sold for at least 5 billion star coins. But this is a rare beast-type special manual and shouldn't be less than 10 billion star coins. Phantom said dully. 10 billion. Xia Fei exclaimed, heavens! That means my personal wealth has already exceeded 10 billion star coins. Xia Fei's bank account had 420 million star coins as of now. If he included these precious items, his personal wealth was now at 13.1 billion star coins. With such great wealth, Xia Fei was now genuinely the most wealthy person in the entire federation. They said that wealth could change a person, but Xia Fei wasn't really much different from before. Even though his wealth was in billions, he was still wearing ordinary clothes, smoking the cheapest hung tashan, and eating large bowls of zhejiang noodles. TL note, zhejiang noodles are noodles with soybean paste. This secret manual might be very valuable, but you can't sell it. Star-tier secret manuals would first have to be appraised and approved by the Pan-Human Alliance before it could be sold. It is impossible for the seller to conceal their identity, after all, secret manuals are rare. Putting the price aside, if the secret manual is fake, it will cause a cultivator to receive a sudden backlash, resulting in permanent disability or even death. If you tell someone else that you have a star-tier secret manual with your current cultivation rank, the final outcome will be extremely unfavorable to you. Without sufficient strength, you must not reveal anything about this secret manual to anyone. Phantom stated. Xia Fei nodded as he understood Phantom's meaning. The universe was cluttered with dangers. If a minor character like Xia Fei weren't careful, he might just be crushed into smithereens. I might not be able to sell it, but having this codex is still a delightful thing. Xia Fei said. He lit up a cigarette and opened up the laptop in his room to check his MSN email. Adjudicator Union's email was placed right at the top, and this was specially arranged by the email service provider. It was a sign of respect for the Adjudicator Union. Hello, the Adjudicator Union's assessment shall be conducted in Australia this time. The assessment shall be on the 1st of December. The assessment has been approved by the Adjudicator Union's headquarters, and the grade of the assessment has been increased from safe to crisis. For relevant information, please visit the Adjudicator Union's website. If you wish to participate in this assessment, please visit the Adjudicator Union's Earth branch website to carry out the second confirmation. Xia Fei frowned. Phantom, the Adjudicator Union's assessment has been upgraded from safe to crisis. What does it mean? Crisis. The Adjudicator Union will be conducting a crisis assessment. Phantom was extremely stirred up. Xia Fei read out the contents of the email again as Phantom revealed a strange smile. The Adjudicator Union's assessment is separated into 3 grades. Safe, Crisis, and Brutal. Safe grade assessments forbade participants from murder. Otherwise, they would be captured by the Adjudicator Union. It means that participants might be injured, but their lives wouldn't be in danger. As for crisis grade assessments, one would need to sign a life and death agreement. If the participant dies, the Adjudicator Union wouldn't be responsible. Participants are allowed to kill as they please and don't have to assume any responsibility for other participants' death. According to statistical data for recent years, crisis assessments have a death rate of 25% to 50%. Phantom explained. A death rate of 25% to 50%? Killing is permitted. Xia Fei was exceedingly astonished. This was just an assessment, but close to half of the people would be dead? This was simply an assessment of death. Then, what about brutal assessments? Xia Fei asked. The brutal grade assessment is even more bloody. It is specially prepared as an honorary battlefield for experts. It has been 30 years since the last one took place. Furthermore, even if the brutal assessment is conducted, it will be at the headquarters. It can't be hosted at the secluded Enduro Star region. I remember the previous brutal assessment had a death rate of 95%. Xia Fei was speechless. Is it even an assessment? Isn't the same as suicide? Phantom chuckled mysteriously. The Adjudicator Union has minimal recruitment slots every year. That is why each assessment would attract a large group of ability users to register. Think about it, if tens of thousands of ability users fight together, wouldn't their lives be at risk? However, do you know about the best part of crisis assessments? Phantom asked mysteriously. Xia Fei shook his head. Those who are victorious in the crisis assessment shall be able to enter the Heaven Execution Training Camp, Phantom said. Heaven Execution Training Camp? What is that? Xia Fei asked while being astonished. The Adjudicator Union will set up a Heaven Execution training camp in each star region. It is also known as the Elite Training Base. The training camp has the best facilities, the best mentors, and the best medicinal ingredients. When Phantom said three bests at once, his voice was obviously excited. It seemed like this Heaven Execution training camp was a very incredible place. Those who can enter the Heaven Execution training camp are all cream of the crop. If one successfully graduates from the Heaven Execution training camp, they will receive the title of Silver Adjudicator and have the chance to enter the Adjudicator Union's core department. There will also have the chance to obtain the legendary top-class cultivation techniques and medicinal ingredients. The adjudicators were sorted into bronze, silver, gold, and diamond ranks. The higher the rank, the better the privileges and the better the respect. To be able to skip the bronze rank and receive the Silver Adjudicator title was enough to show how much importance the Adjudicator Union placed on the Heaven Execution training camp. Let alone regular people, even some of the descendants of those major clans would be desperate to squeeze into the Heaven Execution training camp. After all, as long as one entered that place, it was the same as stepping onto the path towards becoming a super expert. It has a great and deep impact on the life of an expert. Phantom was speaking with such excitement that his saliva was splattered all over. His tone was obviously saying how much he thought highly of the Heaven Execution training camp. Phantom paused for a moment and said, "In fact, all those things that I said earlier aren't the things that people were most envious of." In the outside world, there was a rumor that Heaven Execution training camp contained the secret of the Adjudicator Union. Xia Fei was slightly startled. "What secret?" "The power of origin." Phantom said in an immense tone, "The power of origin is a mysterious power. Apart from the Adjudicator Union's core chiefs, no one knows about the power of origin. But it is certain that once someone receives the power of origin, their cultivation would increase drastically. No spirit medicine in the world compares with the effects of the power of origin. If you can enter the Heaven Execution training camp, you will have a chance to access this power of origin. From then, you will immediately become a true expert." Phantom's eyes released a bright radiance as he said in a serious tone. "A true expert." Xia Fei was overwhelmed by emotions. There was an ancient saying, "A real man should be able to support both heaven and earth and be able to oversee the entire world." But in this era, the saying had to be changed. A true expert should be able to oversee the entire universe. "I have decided that I must participate in this adjudicator assessment," Xia Fei said in a solemn tone. After opening the Adjudicator Union Earth Branch's website, Xia Fei read the latest news regarding the ranks of abilities. After tens of thousands of years of research and experiments, the system to determine a special ability user's rank had been confirmed. From now on, the special ability would unanimously use the number of ripples in the 7th brain region to determine the rank. If the number of ripples were within 10, it was the primary starlight rank; if it were within 20, it would be the intermediate starlight rank, and so on. The 7th brain region's ripple was a mystical phenomenon, and all ability users' 7th brain region would have a certain number of ripples. The higher the cultivation, the higher the number of ripples. Special ability users had diverse types of abilities, and their combat strength would vary. There were some primary starlight ranked ability users who could defeat star base ranked ability users with ease. There were some who had reached the star base rank but were still unable to defeat starlight ranked users. It had always been a headache for everyone to determine the rank of a special ability user. They didn't have distinct characteristics like the strength or speed ability users that could be tested by their physical strength or movement speed. Special ability users didn't have an effective method of testing as there were too many different types of special abilities, making it too complicated. It might still be unfair to determine the rank by the number of ripples in the brain region, but it was a basic judgment for the special ability user's cultivation rank. It was much better than being confused. Just take this assessment, for example. It originally stated that all special ability users could participate, but what if there were an ability user who had already reached the legendary rank? If a legendary rank special ability user were to contest with star base ranked users, wouldn't the outcome be obvious? Xia Fei merely took a quick glance and didn't pay particular attention to this information. After all, he was a speed ability user and wasn't a special ability user. After clicking on the confirmation page, he noticed there wasn't a single name in the column for Earth participants, as it was still very spacious. However, below the column, in the non-Earth participants, there were hundreds of pages. 84,911. Xia Fei looked at the total count and was astonished. Furthermore, the number was still increasing as it seemed like it was going to cross the 100,000 mark. 100,000 ability users contesting for 3 slots. The intensity of the competition was simply outrageous. Phantom chuckled. There are truly a lot of participants this time. Can your government handle so many ability users on Earth? Xia Fei gritted his teeth and entered his name before clicking hard on the mouse. The screen flashed quickly. The Earth participants column finally had one name and was no longer empty. It was a very simple name that was easy to read. Xia Fei. Chapter 32, The Glorious 13. New York. Interplanetary Adjudicator Union's Earth Branch. That scatterbrained former manager Khan had already been replaced by Xiao Haili, a young man in his 20s, along with his 2 partners, Quiraz and Bosingwei. The 3 were part of the Adjudicator Union's executive department, known together as Team 13. Speaking of the illustrious Team 13, any adjudicator within the Enduro Star region would be privy of their existence. Team 13 also had a nickname, the Glorious 13. They had gotten such a nickname precisely because Team 13 had a 99.9% execution success rate, as each of these 3 members had fairly outstanding special abilities. These 3 had been working together for over a decade, becoming very good friends back when they were still apprentice adjudicators, so the coordination they had with each other was pretty much flawless. Xiao Haili turned 27 this year, having achieved an intermediate legendary cultivation rank, higher than even Star River rank. Furthermore, he was also a 5-star silver adjudicator and the leader of Team 13. At the current rate, he was also most likely going to be the first person in Enduro Star region's history to become a gold adjudicator before the age of 30. Presently, he was in the office having a conversation with President Robert over the interplanetary internet. How are things over there on Earth? Robert asked. I've already contacted the Earth Federation to cordon off the Rain Shadow region in Central Australia as a restricted zone to facilitate our trials, Xiao Haili replied. Aside from the deserts found in Central Australia, it was mostly areas of desolate rain shadow that barely had anyone living there. It hardly took any time for the Federation to establish a 3 million square kilometre military restricted zone in Australia. Robert nodded and used his finger to rub his red eyes. It was apparent that this assessment storm had taken quite a toll on this nearly 80 years old elder. Are you all right, teacher? Xiao Haili asked with much concern. He was a direct disciple of Robert, so it was only natural for him to be worried over his own master. Xiao Haili had taken the initiative to share the burden of his master's worries because of this ridiculous incident that happened in their Earth branch. In reality, conducting trials was the duties of the assessment department and had nothing to do with members of the executive department. Robert offhandedly waved his hand. It's fine. I'm probably just frazzled due to so many things happening at once. Robert continued after taking a sip of tea. Even though the informatics department had done their best to cover up this incident and did what they could to control the spread of this incident, we still ended up with over 100,000 non-natives signing up for the assessment during those 3 days. Xiao Haili kept quiet and didn't say anything. It would be a huge test for the local government's execution ability for a 0.5 semi-primitive planet to receive such a sudden influx of extraterrestrial special ability users. After all, there could be all sorts of people among these participants, criminals, thieves, as well as the children hailing from various influential families within the Star region. Hooligans were still manageable, but the most headache-inducing would be the disciples and related members from big powers that rely on their backgrounds. These were the sort of people who would create more significant ruckuses compared to those criminal scums. None of them would even have any regard for a small and insignificant planet like Earth. Since it was apparent that the Earth Federation would be incapable of suppressing so many special ability users, the Adjudicator Union had to step up to the plate and maintain order on Earth during this period. After all, it was the Adjudicator Union's mistake that created such a mess in the first place. The Adjudicator Union would do such large-scale assessments once every 3 years, but it had never been carried out in such a hurry as it did like today. Furthermore, it would be happening on a strange planet that was completely incapable of defending itself, which made this assessment quite a test for the Adjudicator Union themselves. Why aren't you asking me why I increased the assessment to the crisis grade? Robert asked. Xiao Haili was expressionless. Teacher must have chosen the best outcome after considering all the possibilities. Robert nodded, pleased with his response. Indeed, with such an incident happening here on the Earth branch, there are plenty in the Star region who would be looking forward to the Adjudicator Union making a mockery out of ourselves, including those guys. Hearing the 2 words "those guys," Xiao Haili could not help but clench his fist, as his facial expressions turned very gloomy. I wish to let them see that not only do we, the Adjudicator Union, have the capabilities of doing such a large-scale grade assessment here in a semi-primitive planet, but we are also capable of doing it at the advanced, crisis grade. Robert declared decisively. Teacher. I will firmly stand by your side. Just leave this matter with Earth to me. Xia Fei loudly announced as his face filled with determination. Robert laughed uproariously, very good. I will officially appoint you as the chief umpire for this assessment. You will be completely in charge of this. The spaceship transporting all the equipment is already en route. Furthermore, I will also be sending an additional 2,500 staff members to you. When the time comes, the Adjudicator Union's 5th Fleet of the Enduro branch will be sent to Earth to assist you, adhering to your orders. Xia Fei was slightly stunned. His master was being so generous this time. Not only did he dispatch 2,500 elite members from the Union to be stationed for this assessment, he had also directed the 5th Fleet over as well. The 5th Fleet was also known as the strongest fleet of the Adjudicator Union's Enduro branch, with 4 latest Raven-class battleships, as well as 24 Thorax-class cruisers, each outfitted with the latest equipment aboard. It was considered as the Union's trump card. Xia Fei stood up and said, Teacher, don't you worry. Leave everything to me. Xia Fei could not help but feel enthusiastic when he saw his own name appear on the registration web page. Who would have guessed that a teenager riding a bicycle, navigating through the city streets doing courier delivery several months ago, would actually have the chance to partake and compete in a vigorous competition with the special ability users from all over the Star region. Xia Fei stood up and walked to his cultivation room, a room that the hotel had specially prepared according to Xia Fei's request, which Xia Fei could use to cultivate at any time. What are you doing? Phantom asked. Xia Fei did not break his stride even as he said, with the assessment coming soon, I'm going to train even hard, of course. Phantom shook its head and said, of course, training hard is necessary, but there's still a very important problem you need to resolve before that. Xia Fei came to a halt and thought about it. You're right. With Golden Stinger exchanged for the spatial ring, I don't even have a convenient weapon on hand. I need to buy a weapon. With that, Xia Fei opened up his AI microcomputer. Phantom slowly whispered, an artisan must first sharpen his tools if he is to do his work. Just acquiring a weapon alone isn't enough. Phantom had read plenty of works from the ancients, often uttering out a phrase or two from classical Chinese works, which was fairly old school. You must understand that this is a crisis-grade assessment. It would get far more savage than anything you've experienced thus far. The level of bloodshed will outstrip anything you can imagine. Since you're going to participate in this unpredictable assessment, you will have to obtain a complete assortment of weapons. A full set of combat suit. A whole selection of survival tools. An entire kit of medicinal drugs. To use your culture's saying, you need to arm yourself to the teeth. Phantom loudly proclaimed. Chapter 33, Aquamarine Illusory Star. Xia Fei's virtual reality helmet had already sunk into the bottom of the ocean along with the storm goddess, so he needed to buy a glasses-type virtual reality device. This set of glasses was much smaller than the helmet, far more convenient to carry along, with much stronger display capabilities. The price tag was 18,000 star coins, 10 times more expensive than a virtual reality helmet. There were even more advanced virtual reality devices that could connect directly to a person's nervous system. It was said that such devices had already achieved the level where the lines between virtual and reality were blurred, but the price was unfortunately somewhere around the price range of 800,000 star coins, thus Xia Fei decided to buy the cheaper one. Entering the Enduro Poetry Hobbyist website, what greeted his eyes the first was a large pink-colored email that pretty much obscured all his vision. Needless to say, it was another prank from Avril. Ah! Can't even ignore it, Xia Fei sighed as he opened the email. All of a sudden, the entire scene before him turned monochrome, like the static display found in old-fashioned, black and white television sets. What's going on? Xia Fei took off his virtual reality device and inspected it. Could it be that the virtual reality device I just bought is defective? When Xia Fei wore the glasses again, the scene returned to normal after several seconds, except now there was a young girl with black straight hair. This girl looked to be about 13 or 14 years old, with flawless white skin and a pair of large, bright eyes. She was wearing a white and blue sailor uniform that revealed her long, slender legs and small bosom. She looked very pretty. If the ideal standard for beauties in Xia Fei's heart were rated on a scale of 100, this girl was definitely above a 90. The girl gracefully pirouetted where she stood before demonstrating a curtsy to Xia Fei. Her skirt was already very short, and when she turned, she had accidentally exposed her pink panties beneath her skirt. Xia Fei could even clearly make out the little bear print on it. "So, aren't I beautiful?" the girl asked with a smile, unaware that she had exposed what was beneath her skirt in the process. "How dare you ignore me? No one dares to ignore me." "Humph. The more you ignore me, the more I'm going to pester you." "Ha, now you know how powerful I am. I had only just caused your virtual reality device to temporarily malfunction. I will directly make it explode next time." The girl revealed a grin, while miming an explosion with her hands as she very boisterously said this. Although her voice was as sonorous as a crisp silver bell, her tone also withheld a hint of mischief. Suddenly, a blossom of brilliant fireworks burst forth, and by the time it all dissipated, the beautiful girl was already gone, and the virtual reality system was back to its original state. Xia Fei looked at Phantom dumbfoundedly. How did she do all that? Phantom shook his head repeatedly. How would I know? That was really absurd. Xia Fei was completely helpless. Just who exactly is this Avril person? Could she be the legendary cosmic hacker? Xia Fei shook his head, trying his best to not think about it anymore. Opening his inbox, Xia Fei saw that there were dozens of emails from Avril. Most of them were her description of the fun things she came across, how happy she was with playing these things. Her words held the very air of a young girl's innocence. Xia Fei could not be bothered reading these in detail. He simply closed his inbox and bought an anonymous interplanetary account from the black market. "Since I can't afford to offend you, I'll just have to avoid you," Xia Fei thought to himself. Virtual Medicinal Ingredient Market, Masterpiece Lines Shop. Xia Fei immediately saw small-eyed, fatty Su Maorong's smile upon entering the shop. "Good evening, Mr. Welcome to our store," Su Maorong very courteously greeted. Xia Fei was just a virtual avatar on the interplanetary internet. Since he was using a different account, his virtual avatar was naturally also different, which was why Fatty Su couldn't recognize Xia Fei, thinking he was just a new customer. "Oh, it's me, Xia Fei. I just changed my interplanetary account. Here is my member card." Xia Fei took out his card and showed it to the man. Su Maorong glanced at the card and smiled as he said, "So it is actually Mr. Xia Fei. I will immediately bind your membership to your new account." Xia Fei hurriedly waved it off. "There's no need for that. Just help me change my account to use a password for access. I got this account from the black market. If you bind it, it'll be troublesome if something goes wrong." Su Maorong nodded and helped Xia Fei make the necessary changes accordingly to his member card. "Mr. Xia Fei, it may not be my place to say this, but logging on with this sort of anonymous account would cause a lot of trouble. For example, if your bank account isn't bound, even buying something that costs $1 would require you to do very complex password transactions. Besides, given the unknown origin of your account, you ought to be a little cautious." Su Maorong told Xia Fei the various disadvantages of an anonymous account. Xia Fei said helplessly, "I'm at my wit's end myself. The original account has gotten a little unsafe." "Unsafe?" Su Maorong was very confused. "How is your account unsafe?" Xia Fei was too lazy to explain and simply asked, "Do you have any new stocks in here? A few precious medical ingredients just came in 2 days ago, please take a look." The display cabinet to the west had several curious and weird things within. Phantom glanced over them once before saying, "That aquamarine illusory star has some uses, everything else is not of much value." Xia Fei went over to take a look. The aquamarine illusory star was as large as a soybean, completely sea blue in color. It was translucent and seemed to be some sort of fluid that was slowly flowing inside it, giving the onlookers a dreamlike sensation. There lived a square-shaped sea turtle on some distant planet, and that sea turtle not only looked strange but also possessed a lifespan of 10,000 years. When they die, the shell they leave behind would have 12 aquamarine crystals, and that is the aquamarine illusory star. The strangest thing is that only the sea turtles with a lifespan of over 10,000 years and had died a natural death would end up leaving behind the aquamarine illusory star. There's no way to get it if they were to be caught and killed manually. An aquamarine illusory star can somewhat double your endurance, and is considered a fairly decent medicinal ingredient. Phantom introduced. Xia Fei could reach a maximum speed of 185 m/s right now, but his endurance could only sustain this full speed for 2 minutes. Endurance was crucial in combat, and the speed of the speed ability users was not only their most effective weapon but also their best defense. When you're caught in a fierce battle, if you have insufficient endurance, you would have no choice but to reduce your speed, and a speed ability user without speed would be akin to a warrior without a weapon, it would be fatal. The price of one aquamarine illusory star was 35 million star coins. Xia Fei was gritting his teeth as he said, I want that aquamarine illusory star. Do you have any other medicinal ingredients around? What a coincidence that you've come by at the right time. The catalog for Masterpiece Line's auction had just finished. I'll send it to your inbox. Take a look and see if there's anything you need, Su Maorong offered politely. Soon, Xia Fei received the auction list, and there were plenty of items that Masterpiece Line was putting up for auction, up to several thousand assortments. Phantom followed the list and looked from top to bottom. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a certain item. Xia Fei followed his gaze and glanced over at the item, the Windshade Mark IV combat suit. Is it any good? Chapter 34, Chasing Light. Xia Fei followed Phantom's gaze and glanced over at the time, the Windshade Mark IV combat suit. Is it any good? Phantom nodded. The combat suits of the Windshade series are specifically designed for speed ability users, and can minimize air resistance to a great degree while also providing a very good defense for the user. Soon, you'll be crossing your first hurdle as a speed ability user, where you would create a sonic boom once your speed surpasses the speed of sound. If you're not wearing combat gear when that time comes, the powerful surge of force would severely injure your body, and the loud sound you'd create would even alert your enemies, making it impossible for you to catch them by surprise. Xia Fei had once watched a television program on sonic booms. When an airplane has to surpass the speed of sound in flight, in that moment when the airplane has to break through the sound barrier, there would occasionally be a spectacular sight where clouds of mist would form around the airplane. What followed the clouds of mist was a deafening explosive sound, as the powerful shock caused the fighter jet to tremble violently, which only showed the immense force a sonic boom created. The Windshade Mark IV combat suit is a product that was made a long time ago and is no longer available in the market. It uses a rare black star spider silk as raw material. This kind of black star spider could only be found on extremely cold planets. It takes 1,000 of these black star spiders a whole year before they could produce enough silk for a set of combat suit. Due to the high production cost, there were already very few who would use this particular raw material anymore. Instead, they would use some advanced chemical fabrics as a replacement. Although such chemical fabrics are good, they still can't compare to the quality of the natural raw material. This Windshade Mark IV combat suit must have been kept by some collector. The Windshade Mark IV combat suit's performance is incomparable to most legendary combat suits out there. As long as the price isn't above 300 million, we should first bid for this, Phantom said. Xia Fei looked at the auction catalog and noted that the starting bid for the combat suit was 50 million star coins. He would at least need more than 100 million star coins if he really wished to obtain it. While the price was shocking enough, Xia Fei did not particularly care for it. After all, he was about to participate in a crisis-grade assessment, and the quality of the equipment he possessed would directly relate to his life, so there was no room for sloppiness. Phantom continued to scan through the catalog. Hey, they actually managed to obtain a silver Nocturnal Blossom. This is something that would be very useful for you, as it can increase your speed by an entire rank. More importantly, it can also be used in conjunction with the Aquamarine Illusory Star as their medicinal properties complement each other without any conflict. If you manage to combine both the Aquamarine Illusory Star and the Silver Nocturnal Blossom together and make a compound medicine from it, you would be able to increase your speed and endurance at the same time. Hopefully, your body can completely absorb every bit of the medical residue before the assessment, since it would be very dangerous for you to participate in the crisis grade assessment while you are still at the star base rank. Phantom explained. Didn't you say that it takes 6 whole months for the cell acceleration medicine to be completely absorbed? Xia Fei asked. Phantom lifted his head up to lock eyes with Xia Fei and said, your 7th brain region has already been fully unlocked, and the rate at which you absorb medicine is much faster than an average person. There are still around 2 months between now and the 1st of December, so whether you can absorb everything or not will all depend on your luck. This assessment was only limited to people who were of primary star base to advanced star domain rank, so Xia Fei's rank was enough to qualify him for registration, though he would most likely be at the bottom of the tens of thousands of candidates in terms of his cultivation. Therefore, it was crucial for him to increase his cultivation rank before the assessment. With both his medicinal ingredients and combat suit confirmed, he still had to wait for the masterpiece auction to begin on the 15th of October before bidding. Both the Windshade Mark IV combat suit and the Silver Nocturnal Blossom had the starting bid of 50 million star coins, and as long as nothing unexpected were to occur, the final bid would most likely cross the 100 million mark. Presently, Xia Fei only had 380 million star coins on himself, and he would have to sell the Heart of Spirit if that were not enough. As far as raising the funds he needed, Xia Fei had essentially put up this capital just for this assessment alone. After purchasing a top-quality emergency medical field kit along with an assortment of the best wilderness survival equipment, Xia Fei's account balance decreased by another 4.7 million star coins. All that was left was the most important component, a weapon. Xia Fei was a speed ability user. The advantages of being a speed ability user was dexterity and adaptability, which was why cumbersome heavy weapons were not among Xia Fei's consideration. Even though heavy weapons were extremely powerful, they would also slow down Xia Fei's speed as well as reduce the frequency of his attacks, so the cons outweighed the pros. Xia Fei needed a lightweight, handheld weapon that was not only sharp but preferably capable of containing a multitude of variations as well, making it hard for his opponents to completely guard against. Such a weapon sounded simple, but was actually not at all easy to purchase in reality. He could not afford the ones that were too expensive, and most hardly caught the eye of Phantom. Xia Fei visited dozens of weapon shops in a row, yet he couldn't find a weapon that pleased him. He next entered a small shop next, and there was only a middle-aged man inside, aside from Xia Fei. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s, bent over at his waist whenever he walked, and his feet seemed imbalanced as if there were some complications to them. This person pretended to circle around the shop, before pulling out his communicator to call for the shopkeeper. The man exchanged a few words furtively with the shopkeeper as if he were trying to sell something to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper then shook his head after seeing the image information of that item, sending the man packing without saying another word. Xia Fei was curious, so he came over to that shopkeeper's side and asked, "What was that man doing just now?" "Oh, he was trying to sell me a double-edged hidden blade. It looked really old and worn out, yet he was asking for a price of 6 million star coins." His greed knew no bounds. The shopkeeper then said, "But the material used for the blade wasn't too bad, it looked like it was made with neon alloy." A double-edged hidden blade was a type of short sword that could be hidden up in the sleeves. It was a contraption that could be fitted onto the arm of the user, which kept it well concealed. When needed, the blade could be ejected out upon triggering the mechanism, making it completely unpredictable. The production of a double-edged hidden blade would require plenty of skill because the internal mechanism was very complex, as there was no room for even the slightest errors. It would be an embarrassing situation if the mechanism for the hidden blade were to be triggered when shaking someone's hand and a short sword were to sprang out from the user's sleeve. The double-edged hidden blade utilized a mechanical spring, so the raw material used could not be too poor as it required a high level of hardiness as well as tensile strength to achieve the purpose of retractability. Due to the continuous technological advancement, many ancient production techniques had already been modified to automated production, but there were still some exceptions. Some special techniques simply could not be replaced by machines. Take the double-edged hidden blade as an example. The craftsmanship needed to produce such a weapon had been passed down from generations after generations, and the secrets within had never revealed beyond the circle. Many experts had made countless attempts to crack the secret to make such a weapon that only ended in failure until the experts finally realized that there were some things that technology would never be able to replace. The shopkeeper noticed that Xia Fei seemed to be somewhat interested in that double-edged hidden blade the man was holding, so he hurriedly added, "I think that weapon doesn't seem to be of conventional origins. Judging from how secretive he was acting, I'm sure he must have stolen it." Xia Fei chuckled and left the shop, ignoring the enthusiastic persuasion from the shopkeeper for him to stay. Standing in the middle of the street and glancing around, Xia Fei spotted that middle-aged man heading to the other side of the street, his mouth swearing non-stop, apparently looking very annoyed. Xia Fei caught up with the man in a few short steps and intentionally coughed twice to draw his attention. "Is that a double-edged hidden blade in your possession?" Xia Fei asked. That middle-aged man looked very alert, as he checked Xia Fei from head to toe as he said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Xia Fei laughed, "There's no need for you to be afraid. I'm earnestly looking to buy what you have. Besides, we are in a virtual space, you couldn't possibly be afraid that I would steal your thing, right?" That middle-aged man helplessly sighed, "Were it not for the fact that my father is severely ill and is in urgent need of money, I would not have even sought to sell this ancestral item of mine. But to think there would actually be no one on this street with a discerning eye, insistent that what I have is worthless, with even some accusing me of having stolen it. Actually, these people could not be blamed. This was nothing more than him selling something, no one would have suspected anything if he had taken it out openly to sell to others. But he had chosen to go about it so furtively that people would obviously suspect that he had come about the item through dubious channels. I would like to see the information of your item, Xia Fei said. Soon, the information regarding the double-edged hidden blade appeared in Xia Fei's mailbox. It was a holographic 3D image that could be flipped at will as if the real weapon itself had been placed there. Phantom took several glances at the weapon as he stared at it before suddenly calling out in a somber voice, "I recognize this weapon. It's called Chasing Light." Chapter 35, Legendary Rank Equipment. Phantom took several glances at the weapon as he stared at it before suddenly calling out in a somber voice, "I recognize this thing. It's called Chasing Light." Chasing Light. Xia Fei was somewhat surprised. Just from hearing its name, he knew that this double-edged hidden blade must be a decent weapon, as its name also sounded so imposing. Chasing Light is a weapon that was created by a group of skilled craftsmen from a planet called Talmania. It is said that such a double-edged hidden blade requires 3 top-tier craftsmen to spend an entire year working on it. Just the cyan blood alloy that the blade used is worth 100 million star coins. Phantom explained. The fact that it took 3 top-tier craftsmen a whole year to create something so small was enough to show its complexity and meticulous make. What rank is this weapon? Xia Fei asked. Legendary. Phantom proclaimed. The quality of equipment that was used for battle, like weapons and combat suits, could all be similarly distinguished by their ranks, just like abilities. The higher the rank, the higher the price and the higher the performance of the equipment. Xia Fei's cultivation had just reached the primary star base rank, yet a primary star base ranked ability user actually had the opportunity to own a legendary rank weapon. This was an exceptionally extravagant situation. Even though the rank for the Windshade Mark IV combat suit was only at the Star River rank, its performance could already achieve that of the intermediate legendary standard. So if he were to complement it with this legendary rank Chasing Light, it would result in such a combination that would even make a legendary rank true expert jealous. After all, these two equipment were not only high in ranks but were also exceedingly rare. One was a completely handcrafted weapon, while the other was a combat suit made from purely natural raw materials. These were all the things that countless true experts dreamt of. Legendary rank. Then, surely its price wouldn't be low, right? Xia Fei asked. Keek, a long time ago, a buyer would have to spend 200 million star coins just to acquire a Chasing Light. Now that the craftsmanship for Chasing Light had been lost, I'm afraid the price would be even higher. 200 million star coins. Xia Fei felt a burst of joy in his heart. This middle-aged man was only asking for 6 million star coins for it right now, a total difference of 194 million star coins. It was essentially a steal. I want to buy this thing. How much is it? Xia Fei asked the middle-aged man. That middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. He had suffered plenty of setbacks back in the weapons market just now. All of them felt that Chasing Light was not worth 6 million star coins, and the only shop owner who expressed a willingness to offer a price to buy Chasing Light had been too low, measly offering up to 50,000 star coins. In fact, what these shop owners said was right. Chasing Light was indeed not worth 6 million star coins, but 200 million. The difference between 200 million and 6 million was huge, making well over 30 times the profit, yet such a serendipitous gift from the heavens had actually been given to Xia Fei, who could not help but feel thankful for the ignorance that these shop owners had shown today. If it were not for them, Xia Fei would really have to spend up to 200 million star coins just to end up with a weapon that would not even be of the same rank as Chasing Light. How about 6 million star coins? The middle-aged man asked tentatively. Xia Fei pretended to hesitate for a moment, which was a technique when buying something. Humans were greedy and fickle, so if he were to readily agree to the price, the other party would surely believe that his asking price had been too low and had thus suffered a loss over the transaction. This double-edged hidden blade is rather old. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be worth that much. Xia Fei shook his head, showing a troubled expression. The middle-aged man felt his heart seize up from a wave of anxiety, afraid that Xia Fei would decline. Though he endured his impulse to lower the price and waited for Xia Fei to come to his decision. Fine. I can only blame myself for liking this item. So what if it's a little on the expensive side? Xia Fei pretended to consider this for some time before smiling. We'll go with the price you've set. It's a deal. The middle-aged man was relieved, and with a rare smile on his face, thanked Xia Fei profusely for closing the transaction. Regardless of how powerful an equipment was, it would still need someone to use it, and people would only improve through continuous training and cultivating, no matter how talented they were. Xia Fei understood this fact very well, which was why he immersed himself in high-intensity cultivation the first chance he got. Xia Fei had increased the time he spent cultivating from 6 hours a day to 16 hours a day. Aside from the 8 hours of sleep, Xia Fei spent every second he had remaining on cultivation, even going as far as to have his meals in the cultivation room. Frenzied cultivation. Non-stop cultivation. Aside from breath control and crafty thrust, Xia Fei had added another task to his daily routine, and that was to cultivate the Beast Spirit Codex. The book was like an encyclopedia of beasts, from the most common wild beast to even the extremely exotic beasts found in the universe. Each and every one of them had detailed records within its pages, and there were plenty of exotic beasts that even Phantom had not heard of before. Furthermore, the book also described in detail how to communicate with these exotic beasts, establishing a relationship of mutual trust until they would finally make a contract so that the exotic beast would remain forever loyal to the user. The Beast Spirit Codex was divided into 9 stages, and a user would be able to open their Beast Spirit eyes upon cultivating to the 3rd stage. By then, the user would be able to use their 2 eyes to directly observe the Beast Spirit fire within the exotic beast's bodies and perceive the changes to the flame and its color, thereby determining its rank, habits, and its health status, whether they were sick, the nature of the sickness, and could even tell the mood of the exotic beast. A user would be able to establish contracts with exotic beasts once they reached the 6th stage. Once a contract had been established with an exotic beast, the owner and the beast would be able to connect in their hearts and minds, allowing them to communicate directly through their consciousness, giving out orders in such a manner. An exotic beast would remain loyal once it had recognized someone as its master, staying alive if their master lives, following them in death if their master were to die. Finally, a user would be able to command interstellar beasts, allowing the user to build a strong and loyal army of exotic beasts once they reached the 9th stage. Unfortunately, the Beast Spirit Codex in Xia Fei's possession was incomplete, as there were no records of the mantra after the 6th stage. Xia Fei reckoned that the Beast Spirit Codex he had was a duplicate copy, which was why it lacked the most important mantra for the last 3 stages. Even though it was regrettable, just the first 6 stages of the Beast Spirit Codex would allow Xia Fei to gain benefits that would last a lifetime if he were to successfully cultivate it. After completing the prescribed amount of cultivation, Xia Fei walked out of the cultivation room sweating profusely, the singlet he was wearing already drenched through, his sweat spraying with every step he took. He made his way to the drinking fountain and loudly gulped down a large glass of clear water, followed by 2 more glasses of water. Xia Fei drank 6 glasses of water in rapid succession before he collapsed on the sofa from exhaustion, as his 2 eyes struggled to stay awake. "How is your Beast Spirit Codex cultivation coming along so far?" Phantom had appeared in the corner of the room and asked. Xia Fei picked up a cigarette and placed it on his lips, taking a deep breath as he lit it up. "I just broke through the 1st stage." "I see," Phantom couldn't help but nod. The Beast Spirit Codex contained the 2 major techniques of ocular cognition and telepathy. They were very difficult to cultivate, and the fact that Xia Fei could make the breakthrough to the 1st stage just by fumbling around on his own in such a short time couldn't be considered slow progress. After all, having a teacher to guide you and grasping the concepts by yourself were 2 different matters altogether. The crisp sound of a ringing telephone sounded all of a sudden as Xia Fei brought the receiver to his ear. "This is Xia Fei. May I know who this is?" A deep and robust voice came from the other end. "I am the Deputy Examiner for this Adjudicator Union's Crisis Grade Assessment, Bo Xingwei. I am calling to inform you of some things." "Oh, hello there. May I know what information you are passing along?" Xia Fei furrowed his brow and thought to himself, Deputy Examiner. What could he possibly want to tell? It's this. There would be another apprentice adjudicator assessment organized on Earth next year in the month of June. It would similarly be looking to recruit 3 apprentice adjudicators, except it would be a safe grade assessment this time, which means there's no need for you to participate in the crisis grade assessment this time around, while still retaining the chance to become an adjudicator, Bo Xingwei explained. Xia Fei chuckled, "Examiner Bo Xingwei, I've already decided I'll be participating in the assessment this time. If I do not make it, I will be sure to register for the next year's assessment." The voice on the other side of the call was stunned. Evidently, Xia Fei's answer was not something Bo Xingwei had expected. "Have you read the latest update regarding this assessment? It has been regraded to be a crisis assessment." "I've read it," Xia Fei replied faintly. "In that case, I have nothing further to say to this. The only native Earthlings registered for this assessment are Suru Yu and yourself. I wish the 2 of you the best of luck." Hanging up, Xia Fei muttered to himself, Suruyu? It sounds like a girl's name. That was when the electronic alarm on the table suddenly rang. The first round of bidding for the masterpiece auction was about to begin. Chapter 36, Limited Edition. After taking a shower, Xia Fei put on his virtual reality glasses and entered the interplanetary internet, ready to participate in Masterpiece Line's auction. Today was the first day of the auction. The Windshade Mark IV combat suit was the 97th item on the docket, while he still had to wait for the next day before Silver Noctana Blossom would be up for the auction. After all, there were simply too many items up for auction. If Masterpiece Line had decided to auction everything all in one go, they would be required to continuously run the auction for several hours without any break. Not even an Iron Man would be able to withstand it. According to the general auction rules, the more valuable the item, the later it would appear. Judging from the Windshade Mark IV combat suit's order, it was considered one of the relatively high-priced items out of all other items. Meanwhile, far away in New York, Xiao Haili, the leader of the Adjudicator Union's Executive Department's Team 13 and the overall in charge of this crisis grade assessment, had arrived at the information processing room. 10 AI computers were neatly placed in the information processing room, as Xiao Haili sat beside one of the AI computers and took a virtual reality helmet to wear. Just as he was about to log on to the interplanetary internet, the other two members of Team 13, Bosingwei and Quiras, pushed open the door and entered. Why are you here? We have been looking all over the place for you. We finally managed to get a day off, the three of us should get together and share a couple of drinks. I've been feeling so suffocated this whole time. Although Earth is so backward, the chicks here aren't so bad, the ever-philandering Quiras said. That's right, we've all been burnt out preparing for this assessment the entire time, it's about time we get some rest. What are you logging onto the interplanetary internet for? Come on, let's go out for some drinks. Bosingwei also echoed the suggestion. Xiao Haili took off the virtual reality helmet that he had just put on and spoke to the two, I'm not going. I plan on joining an auction to buy something. What auction could be more important than drinking? Quiras asked, puzzled. The two sat next to Xiao Haili, and Bosingwei rubbed his chin thoughtfully, I just recalled that today is the Masterpiece Auction House's opening day. Their standards are fairly high. They are rather famous too. What are you planning to buy? Xiao Haili scratched his head a little awkwardly, Keek, it's nothing much. I saw a Windshade Mark IV combat suit listed in their catalog, and it was of good quality too, so. So, you're thinking of buying it as a gift for Yazio Han, right? Bosingwei and Quiras both finished his sentence in unison. Quiras nudged Bosingwei with his elbow as he revealed a smirk, look at his expression, we must have guessed it correctly. Who else could he be gifting it to aside from the beautiful Miss Yet? That's not necessarily the case. I'm also a speed ability user, so perhaps Xiao Hai might be buying it as a gift for me, Bosingwei teased jokingly. The three of them were very good friends. Bosingwei was the oldest out of them, which was why he would often refer to Xiao Haili as Xiao Hai while Quiras would call him Big Brother Hai since they were as close as real siblings. Quiras leaned forward with a smile, patting Bosingwei's shoulder, a gift for you? Are you marrying him? Xiao Haili was left speechless from all their mocking, lowering his head to get a quick glance of his watch before saying, okay, spare me already, the both of you. The auction is about to begin. You two can go first. I'll join the two of you after buying this Windshade Mark IV combat suit. Bosingwei and Quiras thought about it for a bit, it'll be boring with just the two of us. Let's wait until the auction ends. With that, the two each put on a virtual reality helmet and adjusted the system for a parallel connection, allowing the three of them to watch the auction simultaneously. Xiao Haili arrived on the Masterpiece auction site the moment after logging onto the interplanetary internet, finding a seat at the back row to sit down. Since it was the first day of the auction, the crowd was rather huge. The venue had no less than 10,000 people, coughing, discussing, snoring. There were all kinds of people here, which seemed somewhat chaotic. Xiao Hai, this Windshade Mark IV is an old model from a long time ago, and the starting bid isn't low either. How much have you prepared this time? Bosingwei asked. I still have 200 million star coins in my bank account. That should be enough, Xiao Haili said. 200 million. Quiras exclaimed. The three of us started work on the same day, yet you've managed to save up to 200 million. Why is it that I don't even have 2 million in my bank account? Arg. Indeed, comparing yourself with others would only cause you to be upset. Bo Xingwei laughed uproariously, do you even have to ask that? Do you even realize how much you've spent just on all those women every year? At that moment, a blonde beauty walked up to the auction platform beaming brightly. With a svelte and rocking figure, Qiras could not help but softly whistle, that chick's not bad. A warm welcome to the distinguished guests of Masterpiece Line. The annual Masterpiece Line's auction is about to begin. As usual, we've prepared plenty of top-class products for everyone this time, and I invite everyone gathered here to actively bid in a moment's time. The blonde beauty winked at the audience after speaking, causing the hearts of many lechers to itch. The auction proceeded swiftly with this atmosphere of great enthusiasm. Everyone who could participate in the Masterpiece Line's auction was wealthy and generous with their spending. A single auction item could often be sold for 3 to 4 times the starting bid. About 2 hours later, they had finally reached the 97th auction item on the docket, which was the Windshade Mark IV combat suit that both Xia Fei and Xiao Haili had their eye on. A young lad walked up to the front of the platform, holding an exquisite black metal case with many intricate patterns carved on it and workmanship as very exquisite as well. Big brother, hi, it's finally the Windshade Mark IV's turn. If you send it as a gift to Yazio Han, she might very well just commit herself to you on the spot out of sheer happiness, Qiras teased. A glint of light shone from Xiao Haili's eyes. Yazio Han's grandfather had once left her a set of the Windshade Mark IV combat suit, but she had unfortunately lost it subsequently. She had always felt much regret about that incident, so I have been searching for a Windshade Mark IV combat suit ever since I learned about this. It's a pity that this model is just too old, and I couldn't find it no matter how hard I tried. Luckily, Masterpiece Line's auction actually listed one on their auction catalog this time, otherwise there's no telling how much longer I would have to keep searching. Bo Xingwei sighed, Xiao Hai, you've been really earnest and well-intentioned toward Yazio Han. If she were to refuse to marry you, I'd be the first to reject her. The female MC retrieved the Windshade Mark IV combat suit from the case very carefully, presenting it to the audience as she circled the platform once. Putting the suit back into the case, she took out a metal nameplate from inside and showed it to everyone. A large black spider was carved onto that plate, slowly spinning out silk from its mouth. We have just been notified that this Windshade Mark IV combat suit is actually a limited edition set, the blonde beauty excitedly announced. Limited edition. The crowd below the platform exclaimed. Some people even expressed their doubts about the claim, I've never heard of the Windshade Mark IV having a limited edition. Are you trying to con us? The blonde MC beamed genially, this combat suit is indeed a limited edition set. The Windshade Company had produced a total of 99 limited edition sets that year. This batch of limited edition suits was not publicly sold in the market, but were instead gifts to some of the company's major clients, which is why it is completely normal that no one here has heard about it before. It's a well-known fact that more than 90% of female black star spiders do not spin silk. Their role is mainly to give birth, not hunt for food. Only about 10% of female black star spiders can spin webs and hunt prey for some unknown reason, and these female black star spiders would not mate or give birth. They would live all alone, and were thus called black widows. Conversations abound with the audience below the platform. A good number of them had been enticed by the mysterious introduction that the blonde beauty had given, generating a high level of interest in its purchase. Now, let us begin with bidding. The starting bid is 50 million. Good, this handsome young man bids 50 million. 52 million. 53 million. Phantom, what's the difference between the limited edition combat suit and the original? Xia Fei asked. Phantom answered in a deep voice, the silk of the Black Widow is extremely rare. If it were to be used to produce the combat suit, its defensive performance would at least see a 30% increase over the original, reaching the standards of an advanced legendary rank. Advanced legendary rank? That would mean it's an advanced legendary combat suit. Xia Fei exclaimed. This combat suit is very good, and its strong defensive power is precisely what you need. Xia Fei, you must get it, Phantom said. Yes, Xia Fei nodded gravely. Somewhere not too far away, Xiao Haili's face was flushed with excitement, the Black Widow limited edition. Do you guys know? The set that Ziohan had lost was precisely a Black Widow limited edition combat suit as well. What a coincidence. I must get it. Chapter 37, The Enraged Chief Examiner. Xia Fei wasn't in a hurry to make his move. Instead, he secretly observed the other bidders that he would be competing against. Most of these competing bidders were bidding very reasonably, while only two were frantically bidding. One was an elderly man, while the other was a young man in his 20s. Most of the reasonable bidders wanted to acquire the limited edition Windshade Mark IV combat suit for their collection, waiting for a few years before selling it and make a tidy profit. These sorts of bidders were reasonable and had a sense of price. As long as the bidding reached the price point they had in their minds, they would most definitely stop and see no reason to raise the bid. In the meantime, the bidders who were frantically bidding were completely different. No matter their reasons, their goal was to ultimately obtain the Windshade Mark IV combat suit, so as long as they could afford the price, they would not hesitate to bid for it. Xia Fei wanted to get this combat suit, and these two were his biggest competitors. The old man seemed to be very excited, as he kept raising the bid by 1 million each time. He didn't raise the price too much to suppress the other bidders, which made it apparent that he did not have too good of an economic situation to work with. However, that young man had been bidding very fiercely at the beginning, throwing out at least 3 million for every bid. But once the bid went over 100 million, the frequency of his bids had evidently slowed down significantly. There was no way to look up any sort of information about the limited edition Windshade Mark IV combat suit, so it was naturally impossible to judge the true value of the suit. But once the bid had reached 140 million, it was clear that more than half of the people bidding would stop, as most of these rational investors chose to drop out of the bidding and watch instead. 160 million! The old man exclaimed with much vigor. The color on his face flushed red, and even though he was far away, Xia Fei could still tell his thin arms were trembling slightly, a sign that this was already close to the very limit that he could bear. 180 million! Xia Fei chose to act at this moment, raising the price by 20 million star coins without hesitation. Bidding was also a psychological contest, a war that needed no gunpowder. Xia Fei had chosen to act when the old man was at his most conflicted and troubled moment, as that would also be when he was at his weakest. There was basically no room for him to cushion this blow, and the momentum was enough to beat him, letting him know that he was up against an opponent whom he had no means of beating, instilling a sense of powerlessness in his heart. If Xia Fei were to continue outbidding him bit by bit, the mentality that humans shared, which allowed them to believe in flukes, would drive the belief that he could try and continue to follow until it completely surpassed his ability to pay. The old man bit his lips, his arm was placed upon his chest for a long time before finally deciding against raising the bid. The old man helplessly sighed while rubbing his eyes that had become red from all the excitement. His chest was heaving up and down, unable to find peace for the longest time. 180 million! Now that the price has reached 180 million star coins, is there anyone who would like to bid higher? The blonde beauty excitedly asked. 180 million had been the second highest price they had so far. 185 million! The young man raised his arm high and shouted. Xia Fei turned to look at the man, and all he saw was his expressionless face, as if he were very calm, looking like the price wasn't a big deal for him. I'm afraid this guy won't be easy to handle, Xia Fei thought to himself. This young man's mental state was much higher than the old man, and the determination to buy this Windshade Mark IV combat suit was not any inferior to Xia Fei. There was no better solution than to engage in a grueling bidding war with such a competitor. With that thought in mind, Xia Fei raised his arm and shouted, 186 million! 190 million! 191 million! Xiao highly gritted his teeth, 195 million! Xia Fei did not miss a beat and immediately followed, 196 million! Against someone with a good mental state, only by slowly wearing him out bit by bit could he begin to erode his state of mind and make him waver. Raising the price bit by bit was also a mind trick. It was necessary to have no hesitation, following up with a bid of your own immediately after the other party had set a price to demonstrate confidence and formidability that was not weaker than the competitor, to let him realize that this was a fair competition. If the timing of the follow-up bids were off, or if his tone when calling the bid were too flippant, the other party would surely think that this was an attempt to goad him. The ensuing frustration or shame would turn into rage, causing the other person to recklessly call out crazy prices, and no one would end up benefiting by then. Any good bidder would not try to infuriate their competition, as humans turn irrational when enraged. Many bidders would risk paying liquidated damages as a result of the rage and shout out a high price so someone else wouldn't end up with it. For these people to make a good showing, they would rather pay the liquidated damages and let this item pass than see it end up in the hands of others. 200 million! Xiao highly shouted, regardless of the cost. This was already the maximum limit that he could financially bear, any higher and he would have no choice but to give up on this fight. 202 million! Xia Fei began to increase the bet by 2 million to slowly increase the pressure he had on the young man. Xiao Haili clenched his fist till his knuckles turned white, a look of indignation and anger was visible on his face. Xiao Hai! I've already transferred all my savings into your account. It's a total of 85 million. Fight it out with him. Bo Xingwei called out loudly. That's right. Brother Hai, we, silver adjudicators, can overdraft 10 million star coins from the bank, which adds up to a total of 30 million star coins. Add that all in, and I'll even throw in the 2 million I have in my account. Quiras added. Bronze adjudicators could take an interest-free loan of 1 million star coins, while silver adjudicators' limit was 10 million. Of course, gold adjudicators' limit was even higher. Bastard! 2 million is nothing. It's all because of your debaucherous lifestyle. You wouldn't be embarrassing yourself right now if you had been saving up some of your coins regularly, Bo Xingwei angrily huffed. Quiras felt very wronged, I can't help it. Xiao Haili gratefully looked at his two brothers and was moved to the point of speechlessness. Okay. I'll fight it out with him. Xiao Haili slapped his thigh with force as he made this declaration. 202 million. The bid is now 202 million. The blonde beauty rousingly shouted, if there's no higher bid for this limited edition Windshade Mark IV combat suit, it will end up in the hands of this handsome young man. 250 million. Xiao Haili raised his hand and yelled. The crowd was in a state of shock. All of them turned to look at Xiao Haili, raising the bid by 48 million in a single go. Has this man gone insane? He must have. The 7-star clear water vase had only gone for 210 million. Could this Windshade Mark IV combat suit be more valuable than that vase? 255 million. The moment Xiao Haili's voice called out, Xia Fei had immediately thrown his follow-up bid without sparing even a moment's hesitation. Phantom, just how much exactly is this Windshade Mark IV combat suit worth? Xia Fei was secretly conversing with the phantom in his consciousness. Relax. As long as you can use all the money you have to win the bid for this set of Windshade Mark IV, you would definitely not be at a loss. These people have absolutely no idea just how powerful this combat suit is. It's a great opportunity, Phantom said resolutely. Xia Fei nodded. He trusted Phantom's judgment a lot, so he couldn't be wrong when he said how much it was worth. 280 million. Xiao Haili raised the price once again. I refuse to believe that you can continue going along. But he was wrong. Xia Fei's zeal toward the combat suit was no less than him. 300 million. Xia Fei changed his defensive stance and began his assault. Xiao Haili barely managed to catch himself from fainting. 280 million was already all the cash he had on hand. If he were to continue raising the bid, that would mean both his best friends Bo Xingwei and Quiras would have to join him and take on a loan. Xiao Hai! Don't falter. Just boldly bid on. Your brothers here will go all out with you. Bo Xingwei said animatedly. 310 million. Xiao Haili yelled in an angry tone, attempting to scare off Xia Fei with his loud and clear voice. The corners of Xia Fei's mouth imperceptibly curled up. This yell from Xiao Haili had allowed Xia Fei to realize his lack of self-confidence. Someone who truly had this in the bag would most definitely not try to scare people off with their voice, but would instead rely on practical actions to make the other party succumb. 320 million. Xia Fei immediately pursued and attacked the instant Xiao Haili's bid left his lips, not letting him have even a moment to take a breath. Xiao Haili could only feel his blood surge as his vision blurred as he almost fainted. All the cash he had on hand, including what he could overdraft, came up to a total of 318.5 million. Xia Fei's price just so happened to sufficiently beat Xiao Haili, and he did not need to spend any more undeserved money, it was truly a price that was just right. Slam! The crisp sound of the wooden gavel on the blonde beauty's hand rang out, as a round of applause rang throughout the auction house. 320 million. If nothing else unexpected were to happen, this would top bid for this auction today, and the crowd had also enjoyed an exciting showdown for free. 320 million, Xia Fei grimaced as he left the auction. Phantom flashed a rather mysterious smile. What? Feeling the heartache? Wait till you see the combat suit in person, then you will understand why it's worth so much. New York. Xiao Haili had taken off the virtual reality helmet and smashed it forcefully onto the ground. Crash! The helmet that was made of engineering fibers shattered as the pieces flew all over the room. I am not resigned to this. I simply refuse to accept this. Xiao Haili's anger overwhelmed him, his face completely contorted in his rage. Quires! Don't you have a friend in the technical department? Send that man's details over. I want to know just who in the world that person was. Xiao Haili barked his order. Quires wanted to say something, but he quietly swallowed the words and blankly nodded when he saw Xiao Haili's rage-filled expression. Xiao Haili strode out of the room, slamming the door heavily in his wake. Bang! The aluminum alloy door suddenly deformed and fell down to the ground after swaying on its hinges for a few moments. Quires looked at Bosingwei helplessly and said, I broke up with Jenny from the technical department quite some time ago. Bosingwei sympathetically patted Quires' shoulder, I know. And you were the one who did the dumping. Xiao Hai is actually not a bad person, it's just that he would sometimes be a little too small-minded, Bosingwei sighed. There was no way that Xia Fei, currently far away in Beijing, would know that he had already offended the small-minded chief examiner before the adjudicator union's crisis grade assessment had even started. Truly, crises could be found everywhere when participating in the crisis grade assessment. Chapter 38, Compound Medication. The Windshade Mark IV combat suit was black in color and displayed fine workmanship. It boasted a sleek streamlined design, and the light that shone on the combat suit would all be directly absorbed, without even reflecting the slightest bit of light. The suit was unusually tight, making it so that the inconspicuous muscle contours on Xia Fei's body were outlined clearly, giving him the sensation of breathlessness when he wore it. It seems a little too tight, Xia Fei said as he checked himself out in the mirror. Phantom chuckled, it is supposed to be tight. That allows it to keep your muscles tensed, avoiding any unnecessary resistance due to the trembling of your muscles when facing air resistance. You'll be fine once you get used to it. The Windshade Mark IV is only a Star River rank combat suit. If it were an actual legendary ranked combat suit, I'm afraid you won't even be able to walk in it. Not to such a degree, right? Xia Fei tried to move his body. Although he felt uncomfortable, his movements were much faster than before. It was just that Xia Fei had not completely familiarized himself with it, so his actions looked to be a bit mechanical. Do you know why I insisted that you must buy this Windshade Mark IV? Phantom had been intentionally keeping mum all this time. I don't know. Xia Fei admitted. The higher the rank of the combat suit, the tougher the materials used to make it. Too tough a material would exert too much pressure on the human body, so this isn't something anyone could just randomly wear. People could even injure or cripple themselves if done incorrectly. With your current physical fitness, you can't wear a legendary rank combat suit yet. And if you force yourself to, it wouldn't be able to augment your speed any further. Too much of a burden on your physical body would not only decrease your speed but also dull your movements. However, this limited edition Windshade Mark IV combat suit does not require its wearer to be of high rank, yet it could provide the performance of a legendary ranked suit. It's the most suitable option for you. Xia Fei took out Chasing Light, securing it above his right arm and lightly triggering the mechanism. Shing! A cyan short blade suddenly extended from his arm very quickly. He brandished it about for a while, and wherever the blade slashed through the air, a dull hum could be heard that would make people shudder. Chasing Light was fitted on the user's arm and did not require its user to hold it in their hand. The amount of strength one could exert with their arm would always be greater than that of the wrist, so Chasing Light not only possessed the sharpness of a short sword, but it also demonstrated a sturdiness that short swords lacked. Wielding it gave Xia Fei the sensation of being capable of tearing mountains and splitting oceans. Whoosh! A cyan light flashed as Xia Fei did a horizontal cut across the mirror and saw a thin black line appear across its surface. Chasing Light had actually sliced that weak glass into two. Achieving this without even making any sound just demonstrated how sharp the blade was. Phantom couldn't help but nod vigorously, very good. The killing intent you exude when you act was too heavy. Using an agile dagger just isn't complementary with your style. This Chasing Light is far more domineering than a dagger, and it fits you very well too. Now that you have all the equipment you need, it is now up to your ability to absorb medicine residual before the assessment and raise your rank. It would be a completely different situation altogether once your speed breaks the sound barrier. Holding the detector near the blood vessels on his wrist for a quick measurement, Xia Fei wrinkled his brow and shook his head, an alpha index count of 73. It's still no good. We only have 10 days left, Xia Fei helplessly said as he tossed the detector aside and entered his cultivation room to do another round of frenzied cultivation. 73? Xia Fei's rate of absorbing medicine sure is really fast. It has barely been 2 months, Phantom sighed as he muttered to himself. A fully unlocked 7th brain region. Why did I not have it too? If I had my 7th brain region completely unlocked, perhaps I wouldn't become such a terrible assassin. Looking through the window at the crowded streets below thronging, Phantom took a deep breath and sighed, forget it. I'll just go back and study my poems. November 29th, early morning. Dawn had just broken as Xia Fei crawled out from his bed in a timely fashion. He made his way to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. It was a habit of his to use cold water to wash his face no matter the season of the year, and the icy cold water worked as a quick way to cleanse the drowsiness and wake him up. Putting down the towel as he took the detector to check on the status of the medicine residue in his body in passing, Xia Fei's eyes shone brightly all of a sudden. Phantom! Phantom! Xia Fei exclaimed eagerly. Phantom poked his head out from the moorstone, what's up? Look! Xia Fei held the detector up to Phantom's eyes. An alpha index count of 9. You've absorbed it. You've absorbed all the medicine residue in your body. Phantom cried out with a look of disbelief. Tossing the detector aside, Xia Fei swiftly put on the clothes and walked over to the table in his living room. A concoction device was placed upon it, with a piece of white cloth covering it to prevent dust from collecting. Xia Fei lifted the white cloth on the device and retrieved several boxes of medicinal ingredients that he had already prepared from the safe in his room, neatly placing them on the table. On the second day of the auction, Xia Fei had used 260 million star coins to purchase the silver noctana blossom and other supplementary medical ingredients. To raise funds, Xia Fei had reluctantly sold the heart of spirit for 230 million star coins. Xia Fei only had 3 million star coins left in his bank account now, practically on the verge of bankruptcy. There's only one of aquamarine illusory star and silver noctana blossom each, so you must not make a single mistake. Phantom was standing in a corner, reminding Xia Fei. Yet. Xia Fei nodded his head gravely, revealing a very solemn expression on his face. The day after tomorrow would be the day of the assessment. It was critically important for him to raise his rank to intermediate star base before the assessment. Xia Fei's strength was considered very weak among all the candidates right now. Even if he were to reach intermediate star base rank, he would still be ranked in the lower echelons of the tens of thousands of candidates. Fortunately, Xia Fei had not skimped on buying the best combat equipment that he could presently use. With all the equipment, Xia Fei's strength should at least be just above the middle echelon. Carefully purifying the aquamarine illusory star and silver noctana blossom separately before finding the other medical ingredients that complemented with its other 6 flavors, Xia Fei then proceeded to measure out the necessary amounts separately into the concoction device. After about 20 minutes, the table had 8 more medicinal bottles of different colors. Xia Fei had added these 8 portions into the mixing device as per the requirement, obtaining a single white bottle of compound medication. Xia Fei took the bottle of compound medication and closely examined it under a light as he gently shook it a few times. The white liquid looked similar to fresh cow's milk, a thick and pure whiteness that did not have any impurities. Giving it a whiff, Xia Fei could smell a faint scent of spiciness, as if it were old spirits that still withheld a faint air of refreshingness. Taking a deep breath, he raised his neck and poured it down his throat and into his stomach. It tasted awful. Xia Fei wrinkled his brow and frowned. Chapter 39, Intermediate Star Base Rank. The world was fair. While Xia Fei could reach his maximum potential after completely unlocking his 7th brain region, he had also lost the opportunity to naturally cultivate and improve his special ability. To become a true expert, Xia Fei needed to constantly take various drugs to improve his rank and bear the side effects of ingesting them. Pain. Intense pain. It was as if his stomach had a high horsepower propeller churning inside him continuously that twisted all his internal organs together before tying them all up in a knot, unable to be untied again. Xia Fei bent over, using his 2 hands to grip the ground as his body shook violently. He clenched his teeth tightly, so much so that traces of blood flowed endlessly from his gums. Sweat droplets of the size of soybeans were shedding from his forehead, dripping freely on the ground like a loose tap. Soon, a small river of his sweat formed on the ground that slowly flowed in all directions. Phantom's medicine formula was extremely powerful, but it was excruciatingly painful as well. The process he underwent to increase his rank every time was always like a baptism, as Xia Fei struggled on the cusp of life and death. However, Xia Fei did not let out any sound throughout this ordeal, silently enduring everything. Endure. Persevere. Never give up. This was Xia Fei's creed, and it was also the only path to become a true expert. It was as the saying goes, if you wanted to acquire stronger power, you must pay an equal price. No one could reap benefits without putting in hard work, and no one would be able to have a life of constant smooth sailing. Behind every true expert was a journey filled with sweat and bitterness. Phantom was standing in the corner with a look of admiration in his eyes. He was not admiring him being tortured but admiring the process of Xia Fei's struggle with the pain. Time passed as Xia Fei's anguish began to slowly diminish, and he was finally able to get up from the ground by the time sunset came around. He walked into the bathroom and washed his face with cold water. Xia Fei felt that was still insufficient and decided to just run the taps and have himself a cold bath. The icy cold water stimulated his skin and cleared his mind as his muscles slowly relaxed. Walking out the bathroom, Xia Fei donned on his Windshade Mark IV combat suit and wore both his wind eye ring and spatial ring before making his way downstairs. Dusk had descended as the street lamps were lighting up the street. It just so happened to be the rush hour for those getting off work, so the stream of people was hurrying about, vibrant and boisterous. Xia Fei stretched his body and started jogging down the street as a warm-up. About a minute later, Xia Fei's physical state gradually entered its peak condition as he rapidly increased his speed. 30 meters. 50 meters. 80 meters. 100 meters. There were plenty of people on the street, as Xia Fei passed through the crowd like a gust of wind. An 18-year-old teenager wearing a miniskirt, her handphone stuck to her ear with a grey plaid handbag slung across her body, was strolling leisurely on the sidewalk. All of a sudden, a violent squall cut through that lifted her skirt up, revealing her pristine white panties. She panicked and quickly covered her skirt down with one hand as she ran her other hand through her now messy hair. Her face flushed red and angrily looked all around her, but she couldn't even catch a glimpse of Xia Fei's figure. There were only pairs of leery eyes staring at this boundless sight. The crowded streets made it difficult for Xia Fei to unleash his full power, as Xia Fei took a turn and dashed into the second ring road that was only accessible to cars. Xia Fei's two legs suddenly pumped as he ran at his full speed. In a blink of an eye, Xia Fei reached the critical point of his sonic boom, and in that very moment, Xia Fei first felt an inexplicable pressure, but the second he broke through the speed of sound, that inexplicable pressure disappeared as he could feel his legs become relaxed. It was like climbing a mountain. Only by reaching to the top of a mountain would someone actually get a completely different scenery. Phantom, how's my speed? Xia Fei asked as he continued running. It's not too bad. Your top speed is around 370 ms/s, and you've already successfully broken through the sound barrier, the standard for an intermediate star base ranked user, Phantom said matter-of-factly. 370 ms/s. Xia Fei's former speed had only been 185 ms/s, but he had actually doubled it this time. The speed for sound to propagate in the air was around 340 ms/s. Now that Xia Fei had broken this speed, he had essentially promoted to the intermediate star base rank. Xia Fei had taken the gene optimization fluid around April, and in just 7 months, he had soared through 5 ranks and had actually achieved the standard of an intermediate star base rank. On average, that meant it took a little over a month for him to raise his rank. This kind of progress speed was far too shocking. His figure sped through like a bolt of lightning. His brain swiftly analyzed the street's situation like a computer as he picked the most optimal path, easily evading cars. A middle-aged man in his 30s was driving his car while making a phone call. Whoosh! Xia Fei quickly passed by him, as the car abruptly shuddered. The middle-aged man subconsciously stepped on the brakes, causing his tires to screech as 4 distinct and long black imprints were left on the road. Old Joe, what's going on? What was that sound? The voice on the other end asked, confused. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead as he answered with fear still lingering in his voice, I have no idea, but it seemed like something just passed me. What is it? I couldn't see it clearly. Its speed was simply too fast like it was a jet plane. Fortunately, Xia Fei was wearing his combat suit and did not create a sonic boom. Otherwise, the huge sound waves would have overturned people and their cars, not merely just caused them to shudder a little. According to the Traffic Police Department's report, on the evening of November 29, 2019, 5 traffic accidents occurred simultaneously on Second Ring Road, causing a series of rear-end collisions involving 31 vehicles. The ensuing traffic jam that happened there lasted until midnight before it returned to normal. Afterward, hundreds of drivers claimed that a black figure had run past their vehicles that possessed a speed even faster than an airplane, and the strange shudder that all the vehicles experienced after. The traffic police launched a full investigation of this incident, even alarming the famous Federal X-Files Bureau, an investigative bureau specializing in the supernatural. Of course, the result of the investigation was inconclusive. The investigation report for this case file was numbered 11,094, never to be mentioned again, along with the over 10,000 other cases were all archived in the Federal X-Files Bureau's secret vault on subterranean level 13. Australia, the temporary office for the Adjudicator Union's crisis grade assessment. The location of the assessment was in a stretch of desolate rain shadow. Since the Adjudicator Union was unable to construct an office building in time, they had directly parked several spaceships right in the heart of the rain shadow, turning it into the accommodation and office grounds for both candidates and staff. This was a good way to kill two birds with one stone, solving the issue of feeding and housing several tens of thousands of people without wasting funds on a one-time building, since the spaceships could just take off and leave for space once the assessment was over. Xiao Haili was seated in his office, keeping himself in an unending string of communication with his colleagues from the various departments. The day of assessment was the day after tomorrow. Spaceships from afar had been landing on the temporary tarmac non-stop at the assessment venue. Countless candidates were arriving at the same time, putting quite the pressure on the assessment center. Every candidate needed to be briefed about the schedule for the assessment arrangements and had their accommodations and food sorted. Furthermore, plenty of these candidates did not come alone. Many descendants of influential families and clans had been escorted in family spaceships, bringing along teams of bodyguards and servants to Earth. The number of candidates for this assessment was around 100,000, yet the number of people around the assessment venue was most definitely not under 500,000. The Adjudicator Union had no other options but to continuously send more examiners and staff beyond that first batch of 2,500 to keep things under control, already sending a total of 4 more batches to date. Prior to this, every assessment had been alternatively held in succession between the 7 major territories of the Enduro Star region. These powerful territories could mobilize hundreds of thousands of security officers and civilians for assistance, so the Adjudicator Union would only have to send out examiners, reducing much of these unnecessary hassles. But this time, they were on a planet that was completely incapable of providing any sort of help, as the Earth Federation lacked any ability to assist with the assessment this time around. Instead, it was Earth itself that needed the Adjudicator Union's help with the influx of extraterrestrials. As a result, the Adjudicator Union was now under even greater pressure. Aside from the over 10,000 examiners and staff they had sent, they even had to have their 5th fleet orbiting the planetary space, in position to deal with any unexpected scenario at any time. As an outstanding leader of the younger generation in the Union, Xiao Haili had been entrusted with an important responsibility for this assessment this time. This was both an opportunity and a test to Xiao Haili, and the success or failure of the assessment would directly affect his future in the Union, which was why he had given his all toward his job here. Bang bang bang! A series of knocks suddenly came from the door. "Come in." Xiao Haili did not even lift his head from his work as he called out. Just as he finished saying this, an approximately 24-year-old young woman opened the door and walked in. She was tall and had a perfectly symmetrical face with a head of luscious blonde hair. Especially her 2 long and well-toned legs, who knew just how many souls had been entranced by them. It was just that she appeared to be rather cold, like an icy river. A very beautiful and enchanting icy river. "Chief Umpire, the 3,400 senior cadets of Heaven Execution Training Camp have already arrived, awaiting your instructions," the blonde woman loudly declared. Xiao Haili was stunned for a good moment before looking up with an intimate smile. "Xiao Han. Why are you here?" Quickly shutting off the communications system, Xiao Haili stood up and eagerly came over to Xiao Han's side. "Quick, take a seat. I've checked the volunteers list before and did not see your name anywhere on it." Xiao Han gracefully sat down on the sofa with her 2 slender legs crossed. Reporting to the chief umpire, the head instructor had suddenly fallen ill, so I was tasked to take his place and lead the people over at the last minute. "May I ask how you would want this group of volunteers to be arranged?" Xiao Han said emotionlessly. Xiao Han's attitude of intentionally keeping her distance from him made Xiao Haili feel very unhappy deep down, but he put on a cordial face and said, "The command room will be in charge of delegating work to those cadets. As for you, I'm completely exhausted from the busy work. I wonder if you can come to my office and help me process some files." He was intentionally trying to keep Xiao Han near, hoping to give her some light work to get close to her. Unfortunately, Xiao Han completely ignored his goodwill and continued to speak formally, "As an instructor of Star Execution Training Camp, I should be together with the cadets. May the chief umpire please also arrange for me to be at the front lines." Xiao Haili sighed and bitterly asked, Xiao Han, why don't you appreciate the extent of my goodwill and kind intentions? Ye Xiao Han knitted her eyebrows, we are merely colleagues, I hope the chief examiner could show some self-respect. Xiao Haili's complexion turned very ugly. He had not been wooing the Ice Queen Ye Xiao Han for a day or two, yet her attitude toward him was still as standoffish and abstruse as ever. Actually, Lady Ye Xiao Han was not that difficult to get along with in private, it was just that she would become a completely different person when it came to her work, just like a workaholic maintaining an uptight persona the entire time and always treating everyone in a business-like manner. Fine then, Xiao Han. You can go and work on the front lines with your cadets, but you have to watch out for your own safety. Xiao Haili was powerless and had to agree to her request. Understood. I'll bring my cadets to report over to the command room right away. Ye Xiao Han stood up and turned round to leave, not even looking back once. Bang! The door slammed shut. Xiao Haili was hugging his head with both his arms, tearing at his hair viciously for a while. His eyes were already bloodshot as his hands shook incessantly. Don't think that you can disregard me just because you are the daughter of Ye Jingshan. One of these days, I'll have you prostrate under my feet. Xiao Haili deliberately suppressed his rage as he growled under his breath. Humph! Xiao Hail coldly harumphed as he made his way to the mirror to tidy his uniform and hair, before forming a kind smile to his reflection. The frustrated Xiao Haili disappeared as he turned back to the look of a young and promising talent that everyone was familiar with. He walked to the desk and took Quira's call, asking with a laugh, "Little third brother, how are things on your end? Busy till you're fried, I suppose. But of course, brother Hai. I think you're better off sending someone to replace me. I would rather not be a deputy examiner than suffer this punishment. My God, did you know that my hands are swelling just from signing all the documents alone?" Quires was complaining unceasingly over the phone. "Little brother, this is a chance. If we were to manage this assessment successfully, it would be of great help to our position in the Union in the future, so just bear with it for now. I won't feel at ease if I get someone else to replace you," Xiao Haili said hypocritically. "Oh, well. I'm only doing this for you, brother Hai. Otherwise, I would not have cared if it were anyone else. Relax, your bro here is going to do a great job with this assessment for you even if it's going to cost me my life. But I'm gonna say it now, you will need to approve me a month-long sabbatical once this matter is over." "No problem. You can rest assured I'll do just that." "Oh right, how goes the investigation on that thing before? Just who exactly bought that windshade Mark IV?" Xiao Haili pretended to have suddenly recalled this and asked, his eyes radiating sinister intent. Chapter 40, Xiao Yu. Xia Fei boarded a Gulfstream V business jet in Beijing airport. "I've already said there's no need to send me off, why are you guys still here? I'm only going to take part in an assessment, it's not like I'm going to my death." Xia Fei was seated in a roomy seat as he jokingly addressed the men before him. Wulong furrowed his brows, "How can you say that? How inauspicious." Andre also had a somber expression, "I heard the assessment this time isn't that simple and killing is allowed." Xia Fei nodded needlessly, pulling out a cigarette as he hung it on his lips, lighting it up with a lighter. Before boarding the plane, he had bought an entire carton of Hung Taschen cigarettes and stored it in his spatial ring. Since dimensional spaces did not have air, the cigarettes placed inside would not deteriorate. Xia Fei no longer had to worry about running out of cigarettes now that he had the ring. "I also heard that the Adjudicator Union will even be hosting a safe grade assessment next year, and the chances of clearing that will be much higher than this time," Andre added. The look in Andre's eyes showed he didn't want Xia Fei to join this crisis grade assessment this time, but he did not directly mention this out of respect for Xia Fei, which was why all he could do now was beat around the bush. Wulong was straightforward, not at all tactful with his words like Andre. "Then why are you participating if that's the case? Wouldn't it be better if you wait till next year as the two of us can take the assessment together?" Xia Fei chuckled, "Thank you both of you for showing such concern for me, but I've already made up my mind." Seeing Charlie quietly sitting to the side, Xia Fei asked, "Charlie, why are you always following your grandfather around? Don't you have to go to school?" Charlie smiled somewhat shyly, "I've already graduated, and I'm now learning finance by shadowing grandfather." "Graduated? What did you graduate? Junior high school?" "High school." Andre was delighted as he answered, "Charlie has already graduated university with a double major in mathematics and finance from Stanford University." "What?" Xia Fei's cigarette nearly fell from his hand. Andre, did I hear that correctly? Charlie is barely 13 years old, yet he has already graduated from a university. Wulong patted his own bald head heavily. I spent 5 years in junior high alone. Charlie, you're so much smarter than me. Charlie is good in his studies, but he lacks real-life experience. That is why I plan to let him shadow me around the market for 2 years while I can still move about before he does his PhD. Andre said. Xia Fei rummaged through his spatial ring, pulled out 3 small bottles and placed them on the table. One was yellow in color, while the other 2 were blue. This is a gift from me to the 3 of you. Xia Fei pointed to the 3 small bottles and spoke to Wulong. The yellow one is for you, and it can increase your strength, allowing you to increase by an entire rank after you ingest it, though it would be a little painful. Xia Fei had a scowl on his face. He had a pervasive experience with Phantom's medicinal formulas, after all. The 2 blue bottles are gene optimization fluids for the 2 of you, Xia Fei said, facing Charlie and Andre. There was a silence in the plane for a good moment as Charlie, Andre and Wulong stared at him, bewildered. Gene optimization fluid. Charlie was still just a young boy, so he was a lot more impatient. You're gifting me a bottle of gene optimization fluid. That means I can be as fast as you if I were to drink it. That's not necessarily the case. Who knows what special ability you would get after unlocking your 7th brain region? Perhaps you would gain a rare special ability, Xia Fei explained. The 3 bottles had cost Xia Fei quite a bit of money, and they were all tailored for the 3 men using the best medicinal ingredients. Andre burst into tears in excitement. He would never have imagined that he would have a chance to unlock his 7th brain region despite his old age and become a special ability user. Wulong patted Xia Fei heavily on his shoulder. Bro. I don't have flowery words to say, but if you want me to do anything, I'll gladly do it. Even if you want me to behead myself, my last name would not be Wu if I say no. The jet slowly made its descent to the temporary airport in Central Australia. This was the reception area for the assessment, and all the candidates had to first report here before the staff would escort them into the actual venue. Xia Fei bade farewell to Wulong, Andre and Charlie, and made his way to the reception hall. Due to the spatial ring that he wore on his finger, Xia Fei had no need to carry any luggage on him, merely carrying a medium-sized shoulder bag. The reception hall was round-shaped, made out of special boards that were snow-white in color, covering a total area of several tens of thousands square meters. A red spherical ball was fitted above, and from afar, it looked like it was a globe. The vast majority of candidates for this assessment came from distant stars. As these candidates who had come from afar would often arrive a few days earlier out of prudence, so there were not too many people in the hall right now, roughly numbering around 500 to 600. Upon arriving at the hall, a blonde-haired beauty in her 20s received Xia Fei with an adjudicator union's crest pinned on her chest, indicating she was a 4-star silver adjudicator. Are you here to participate in the assessment? The blonde woman asked icily with a grim tone in her words. Xia Fei approached the woman with a slight smile. My name is Xia Fei, registration number 70563. The blonde woman had a handheld AI computer in her hands that she entered Xia Fei's registration number into it, which promptly displayed Xia Fei's full details. You're a native candidate? She asked, somewhat surprised. Xia Fei nodded but did not say anything further. Follow me, there's another native candidate who arrived not too long ago as well. Xia Fei followed the woman to the front desk to retrieve a slim watch. It was white in color, and while it looked like a watch, the projected screen did not show the time. There were only 3 buttons on it, and it had with Xia Fei's name and registration number engraved on it. This watch is used for communication and positioning. Wearing it will let us know your position, and whether you've violated any rules, as well as your physical condition. If anything were to happen, you could also get in touch with the command through the call function. Please put it on yourself right now. Xia Fei put on the watch on his right hand, and suddenly, the device automatically clipped onto his wrist, not disengaging no matter what he did to it. You need to wear that watch until the end of the assessment. We'll help you take it off when that time comes, so until then, there's no way for you to take it off on your own no matter what happens. Of course, there's no way for you to take it off as long as you don't break your wrist, the blonde-haired woman explained. After briefing him on the assessment rules, the blonde woman led Xia Fei to the west corner of the hall and saw a 12 or 13 years old little girl standing next to a group of uncles and aunts. This girl wasn't even 1.5 m tall, and she was somewhat scrawny looking, wearing her black hair short that gave a very refreshing feel to her look. With a pair of big and clear eyes that seemed like they could speak volumes, her exquisite facial features made her appear very well-mannered. It was hard for anyone not to feel a sense of endearment toward her. A man with a large beard, who seemed to be in his 30s, was speaking to the girl. Xiao Yu, you need to bring glory to our Xiao family through this assessment. This is a gift from Dad to you. With that, the man handed her a stainless steel butterfly knife. The girl took the knife in her hand and very deftly played with it in her hands. The butterfly knife twirled and spun with great alacrity as if there were really a silver butterfly dancing in her hands. The girl smiled and brightly saying, "Thank you, Dad. Xiao Yu will surely do her best." Xia Fei was speechless and thought to himself, shouldn't little girls around her age be playing with Barbie dolls and watching Winnie the Pooh? Besides, what sort of father would give his own child a dagger as a gift? What a good girl! An old grandmother in her 60s was repeatedly ruffling that little girl's hair. "Granny has something for you as well, take a look." The granny pulled out a wooden square box and gave it to the little girl. The box was not particularly large in size, slightly smaller than a cigarette box, and its workmanship was incredibly intricate. Inside it is the venom from the Chinese copperhead snake. Apply it to your weapon, and as long as anyone were to be injured by it, it would be difficult for them to fight against their eventual demise. "So, do you like it?" the granny asked as she smiled. The little girl appeared to be very excited about the gift, her two hands hugging the box of venom as her mouth curled into a crescent-shaped smile. Xia Fei was experiencing a total mental breakdown, a father who gifted a knife, and a granny who bestowed a box of venom. Just what kind of family was it? That was when the blonde-haired beauty came to a halt in front of this crowd of people and turned to Xia Fei. "This is the other candidate native to Earth, I think you should get to know each other." Xia Fei looked around. There was nobody else around aside from the little girl and her family. All of a sudden, Xia Fei came to the realization. He pointed at the little girl and blurted, "You couldn't possibly be referring to her, are you?" Chapter 41, I want to stay with you. There was a passenger spacecraft that went back and forth like a busy bee between the reception hall and the assessment venue. Both Xia Fei and Suru Yu walked along the boarding aisle together, as Xiao Yu's family was behind, waving their arms repeatedly as they said their goodbyes. Xiao Yu was apparently very excited, a very moving smile appeared on her face as she turned back to wave back every few steps. Since she did not have a spatial ring, Xiao Yu's adolescent shoulders were carrying a huge mountaineering haversack. It was even much bigger than her frame, and anyone from behind would only see a bag swaying with difficulty. Xia Fei sighed, "Why don't you let me carry it?" He took the haversack off Xiao Yu's shoulder and held it in his hands. The haversack weighed up to 100 kilograms, but this weight was nothing to Xia Fei. His extended periods of cultivation and training had not only given him supersonic speed, but also the strength that far surpassed an average person. However, Xiao Yu only just had her 12th birthday. A 12-years-old little girl being able to carry that haversack was already a small miracle in itself, not to mention she would still be expected to carry it for the long journey ahead. At her age, girls should be staying at home playing video games and not participating in this sort of assessment where death could happen randomly. "Thank you." Xiao Yu used her handkerchief to wipe the sweat on her forehead, smiling sweetly to Xia Fei as she expressed her gratitude. Xia Fei nodded and stored the haversack in his spatial ring. Xiao Yu's bright eyes darted about, revealing an incredulous look on her face. She patted Xia Fei's body like a curious child, eager to learn where Xia Fei had hidden her haversack, even going as far as to search through his pockets. "Do you know magic?" Xiao Yu crooked her head to the side, curiously wondering aloud. Xia Fei held Xiao Yu's pale and delicate hand. "Let's go. You won't find it on me. I've already taken your haversack and transported it into another world." "Really?" Xiao Yu exclaimed. "What world is it?" Without a break, she began to ask about it curiously. "Are there monkeys there? Giant pandas?" Flashing their watches to the staff to verify that they were candidates for the assessment, Xia Fei and Xiao Yu boarded the spacecraft and located window seats for the flight ahead. Xiao Yu was very intrigued by the spacecraft, constantly looking in every direction, momentarily examining something to one side and then checking out in another direction after a while. The spacecraft had around 700 to 800 seats, yet there were barely a few dozen passengers on board. The spacecraft escaped gravity and flew off, as Xiao Yu peeked through the window and waved goodbye to her family. Soon after, the reception center turned in a small white dot on the ground, and that was when Xiao Yu finally sat back down in her seat, tossing the gifts that her family had given her on the floor as if she did not care for them. the excitement she had toward all these lethal presents was gone without a trace. Xiao Yu used her small hand to tug at the watch, her eyes gazing out the window as it revealed a hint of loneliness that someone her age should not be feeling. Xia Fei chuckled, "Xiaoyu, the gifts your family gave you are very special." Xiao Yu turned over to regard Xia Fei, looking somewhat pitiful. "Other kids would get dolls, games, but these are all the presents I have gotten ever since I was young. If it were not a knife, then it would be a gun, then there are all the poisons that my granny gives me, what am I supposed to do? I'm going to end up breaking their hearts if I tell them I don't like any of these gifts. As the only child in the family, I could not possibly disappoint, can I?" Xia Fei finally somewhat understood what was happening. It seemed like participating in this assessment was not Xiao Yu's own intentions, but her family's wishes. He used her finger to lightly tug at Xiao Yu's short hair. "Have you ever considered that perhaps your happiness might be more important than your family's wishes? You ought to live for yourself, not for anyone else." Xiao Yu knitted her eyebrows, her two hands vigorously waving left and right. "That's not right. My dad told me that being a human means being able to face your family and friends. Family and friends are more important than anything else in the world, taking on heavy responsibilities on their behalf. That is why Xiao Yu cannot disappoint my family, and I cannot bring despair to my friends either. There were very few people who would take on huge responsibilities for the sake of their friends, but there were plenty who were willing to stab their friends in the back." Xia Fei did not know how to explain Xiao Yu about the complexities of human relations, so all he could do was shrug his shoulders helplessly. The spacecraft landed somewhere in the rain shadow, as there were already 4 humongous spaceships settled there. These 4 spaceships appeared to be of the same style from the outside, squarish in shape with huge warp engine thrusters fitted at the back of the spaceship. It was designed in a black and gold colored structure, the outer shell bearing plenty of scratches, most likely the scars from colliding with space debris. The spaceship's huge bodies were several hundred meters tall, the length going for quite a few kilometers. It was hard not to feel quite shaken while standing in front of a spaceship that size. Xiao Yu hugged herself with her 2 arms, the look of excitement on her face was rather expected. These spaceships are really too spectacular. True. One day, I hope to own a spacecraft that could travel across the stars, Xia Fei boldly pronounced. Xiao Yu thought about it for a moment. "If you own a spaceship, can you bring me along to see the stars?" "Sure. Will you let me pilot it?" "Nope." Xiao Yu stuck her tongue out and did a silly face in response to this immediate rejection. Pressing the navigation button on their watches, Xia Fei and Xiao Yu walked toward one of the spaceships. As large as the spaceships were, the corridors inside seemed somewhat narrow and could only accommodate 3 people passing side by side. After taking dozens of turns and changing elevators for the 3rd time, Xia Fei and Xiao Yu finally arrived at the cabin floor that they were designated to bunk in. Were it not for the navigation system, they would have very easily ended up lost in these complex and messy corridors. Since Xia Fei and Xiao Yu had registered at the same time in the reception hall, they were both assigned the same level, and their rooms were very close to each other. Xia Fei escorted Xiao Yu into her cabin, and the moment he opened the door, Xia Fei furrowed his brow. There were 2 beds in the cabin, and on one of them lay a burly fellow. He was dark-skinned and all muscles, with what seemed like a lion tattooed on his arm. Even the smell of stinky feet was present in the cabin as if they had just stepped into a latrine rather than a cabin. It seemed like having smelly feet was not just something Earthlings had a license for, even aliens were no exceptions. Hearing someone enter, the burly man did not even turn his head over and continued snoring. The sound of his snores was akin to that of a water buffalo. Xiao Yu was pinching her nose as she exited the cabin, her movement supple and nimble. "I'm not going to stay with him. That guy stinks." Xiao Yu was fuming. Xia Fei was not comfortable with letting Xiao Yu share a room with that man either. Though Xiao Yu had just turned 12, she was still a woman, after all. The person in charge of assigning the cabins was too careless. How could they arrange for a little girl to share the same cabin with a grown man? A staff member from the adjudicator union happened to walk past from a distance, so Xia Fei stopped the man to explain the situation. The staff member only stayed in the room for a mere second before leaving visibly upset. It seemed like the man had been quite heavily assaulted by the smell from that burly fellow's stinky feet too. "I'm aware of this situation, and will immediately arrange for a new room for this candidate," the staff said very readily. "Give Xiao Yu a room with another woman. It's not convenient to have a man and a woman staying together," Xia Fei added. "I don't want that." Xiao Yu had grabbed hold of Xia Fei's arm and was already bobbing her head side to side. I want to stay with big brother Xia Fei. Chapter 42, Start of the Assessment. Night descended. Xiao Yu had already fallen asleep, though Xia Fei was still tossing and turning in his bed, unable to do the same. Wearing his combat suit, Xia Fei pushed open the door and headed out, wanting to familiarize himself with the environment around the assessment venue. There were quite a number of candidates out in the clearing beyond the spaceships, and these people were all huddled up in groups of 2 or 3 chatting with each other, or just sparring with one another. The next day was the day of the assessment, and it seemed like Xia Fei was not the only one who had trouble falling asleep. Xia Fei ran 100 kilometers in a single breath with his feet flying, arriving upon an earthy mound that looked relatively quieter than anywhere else, as there was hardly anyone around. Getting into stance, Xia Fei practiced his crafty thrust twice under the moonlight, when he suddenly heard a loud bout of music from the foothills not too far away. The music was melodious, occasionally peaking like tall mountains and waxing like a flowing river, at times soft and light like a cloud floating along with a whispering breeze. It sounded like it came from a flute, yet the sound was a lot heavier than that of a flute, as if he were listening to a memory from a long time ago. When the touching melody filled his ears, he could not help but feel intoxicated from it. Xia Fei knelt on the ground and lit up a cigarette as he quietly listened to it. The music stopped after a while, and Xia Fei, enraptured from what he had heard, could not help but applaud when it ended. "Who's there?" a cold female voice asked uneasily. Xia Fei felt it sounded somewhat familiar, but he could not put a finger on who she could be at that moment. "No one," Xia Fei casually said, but immediately regretted doing so. What kind of answer was that? If there wasn't anyone around, who the heck was I? Whoosh! Instantaneously, a woman appeared right in front of Xia Fei, her speed much faster than him. It was at least over 1000 m/s, so she must also be a speed ability user. The woman was wearing an adjudicator union uniform, her blonde hair looking extra pretty under the moonlight. Her figure had curves in all the right places, especially that pair of long and slender legs that looked like 2 white lotus roots. Anyone who saw them would wish to feel them. Xia Fei could make out her face in the sparse moonlight. She turned out to be that 4-star adjudicator who received Xia Fei and Xiao Yu earlier, Ye Ziohan. "Oh, it's you," Ye Ziohan said. "No wonder your Earth is designated as a 0.5 civilization. Do you not know that eavesdropping on someone playing on the sky flute is extremely impolite?" Her voice was still as cold as ever, but it was unlike the impression she gave off in the day, which kept people at bay for thousands of miles. Xia Fei flashed a faint smile as he stood there, brushing the dirt off his hands. "I swear on heaven's conscience, but I really had no intention of eavesdropping. I had merely chanced upon it." Ye Ziohan saw the Windshade Mark IV combat suit that Xia Fei was wearing and was suddenly stunned, her eyes turning a little moist. She immediately took 2 steps forward and was now right in front of Xia Fei, repeatedly stroking Xia Fei's body with her slender and elegant hand. Xia Fei felt very awkward, so all he could do was stand there as he let the beauty wantonly explore his body. Although the social mores between men and women were becoming more liberal in this day and age, Ye Ziohan had immediately started touching him without saying a word when they met. Xia Fei found this somewhat unbearable. After all, he was still a man, and he was more than functional in the areas that matter. Xia Fei could feel his blood begin to pump as his body struggled to release the heat that was building up, making it hard for him to remain still. TL note, I am not apologizing for this pun. He secretly began to use his breath control technique, allowing him to become silent, so his brain would also calm down along with it. His impulse finally relaxed after going through several cycles of this. But he couldn't continue to be caressed in such a manner like this. Xia Fei pondered if he should reciprocate, hence his 2 hands reached out toward Ye Ziohan, aiming to place them on her supple and round hips. Whoosh! Ye Ziohan sensed Xia Fei's irregular motion, and like a startled rabbit, she immediately retreated several dozen meters away, no longer regarding Xia Fei in a friendly manner. Xia Fei's 2 hands were still awkwardly suspended in mid-air, so he stretched them out, stating rather blandly, "Tonight's moon is so round." Ye Ziohan had originally prepared to bristle with rage, but she quickly realized how a lady like her had just spent a good while touching Xia Fei's body and also realized that it was hardly acceptable. It would be impossible for any man to not have any wild thoughts from that. Xia Fei also held himself from doing anything further, which showed that the teen wasn't bad-natured, while she had been the one acting frivolously. With that last thought in mind, she could feel her cheeks flush like 2 beautiful peach blossoms. "How did you get a hold of that combat suit?" Ye Ziohan asked gravely. I bought it. I couldn't have possibly stolen it, right? But you're just a citizen from a 0.5 civilization planet. How were you able to afford such an expensive combat suit? Ye Ziohan asked as she knitted her eyebrows. Xia Fei was speechless. It was not easy to explain this question of hers. Tell her that he had sold poems to earn his fortune? That would be inappropriate. The original copyright of those poems did not belong to him, after all, so it was better to keep a low profile on this. Say that this was the haul he got after exploring the Atlantis civilization? That would not be good either. The Atlanteans had animosity with some unknown cosmic powerhouse, disclosing it he might find himself being dragged down along with it. So what if I'm from a 0.5 civilization planet? Who set the rule that people from a 0.5 civilization planet have to be paupers? I bought this combat suit several days ago from the masterpiece auction. You can check for yourself if you don't believe me, Xia Fei said. He had simply dodged the question of his funds directly, changing the topic by revealing where he had gotten his Windshade Mark IV as proof of his legitimate ownership. Masterline Auction was fairly renowned in the Enderostar region, so Ye Ziohan had heard of it as well. Seeing how calm Xia Fei appeared when he said that, she also accepted that Xia Fei was a wealthy individual from his backward planet as a fact. That combat suit is very valuable, so you better look out for yourself. Ye Ziohan looked at the familiar suit on Xia Fei longingly as he offered that line icily. She then disappeared into the boundless night. Her speed was extremely fast, almost like a passing light. Xia Fei was a little vexed as he looked down at his thighs. Damn! I've actually been taken advantage of by her. A dark cloud seemingly floated across the sky from out of nowhere, covering the originally bright moonlight of the night. The black cloud roiled as if it were about to rain. After having been teased by Ye Ziohan for no reason, Xia Fei was no longer in the mood to continue his training, so he made his way back to his cabin. Just as Xia Fei departed, a figure slowly paced out from the shadowy parts of the foothill. He had been hiding there the whole time, and neither Xia Fei nor Ye Ziohan had even sensed his presence. This man was approximately 24 years old, and the handsome mug on his face had turned nasty from his rage. It was unclear what he was mumbling under his breath, but it seemed vulgar and expletive. Boom! A fist of his violently slammed into the side of the hill as an over 1 meter deep hole was left in that originally flat surface, causing countless rocks and dirt to scatter all over. Early in the morning, before the sun had not yet fully risen, the speakers in the spaceship began to make a series of announcements. Candidates participating in this crisis grade assessment, please take note. Head out and gather by the clearing outside within 30 minutes, and this assessment will promptly begin. A cold and mechanical electronic voice could be heard, which Xia Fei felt contained the same coldness as Ye Ziohan's voice. He shook his head and sat up on his bed. But he soon laid back down, huddling under the covers for quite some time before finally getting out of the bed when safe. Xia Fei had a habit of sleeping in the nude, and while that did not usually matter, today, he was sharing a cabin with a little girl. He could only tug on Xiao Yu's hand and made their way off the spaceship after a full 40 minutes had passed. Mingling in with the crowd, Xia Fei had only spent 1 minute washing his face and brushing his teeth, while Xiao Yu had hogged the remainder of the time. Xia Fei was helpless to this as well. All he knew was that there were women who needed to dress themselves up over and over again, and that was a very troublesome matter. Who would have thought that the trouble that the 12-year-old girl Xiao Yu would not be any different from those women? She needed to wash her face and use the facial cleanser twice with the moisturizer and sunscreen. There was even a whole section of creams that Xia Fei could not even pronounce that she used, making it seem like she was opening a skincare exhibition. Xiao Yu's figure was already vaguely showing some signs of puberty, and adding to the fact that she already had a pretty face, she would most definitely become the type who would bring about disaster to her country when she becomes older. After looking around his surroundings, Xia Fei realized that the spaceship had already left their original base camp and had relocated to a completely foreign land. There were boundless hills to the east and the endless desert to the west. To the north was the flat and arid rain shadow, while to the south were piles of boulders and scattered huge rock formations. A rough estimation of the number of candidates present would come up to be around 80,000–100,000, and a large proportion of these numbers had formed groups together, most likely hailing from the same planet or the same clan. The largest groups almost amounted to 1,000, while the small ones only had 3 to 5 members. Everyone was holding onto all sorts of weapons, an imposing sight to behold. There was most definitely no team out there that only consisted of a teen holding a child's hand like Xia Fei among these groups. Xia Fei furrowed his brow slightly. If the candidates with similar backgrounds were to work together, they were bound to be a force to be reckoned with. Conversely, he was by himself, bringing along a little girl of unknown strength with him. They would be at a clear disadvantage if they were to run into these large groups, so they must avoid such situations. Even if they wanted to make the first move, they must pick on the candidates who hadn't yet joined any group. That was when an approximately 24 years old young man standing atop a spaceship swept his gaze throughout the throng of candidates on the ground. He was wearing a neat uniform with an affable smile, exuding the sense of trustworthiness to others. "Everyone, settle down. I am the chief examiner of this crisis grade assessment, Xia Fei. I'm here to inform everyone of the rules regarding the first round of this assessment," Xia Fei loudly declared to the crowd. All the candidates raised their heads up to look at him, and Xia Fei seemed to be really enjoying having others look up to him like this, intentionally pausing for several minutes before continuing. "We will be eliminating 99% of all the candidates in this first round." The crowd began to clamor. A 99% elimination rate was evidently making a lot of the candidates uneasy, and Xia Fei's eyes flicked around slightly, relishing the look of panic from the candidates. He suddenly realized that watching others grapple in agony was a very interesting occurrence. There are 1,000 tokens that would grant you access to the next round in the hills to the east. Candidates who manage to get a hold of these tokens would be able to participate in the second round happening in 10 days. The duration for this first round is 7 days, and the surrounding 3 million square kilometers of land is your battlefield. Your special watches provided for this assessment would indicate to you the area of operation for this round. If you leave this zone, we'll immediately disqualify you. You may use any means possible for this round, even killing your opponents outright. Remember, only people who are still holding the tokens after 7 days will have the chance to become an adjudicator. Alright. The first round of the Adjudicator Union's Crisis Grade Assessment officially starts now. The moment Xia Fei's voice stopped, an earth-shattering sound suddenly erupted from the 4 huge spaceships as they lifted up to the sky. The ensuing gale caused the sand to whip up and dance in the wind. The candidates on the ground were all in a state of disarray, covering their eyes with their hands to avoid the sandstorm from assaulting them. By the time the sandstorm subsided, the candidates suddenly realized that a good portion of them was already gone. Tens of thousands of candidates finally realized what had happened as they began to sprint out to the east, where the tokens were hidden. Everyone was on high alert against each other when the assessment first started, so no one made any move on each other. Soon after, the super powerful candidates started to clear out the weaker candidates. After all, these were all enemies, and killing an extra person would only increase their own chances of winning. These killings swiftly spread, finally transforming into a deranged massacre after several minutes had passed. There were stumps of broken bones and mutilated carcasses left behind everywhere as the teams passed, blood collecting into a flowing river. In a blink of an eye, the beautiful Australia had descended into chaos. But at this time, Xia Fei and Xiao Yu were nowhere to be found among the crowd of candidates. Actually, when Xia Fei heard Xia Fei explain the details regarding the first round of the assessment, he took several seconds to make a judgment call. He then utilized the chaos from the spaceships taking off to immediately implement the plan that he had come up with, without even a moment's hesitation. His quick decision-making and subsequent execution of the plan he had in mind without wavering once would have invited an involuntary sigh of admiration even from some powerful experts out there. After all, this extraordinary analytical ability Xia Fei had demonstrated was not something everyone possessed, and even if someone had such an ability, they might not have the guts to make such an immediate decision. That was why by the time the massacre was in full swing, Xia Fei and Xiao Yu were already dozens of kilometers away from it. Xia Fei hugged Xiao Yu, a thick overcoat wrapped over Xiao Yu's body, protecting her from getting hurt from the powerful incoming gust. His legs maintained a 100 mph speed throughout, running at such a speed maximized Xia Fei's endurance, so he should have no issues running at this speed for several hours if needed. Big brother Xia Fei, the tokens we need to get to the next round is in the east, why are we going north? Xiao Yu was hiding behind that overcoat, asking Xia Fei, nonplussed. Looking back and catching a glimpse of the hills to the east slowly get further away, the corners of Xia Fei's mouth turned in a strange arc. Keek, east? That's where all the fools will be headed. Chapter 43, Robbery. Xia Fei kept his speed at 100 mph, maintaining a steady pace as he leaned his body forward about 10 degrees, keeping his center of gravity a bit forward. This posture was the most suitable for long-distance running, as it significantly reduced the amount of energy needed to keep running. The rain shadow area was vast, and due to the aridity over time, the yellow earth beneath his feet had cracked into pieces, and there was even a layer of yellow sand accumulated on it. A series of yellow sand clouds and footprints were left behind as Xia Fei ran through at high speed. Fortunately, the rain shadows were windy all year round, and the dust and dirt that got swept would quickly cover up his trail, leaving no traces behind. After about 1.5 hours had passed, Xia Fei began feeling a sense of heaviness creeping up his legs as if they were being filled with lead. His breathing had also become short and rapid. His face was now sweating profusely, as he already reached the limit of his endurance. In front of him was a fissure about a meter deep and approximately 50 to 60 meters wide. There were plenty of withering shrubberies and wild grasses growing in the fissure's opening, and it would have been impossible to notice had he not been close enough. Xia Fei contemplated this for a while and carried Xiao Yu and jumped right into that fissure. Putting her down, Xia Fei sat by the side and wiped his sweat. He retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from his spatial ring and twisted the cap off one and drank it all down as he handed another to Xiao Yu. After an hour and a half of high-speed running, Xia Fei's heart rate and blood pressure were already reaching their highest point, so it was reasonable to say that he should not immediately eat or drink, but the thirst and hunger he was feeling made it impossible for him to care about such matters. Xia Fei then retrieved 5 cans of canned beef from his spatial ring along with 2 cartons of vacuum-sealed milk and 2 apples. He sat on the ground, took big bites of everything, directly shoving down the meat inside the can as if he were a famished lion. Xiao Yu had been cradled in Xia Fei's arms the entire journey and had barely expended much of her strength during the journey. Besides, girls had much smaller appetites, so all she ate was an apple and a few gulps of milk, and she was done. "Are you still drinking the milk?" Xia Fei asked as he took a large bite of the beef. Xiao Yu shook her head, her eyes not even blinking once as she stared at Xia Fei ravenously eating everything. The way he was eating looked very unsightly, but Xiao Yu felt rather happy watching him, secretly snickering to herself as she sat opposite him. Xia Fei took that half carton of milk Xiao Yu had left and poured it into his mouth until the last drop of milk dripped down his stomach, only then did Xia Fei have enough as he wiped his mouth with the corner of his sleeve. "The weather is too hot, so it's best to finish an opened carton of milk as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will spoil," Xia Fei explained to Xiao Yu. Xia Fei calculated the food he had remaining in his spatial ring and figured that he should have just enough to last 7 days. Considering that it was very difficult to replenish food and water supply in this vast wasteland, running out of food was still barely fine, but their survival rate would be greatly reduced if they were to run out of water. Xia Fei decided to reserve 2 days' worth of food as emergency rations, so he was only feeling half full after that meal. If he truly gorged himself properly, he was afraid that the food he had brought might not even last 3 days. Xia Fei's spatial ring even had some precious medicinal ingredients that could replenish his physical strength, but this was only the first round of the assessment. Xia Fei had planned to save these precious medicinal ingredients for the most critical moments. Xia Fei ignored the dust and dirt on the ground and simply laid down and looked up at the sky, hoping to get a short rest. He was swiftly digesting the food he had just consumed and quickly turning it into energy inside him. Xia Fei's ability to digest and absorb nutrients was rather frightening. Even if he were eating a piece of rock, he would also be able to ingest all the calcium in it. Xiao Yu used one hand to shade her eyes as she asked Xia Fei, "Why are we here and not in the east, searching for the token we need to get to the next round? How are we going to take part in the second round without the token?" Xia Fei pulled out a stick of hung tashan from his pocket and lit it up, taking several puffs of it. Smoking in such an arid environment would leave the smoker parched. The strong taste of tobacco had caused Xia Fei's throat to turn dry and somewhat itchy. There are close to 100,000 candidates this time. What will happen when these candidates head to the east to seize 1,000 tokens? Xia Fei puffed out a smoke ring and asked. Xiao Yu wrinkled her forehead and thought about it. They would surely fight, perhaps spilling blood or even killing others in the process. "If you got a hold of a token while in the northern foothills, what would you do?" Xia Fei asked again. "I would run away immediately, of course. If those people were to see me holding the token, they would most definitely come after me to snatch it, and I won't be willing to hand it over." Xiao Yu was tugging on her cheek with one hand even as she gave her answer. By now, Xia Fei's strength had more or less returned to normal. He sat up and used his finger to delicately brush Xiao Yu's little nose as he said, "That's right. The first thing the other candidates would do upon acquiring a token would be to flee the battlefield to find a safe spot to hide until the first round is over. That is why we didn't go searching for the token but came here instead." Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly brightened as she said with a crafty expression, "Big brother Xia Fei, you're so wicked. You're not going to search for a token yourself, but you're gonna hide here and wait for them to come to you, snatching away their token the moment they come by and take it for yourself. Xia Fei used his hand to rub Xiao Yu's head lightly. Now you understand. Rather than to fight it out with 100,000 people for the tokens, why not stay here and wait for them to come to us? We'll grab one when it crosses our path. Xia Fei was not the fierce General Zhang Fei or Marshal Yu Fei. He was of moderate strength out of all the candidates in this assessment, so hoping to escape the chaotic fight among 100,000 candidates would be easier said than done. That was why he had secretly planned to set up an ambush and avoid the main battlefield. This was a wise choice, and also Xia Fei's only option. Xiao Yu crooked her head to the side, and quite a few barely visible wrinkles could be seen on her forehead. If you wish to rob someone of their token, why not choose to go to the south? There are plenty of huge boulders there, won't you be more concealed hiding there? The desert region to the north would work too. With all the sand dunes at varying height, it would be so much easier to hide there as well. This terrain we're now in is far too open, and anyone could see dozens of miles with a single glance, making it really easy to spot us from a distance. Xiao Yu could already think of so many problems in such a short time, and every one of them was reasonable and fair. Xia Fei was slightly taken aback by this as he unhurriedly explained, with more than 100,000 candidates, we can't be the only one who had come up with such a plan. If we were to hide in the rocky formations or desert region, we would likely bump into the others who plan to rob people as well. When that happens, an unnecessary confrontation would inevitably occur. Xiao Yu repeatedly nodded, looking at Xia Fei with eyes filled with admiration. I understand now, big brother Xia Fei. But why do we have to run out so far away? What are we going to do if none of the candidates come out here? Xiao Yu, how far will you hide if you manage to get a hold of a token? Xia Fei asked. Of course, I would want to be as far away as possible. I wouldn't want to get caught, Xiao Yu answered. The little girl immediately realized what she had just said and excitedly exclaimed, oh yeah, those candidates who are afraid of others stealing away their tokens would definitely wish to hide as far away as possible, which is why we only have to patiently wait here for someone to show up. Now that Xia Fei was done resting, he leaped out from the fissure and began to set traps around the area. He dug a little pit and buried small and portable mechanical devices he retrieved from his spatial ring and tossed another completely different contraption over in some nearby bushes. With that fissure as the center, Xia Fei had covered 50 square kilometers of the area with plenty of mechanical devices that he had previously prepared. Each of the devices' location was perfectly calculated and measured by Xia Fei meticulously, like a veteran hunter putting up his own traps. Xia Fei took a long while before he finished his grand blueprint and returned to his hiding spot in the fissure. Xiao Yu had dozed off leaning up against the side at the moment, her lips somewhat white and cracked due to the dryness. When she saw Xia Fei return, she rubbed her eyes and sat up, flashing a sweet smile at Xia Fei before she licked her lips with her tongue, not at all complaining about the hardship they were experiencing. Xia Fei pulled a bottle of mineral water from his spatial ring and handed it to her. But he did not have a drink himself, as ensuring they have a water supply was most important. Xia Fei needed to be strict with his daily water ration to ensure there was enough water to keep them alive. Xiao Yu, may I use the venom that your granny gave you? Xia Fei asked. Sure. But Granny's venom had been specially blended by her, so it's very venomous. You need to be very careful handling it, Xiao Yu nodded and said, what do you intend to do with it? Xia Fei lifted his head and looked up above. The sky was getting darker, and there were more and more dark clouds gathering, looking like a destructive storm was about to descend. I want to prepare a gift for them, Xia Fei chuckled. This gift would be even more perfect if a heavy downpour were to happen. All of a sudden. Shalala! The two of them heard a scuttling sound that seemed to be coming from every direction around them, as more and more gathered. The sound was small and sharp, which gave people goosebumps. Xia Fei fixed his eyes on his surroundings and could not help but break out in cold sweat. Chapter 44, Scorpion Swarm Dancing. Australia was in the southern hemisphere, and right now, it was summer in Australia, where the temperature during the day would often reach over 40 degrees Celsius. With such high temperatures, not just humans, but even several animals would have difficulty dealing with it. Here in the rain shadow lived a species of large black scorpion, and the body of this species was over 20 centimeters long with a completely black exoskeleton, their sharp tail stingers raised high up in the air. The venom of the black scorpion was extremely potent. Just 0.1 milliliter was all it took to kill a cow. A sting from them would most likely be fatal to any human. What was even more concerning was the fact that these black scorpions were social creatures. They would gather in hundreds and thousands together and attack as a swarm the moment they discovered a prey. Not only small creatures like sand mice or insects, but even large animals like kangaroos and ostriches would become delicious delicacies to them. Capable of mounting such a ferocious assault, even the indigenous natives in Australia respectfully kept their distance from them. These black scorpions would lie just below the ground during the day, protecting themselves from the sun. They would then wait until the nightfall as they would swarm out, searching for prey in groups. The fissure where Xia Fei and Xiao Yu were hiding happened to be their nest. When the sun set, these black scorpions all began to pop out from the loose sand and dirt, innumerable and shining all black. These black scorpions charged towards Xia Fei and Xiao Yu with their tails aloft, looking like they were about to attack. The stingers on their tails constantly rattled as they emitted a sharp whisper, just like a rattlesnake. Xia Fei had broken out in cold sweat from the shock. He did not have the time to think any further as he grabbed Xiao Yu with his right hand and exerted his two legs. He leaped out of the almost 1 meter deep fissure with a whoosh and dashed out a distance well over 100 meters. The instant Xia Fei had leaped out from the fissure, countless scorpions suddenly began waving their stingers, pouncing where Xia Fei previously stood. This was a critical situation. If Xia Fei's reaction had been even a second slower, he would have turned into dinner for these scorpions. The scorpions did not manage to catch Xia Fei, so they followed and climbed out from the fissure, getting into position once more to jump at Xia Fei again. They were being aggressive, having adopted a stance where they seemed to refuse to give up until they had killed Xiao Yu and Xia Fei. Xia Fei had no intention of entangling these scorpions in the first place, but he suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to test his Beast Spirit Codex. He had just cultivated to the first stage of the Beast Spirit Codex, but he had yet to get a chance to test out its effect. The first stage of Beast Spirit Codex allowed the user to establish initial communication with animals. So while he was unable to control or tame these animals, he could at least protect himself and his companions from being attacked by exotic beasts. On that note, Xia Fei used his hand to push Xiao Yu. "Quick, run away and don't look back." Xiao Yu had lived together with a granny who loved rearing all sorts of poisonous creatures and had come in contact with plenty of scorpions, centipedes, and other such creatures. But this was the first time she had seen such a large swarm of scorpions, and it was hard for her to not be somewhat scared. Xia Fei shouted to snap her out of her daze as she obediently turned around and ran rearward. Since she had been practicing all sorts of martial arts since she was young, Xiao Yu's speed was much more outstanding than her peers, and she was able to clear several hundred meters very quickly. She continued to run as she looked back, quite concerned with what Xia Fei was doing. Xia Fei activated his first stage Beast Spirit Codex as his eyes suddenly shone brightly. His eyesight sharpened as if he was transmitting some cryptic message. The Beast Spirit Codex contained the two major techniques, ocular cognition and telepathy. Xia Fei was using the ocular cognition technique right now. Unleashing his ocular cognition to interfere with the exotic beasts would cause even greater confusion in these beasts. As Xia Fei had yet to successfully cultivate the even more powerful telepathy technique, he was unable to use it for this encounter. Xia Fei's sharp gaze enveloped this swarm of scorpions, and that was when something miraculous happened. These scorpions somewhat hesitated as they came to a stop, stunned, uncertain what they should do. There were even some adolescent scorpions that looked like they were intoxicated, swaying and rocking as they spun in circles. Xia Fei felt a burst of glee. He never would have thought the effect of the Beast Spirit Codex would be so strong, inwardly making the decision to increase his cultivation in the Beast Spirit Codex the next chance he got. If he could successfully cultivate to the third stage and grasp telepathy, not only would he be able to take on these low-tier creepy crawlies, even the wild exotic beasts across the universe could be calmly dealt with. Ocular cognition consumed plenty of energy, so it was not suitable for extended use. Now that Xia Fei had achieved his goal of using the Beast Spirit Codex, he withdrew his gaze before turning tail as he swiftly dashed away. Meanwhile, the scorpions took quite a while before they regained their senses. By then, Xia Fei had already picked up Xiao Yu and disappeared into the dark night, so there was no way they could track them down. With this experience, Xia Fei had an added layer of understanding toward the rain shadow region. He took a right and circled around the scorpion swarm, ending up somewhere with plenty of tall grass patches and shrubs around. Each patch of grass was roughly 100 meters apart, and there were clumps of yellowing weeds that filled this area of about a dozen square kilometers. These resilient weeds had a tenacious vitality, and the arid rain shadow couldn't stop them from growing, and not only did they survive, but they had also even grown to be as tall as the height of humans. Xia Fei had learned from his lesson just now and carefully observed his surroundings several times. After he chased away the snakes and sand mice nearby, Xia Fei found a spot in the denser vegetation and set Xiao Yu down for the rest of the night. Next, Xia Fei set up traps and contraptions all around this patch of vegetation again. Since there was a swarm of venomous scorpions near that fissure, he had no choice but to temporarily give those up, thus relegating it to be a backup plan instead. Xia Fei spent a whole night setting up a large number of his mechanical devices again. After having their breakfast, Xia Fei and Xiao Yu hid within the vegetation and silently waited for their prey to arrive. At this time, a whole day had already passed in this first round of the crisis grade assessment. The sky was overcast, though the downpour that Xia Fei had been looking forward to had yet to happen. Hexstar, Enduro Star Region, Heaven Execution Training Camp's headquarters. The crisis grade assessment held in the distant Earth was being heavily watched by the entire Star Region, and the people in Heaven Execution Training Camp was no exception. Yejing Shan was currently seated in his spacious office, watching the video signal from Earth. Aside from being able to keep track of moves of every candidate through the watch they wore, everything they did during the course of this assessment was also all recorded and stored in a secret file. Yejing Shan turned 59 this year, but he was as healthy, robust, and extraordinarily heroic as ever. Just like his daughter Yezio Han, Yejing Shan's expression was cold and emotionless. If Yezio Han's coldness was compared to a snow-covered lake that would ultimately have a day when it would thaw, Yejing Shan would be a 10,000 years old iceberg, where even the hottest day would not be able to melt his iciness. Yejing Shan was a legendary character in Enduro Star Region. He had once served in the capacity as a deputy department chief of the Adjudicator Union Headquarters Task Department, holding an important position that wielded great authority, ranking within the top 100 chiefs within the Union. But Yejing Shan had actually left the headquarters indignantly over some unknown matter while he was at the peak of his career. After abandoning his future, he took up the mantle as a battalion commander of the small Heaven Execution Training Camp in the far-off Enduro Star region for reasons that no one could explain. While he no longer had his post, his prestige remained. Logically speaking, his current position was an entire grade lower to President Robert. Yet, Robert was extremely courteous every time they met, even going so far as to be somewhat deferential to Yejing Shan. The other colleagues in the Union treated him with greater admiration as well, and no one dared to snub him in the slightest. Meanwhile, the renown of Enduro Star Region's Heaven Execution Training Camp had increased under his command in this past decade. In fact, it was now even comparable to some of the training camps belonging to mid-tier developed star regions from the Alliance. Scenes were being flicked through quickly on that projected display, the scenes filled with candidates fighting and slaughtering, bloody and gory. Yejing Shan was shaking his head non-stop as if he was very dissatisfied with the assessment candidates this time. He tapped his finger lightly, and the display changed to show the 2D map of the venue. All of a sudden, his eyes sparkled slightly, his face revealing a puzzled expression. The display showed several red dots glowing, each of the dots representing a candidate, and when the dots vanished, it meant a candidate had died. Essentially all the candidates were surrounding the area where the tokens were dropped, killing and vying for possession, yet 2 dots were far away from this area, all alone in the remote north. The candidates that these 2 glowing red dots represented were exactly Xia Fei and Xiao Yu. Yejing Shan got curious, could these 2 have no intention of clearing the first round? Why do they need to be hiding so far away? Yejing Shan tapped the display again as he began to watch Xia Fei's assessment recording from the beginning of the assessment. As the scenes continued, Yejing Shan's face actually revealed a rare smile. The moment he saw Xia Fei setting up his trap in the dusty rain shadow, Yejing Shan's expression once more changed into uncertainty. Yejing Shan had never seen those tiny devices that Xia Fei was deploying. Could it be some advanced new weapon? He entered the images of the devices into the computer to search, and the answer he got left him uncertain as he wondered if he should laugh or cry. This kid's very interesting. To think he would use something like this and set up a trap with them. I have to give him credit for even coming up with this. After rubbing his chin to contemplate for a while, Yejing Shan suddenly cried out loud in realization, what a good plan. Truly a great plan indeed. That was when a series of knocks rang out from his door, a slow but very composed thumping. Yejing Shan's expression immediately reverted back to his usual icy cold countenance and barked out solemnly, come in. An elderly man in his 60s opened the door and walked in with a smile. This person was chubby like a ball, with a distinct mustache above his lips. His skin was pristine and white like a lady's, and that beaming smile he showed was evidently friendly. This person was the supervisor of the Tactical Command Training Division, Chu Xiangji. The Command Training Division nurtured plenty of commanders and tactical officers for the Union. Many of the core leadership in the Union had once been taught by the Command Training Division. That was why the Command Training Division had a very important standing within the training camp, second only to the internal division that trained elite fighters. Chu Xiangji closed the door behind him and stood before Ye Jingshan with a look of excitement. Ye Jingshan pointed to the chair opposite him, gesturing to him to take a seat. Chu Xiangji sat down and excitedly said, "Battalion Commander Ye, I discovered a very interesting candidate in this crisis grade assessment, as I'm planning to specially recruit this person for the Command Training Division." "Oh." Ye Jingshan remained as impassive as ever as he asked, "Who could this candidate be? It can't be those descendants from the influential families and clans, right?" Chu Xiangji repeatedly shook his head. "Those guys only know how to rely on their background of simply being rich, having powerful equipment and lackeys, intending to overpower other candidates through all these advantages so they can get a spot in the training camp. I despise such people. No, this candidate I've got is very interesting. He actually ran all the way out to the north where there is barely anyone and set up traps, intending to wait for the candidates with tokens to come forth and rob them of it. The north is the best location for an ambush, and his ability to analyze and make this decision could be considered outstanding out of all the candidates in this batch. Furthermore, he is only 17 years old. I believe he has the qualifications to join the Command Training Division and study battle stratagems. Battalion Commander Ye, do you know what devices that candidate used for his trap? I nearly died laughing when I found out." Chu Xiangji seemed to completely disregard that he was seated in front of the cold and famous Ye Jingshan, already chortling with laughter in his seat. Ye Jingshan was not the least bit frustrated with how disrespectful Chu Xiangji acted. This was essentially his personality, always cheerful and laughing wherever he went. Ye Jingshan would not be able to get angry with this man even if he wanted to. Ye Jingshan pushed a button on his computer and projected the screen onto the room. "You must be referring to this candidate." Chu Xiangji glanced at the display and chuckled, "Indeed, that earthling kid, Xia Fei." Ye Jingshan nodded. "This candidate's ability to analyze and make decisions is indeed decent. I have been paying attention to him as well, and sending him to your Command Training Division to study tactics would not be a bad arrangement. If you've decided, type out a special enrollment report to me. I won't have any objections to it." The rules were not inflexible. Though it had been stated that only the top 3 candidates would be able to obtain the credentials to join Heaven Execution Training Camp. However, the fact remained that there would always be a small portion of candidates with great talents every crisis grade assessment that would catch the eye of the various division supervisors, and they would end up being specially recruited to directly join Heaven Execution Training Camp. Every supervisor had a special enrollment quota of a single individual every year, allowing them to exempt a candidate they had specially chosen from the assessment and grant them immediate enrollment to the training camp. To limit the number of such special enrollment cases, the training camp had stipulated that if the special enrollment candidate failed to be up to standard after the 5-year study period, the supervisor who made the special enrollment report would be punished. They would also lose the privilege to do a special enrollment for 3 years. For this chubby supervisor Chu Xiangji to be willing to use his special enrollment right on Xia Fei, it could be seen just how much he admired Xia Fei's performance. After all, something as important as this special enrollment did not just affect his post but also related to his reputation. No supervisor would wish to be known as someone who lacked vision and judgment. "Don't you worry, Battalion Commander Ye. I, Chubby Chu, have yet to judge anyone wrongly. I'll head off and type the report to get this Xia Fei kid. It wouldn't be good if anyone were to harm him, though. People hailing from the Command Training Division relied on our brains and wouldn't pay attention to fighting and killing," Chu Xiangji replied, quite pleased with what he just said. He got up from the seat with his chubby body with great difficulty, just as an urgent knock on the door sounded. Ye Jingshan furrowed his brow. He knew from the sound of that knock that the one behind the door must be the Exotic Beast Division supervisor, Ma Jian. Ma Jian was a very outstanding beast tamer, and he was also a brutishly straightforward man who was unsophisticated with his words. He would always do everything in a rush and was completely opposite of Chu Xiangji. One was slow and unbelievably crafty, while the other was carefree and did not sweat the small details. These were the 2 supervisors who gave Ye Jingshan the most headaches. "Come on in." Ye Jingshan shouted toward the door. Just as those words left his throat, Ma Jian came blasting in all his haste, bellowing out boorishly, "Battalion Commander Ye, there's a decent candidate in this assessment who possesses a unique talent. I wish to enact my special enrollment for him, so he can follow me and learn how to tame beasts. Ma Jian was tall and stout, and his voice was even louder. His words were normally loud like cannon fire, and though he had intentionally suppressed his voice when in front of Ye Jingshan, he still sounded like he was yelling to Ye Jingshan when he came barreling in. Chu Xiangji's ever-smiling face patted Ma Jian's shoulder as he came forward, copying what Ye Jingshan had said before as he asked, "Old Ma, who caught your eye this time? It couldn't be those descendants from the influential families and clans, could it?" Ma Jian wrinkled his forehead. What the exotic beast division needs are candidates who could endure hardships and show perseverance, people who were sincerely willing to take care of exotic beasts. Those offsprings are lazy and arrogant, completely unworthy of taming beasts. The candidate that I've discovered comes from a very low-level civilization planet, so he would most definitely cherish the opportunity if we were to give him the chance to join the Heaven Execution Training Camp. Ma Jian looked up and realized that Xia Fei was already being shown on the display screen. He blurted out in surprise, "So it turns out that Battalion Commander Ye also has been paying attention to Xia Fei. That's great. I won't have to waste any more words. If you agree, I'll immediately be off to type out the special enrollment report and request for his enrollment." Ye Jingshan's forehead creased slightly. He did not expect Ma Jian to also have his eye on Xia Fei. Ma Jian and Chu Xiangji were supervisors for the Exotic Beast Division and Command Training Division, respectively. Because of their different personalities, their personal relationship with each other was usually not too good. Now that they were both looking to enroll the same candidate, the two men were bound to end up in conflict, and given their clashing personalities, Ye Jingshan had no idea what he should do to settle this amicably. Sure enough, the moment Chu Xiangji heard that Ma Jian was also looking to recruit Xia Fei via special enrollment, he immediately revealed an ugly expression, his chubby face scrunched up altogether. "Old Ma, I was the first to have my eye on Xia Fei. Do you know what first come, first served means? Xia Fei ought to end up with the Command Training Division and learn tactics, not monkey around with you, only someone like you would come up with such an idea." Chu Xiangji very impolitely scoffed. Chu Xiangji had always believed that using the brain to deploy tactics was the highest expression of warfare. Those hot-blooded warriors who were right up at the front lines and the beast tamers of the Exotic Beast Division were not even worth considering. Actually, aside from the powerful internal division, Chu Xiangji placed no stock in any of the other divisions. Naturally, the reason he had any regard for the internal division was not out of admiration, but because he truly could not afford to offend them. That was why he was so angry when Ma Jian said he wanted to recruit Xia Fei to the Exotic Beast Division, believing what Ma Jian was doing would just be wasting a tactical genius, so he was hardly even civil with his words. Ma Jian abruptly went rigid, pulling a long face like a horse. The Exotic Beast Division has always hated when people call what they do as monkeying around, so what Chu Xiangji had said definitely struck a raw nerve in him. Ma Jian had an explosive temper. It was apparent he was not going to take Chu Xiangji's insults lying down just like that. Just as he was about to attack, another series of knocks came from the door. Knocking a door was like knowledge in itself. Just from listening to the knocking, you could tell their different personality and the level of urgency regarding the matter at hand. The knock this time around was not too loud or soft, not too rushed or slow. The crisp sound could be heard by everyone in the room, and it did not cause the people inside to feel disturbed either. It was well measured. Ye Jingshan had been annoyed by both the clowns, Ma Jian and Chubby Chu, and it just so happened that someone was coming even after that. With a fourth person present, Chubby Chu and Ma Jian might rein themselves in a little. After all, they were the division supervisors, and it was fine for them to have private squabbles, but the supervisors would need to demonstrate the dignity of their position as supervisors in public. "Come in." Ye Jingshan hurriedly called out. All of them watched as a skinny middle-aged man carefully opened the door and quickly stood to the side to softly close the door behind him. This was the supervisor of the Reconnaissance Division, Ho Beishan. Due to his background as a professional scout, Ho Beishan never dropped his guard no matter where he went, always maintaining his composure and a low profile in whatever he did. From the sound of his knock to the series of actions he made after the door was opened, anyone could tell just how light-footed this most outstanding scout in Enduro Star region was, that he would not forget to demonstrate his skills as an exceptional scout even when in the battalion commander's office. Ho Beishan saw Ma Jian together with Chu Xiangji and instantly knew that the two men were in the middle of an awkward dispute. As it was best to stay out of such a situation, he decided he would leave immediately at once after talking about his affairs, so he tried his best not to interfere with their fight. After understanding as much, Ho Beishan promptly said, "Battalion Commander Ye, our reconnaissance division plans to proceed with a special enrollment for a candidate this year. When Ye Jingshan heard the two words special enrollment, he immediately furrowed his brows, as a sense of foreboding filled his heart. That was when Ma Jian and Chu Xiangji shouted at Ho Beishan in unison, "You're not here for Xia Fei as well, are you?" Chapter 45, A Metallic Egg. Xia Fei is best suited to join the Command Training Division. I believe he would love to be a tactical officer who sits in the office and strategizes an operational plan for the entire battlefield. How is that comparable to your reconnaissance work and monkey breeding you guys do? Chu Xiangji harumphed coldly. Chu Xiangji was considered one of the best military strategists in the Enduro Star region. His profession had determined his personality to be someone who would fight for every inch of land, which was why Chu Xiangji was the most vigorous out of the three supervisors looking to recruit Xia Fei. Ho Beishan and Ma Jian were also authority figures in their respective fields in Enduro Star region, and both had their eyes on Xia Fei as well, which only further motivated Chu Xiangji to recruit Xia Fei. While he might have a chance of making a mistake, having the three top-notch instructors have their eyes on the same person meant he surely must have made the right choice. Chu Xiangji was not the only one who thought this. Both Ho Beishan and Ma Jian had also come to the same conclusion. The atmosphere in the office turned tense, as none of them were willing to back off. Actually our reconnaissance division also has a position called Overall Reconnaissance Commander. I believe taking command of an elite force that hails from the reconnaissance division wouldn't be any worse than strategizing the operational plan in battle. Besides, we'll need to ask Xia Friday himself what sort of position he would prefer. Your words don't count, Ho Beishan very calmly countered. Ho Beishan rarely ever fought with anyone else. His position required him to remain calm and maintain a low profile, but even he could not stand hearing Chu Xiangji's apparent underestimation of what his job entailed. Risking his life to collect information out on the field was a job that Ho Beishan found far more interesting than being a desk jockey. That's right. Straightforward Ma Jian did not falter either. The Exotic Beast Division also has a post for a Beast Army Commander. Giving orders to exotic beasts to battle is far more interesting than commanding, warriors. Beasts. Beasts are clever and beautiful. If Xia Fei joins the Exotic Beast Division, I'll train him to command exotic beasts. Ma Jian was not too good at speaking, so he struggled to express his thoughts, which was he would often be at a loss for words, though his determination to recruit Xia Fei was not any less than the two. I just don't understand what good would it do to let a good sapling run off to play with monkeys, Chu Xiangji mockingly said. He did not have an iota of love toward those ugly and smelly beasts. Say that again. Ma Jian exploded. He was at the limit of his patience after hearing him comparing his job with playing with monkeys. Shut up, all of you. Ye Jingshan could no longer hold back his anger and snapped, unleashing his temper on his three subordinates. Take a look at yourselves. Where's your dignity as a division supervisor? The three men immediately straightened their backs where they stood, respectfully positioning themselves in front of Ye Jingshan, not at all daring to rebut. None of them expected this 10,000 years old iceberg to be so scary when he erupted. Ye Jingshan used his hand to massage his temples. Something like this had never happened since he took over as the battalion commander of Heaven Execution Training Camp. No matter who he handed Xia Fei over to, he would still end up incurring the displeasure of the other two supervisors, which would end up fanning the flames of animosity between the divisions. That would most likely affect the overall cooperation in the training camp negatively, so there was no way Ye Jingshan would let something like that happen. Meanwhile, not recruiting Xia Fei seemed like a waste of potential as well. An important reason why Enduro Star Region's Heaven Execution Training Camp was able to develop so rapidly was undoubtedly due to their eclectic selection of talents. Before this, Heaven Execution Training Camp had strict qualification rules. They would not take anyone who looked reprehensible or was born of low status. People with bad character would also not be recruited. But now, anyone would be able to join the training camp as long as they could adhere to the standards of the training camp. Not getting Xia Fei enrolled would clearly be going against the philosophy of the training camp. Besides, these three subordinates had all acknowledged Xia Fei's talents, so Ye Jingshan would have to mull over this matter even further. This is only the first day of the assessment, it's still too early to make a judgment. Let's wait for the 7 days for this first round to end. You can all apply again if you still wish to enact your right to enroll him into your division, Ye Jingshan decided emotionlessly. Chu Xiangji's eyebrows were knitted tight. Battalion Commander Ye, a crisis-grade assessment is unlike the other assessment methods. The candidates could face the risk of death at any time. Wouldn't it be a waste if Xia Fei were to accidentally lose his life? Ye Jinshan sniffed coldly. If he's truly as exceptional as all you believe, there's no way he wouldn't be able to clear this first round. All right, you may all leave. This matter has been settled. For 3 days straight, the central region of Australia was overcast with dark clouds, yet it didn't rain. Just looking at the dreary skies made people feel irritated. Xia Fei and Xiao Yu had been hiding amidst the vegetation the entire time. Fortunately, he had the delightful Xiao Yu with him, so the time they spent together passed by without much difficulty. By noon on the third day, Xia Fei's siren had finally blared out the long-awaited sound. Xia Fei had placed detectors within a 50 km radius, so he would instantly be notified when someone stepped within the area. Checking out the detector's display screen, Xia Fei could not help but wrinkle his brow. The display showed that it was not a single candidate who had arrived, but a team of 3. Xiao Yu, hide here. Remember, you cannot leave this spot no matter what happens, Xia Fei instructed. Xiao Yu obediently nodded as Xia Fei swiftly dashed in the direction where the 3 men were headed and found a patch of grass to hide in as he initiated breath control. After a short while, 3 men appeared within Xia Fei's line of sight, and the one taking the lead was a young woman in her 20s. Her speed was extremely fast, moving at approximately 800 ms/s, which was more than double the speed Xia Fei possessed. She was wearing a grey tight-fitted combat suit, her face wearing heavy makeup. But after being repeatedly assaulted by all the sweat and sand, her heavy makeup had already turned into a mess of unsightly color with dirt streaked all over her face. Aside from her, there was a man with a disheveled head of hair. This man bore plenty of wounds all over his body, and from the shape of these wounds, Xia Fei could tell that this person had been viscerally torn into by someone, especially the left half of his buttocks. A good half of it had been ripped off, and the mud and blood were mixed together, looking to be in dire straits. However, this disheveled man was tough, enduring the pain as he fought with a humanoid over 2 meters tall. The man was wielding a thick and heavy long sword over 1.5 meters in length and was almost 2 fingers thick. Xia Fei reckoned that it should weigh at least 500 kilograms, yet the weapon seemed like a toy in his hands, constantly whirling about as it created the shrill sound of wind being cut. It seemed like this disheveled man was a strength ability user. As for that monster, he was one that looked very human despite his size. Both his arms and legs were moving individually, as he moved them one after another in an orderly fashion. While he was a humanoid, he was also covered with scales and even had thick eyelids over his eyes that prevented water from leaking. The disheveled man raised the long sword above his head and yelled, "Hand over that token for the second round, and we'll let you leave." The monster harumphed, "Don't waste your breath. Let's get this fight on the way already. Just the 2 of you alone won't be able to harm me." The disheveled man was angered as he darted over to the front of the monster and cleaved his long sword downward at his target's head. At the same time, that woman circled to strike at its face with the short sword in her hand. The 2 of them coordinated their attack flawlessly, with the woman in charge of harassing as that disheveled man acted as the main aggressor. Working in tandem made it difficult for the monster to defend himself against them. The monster flared his nostrils contemptuously as it raised an arm to cover his face and quickly retreated backward. Chunk! The disheveled man's long sword cut right into the monster's shoulder, causing the monster's body to stagger as he almost lost his footing and fell down from the blow. It was evident just how sturdy the monster's defense was, seeing as how that 500-kilogram long sword that slashed out toward him only managed to create a thin cut on his body. As for that woman's short sword, she appeared to be no more than scratching an itch to that monster, completely unable to injure him in the least. Their attacks only showed just how impenetrable that the layer of scales on that monster's body was. As the 3 of them fought, they slowly backed up toward where Xia Fei was hiding. Though the man and woman couple held the advantage, they were having a tough time even wounding the monster's skin. The monster focused on defending and rarely struck back, his arm constantly protected his 2 eyes, which evidently showed that it was a point of weakness for him. It turned out that the 3 were not together as a team. Xia Fei promptly relaxed quite a bit, as that meant he might just have a chance to strike. "Phantom!" Xia Fei shouted for him in his consciousness. Phantom lazily poked its head out from the moorstone and asked, "What's the matter?" Xia Fei pointed to the humanoid monster and asked, "What is that monster? Can our chasing light harm him?" Phantom's gaze followed the direction in which Xia Fei had pointed and dismissively stated, "What do you mean monster? That's someone who possesses the shape-shifting special ability. There are various special abilities out there, and some of them allow people to transform themselves into a beast. The defensive strength of the scales on him isn't too bad, but chasing light is an agile weapon, so it should not have much difficulty injuring him. It's just that you will have to expend quite a bit of effort if you want to kill him. Xia Fei nodded. As long as he had a way to penetrate the defense of that shapeshifter's special ability. At worst, he would need to give the shapeshifter a few more slashes to seal the deal. Right now, the primary issue should be handling the duo of speed and strength ability users. Different special abilities users could counter each other. Xia Fei had already made his decision after setting up the traps here, resolving to let the other party go if he were to run into a special ability user who could restrain him. He did not plan to partake in a fight in which he would have no confidence in winning, only looking to take on enemies that he was confident about winning. After all, keeping his life was far more important than getting into the second round. Currently, if that woman with her speed ability were not around, neither of the men would have been a match for Xia Fei. But it just so happened that not only was that woman a speed ability user, she also possessed superior speed to him, making him uncertain if he could kill her in a single blow. Am I supposed to just watch them get away? Xia Fei thought to himself, unwilling to accept this conclusion. The three came to a stop about 200 meters away from where Xia Fei was hiding. The man and woman had the shapeshifter pincered between them, though they began panting heavily, looking like they were already exhausted. The disheveled man stabbed his long sword in the ground with one hand and leaned on the sword handle as he secretly blinked twice to the woman as if he were signaling her about a plan or something. Xia Fei next saw that woman stealthily place her left hand on the spatial ring that she wore on her right hand with a nervous expression on her face. The man decisively nodded, presently already at the brink of collapse. If they fail to use their trump card now, they would be falling just short of succeeding. Whoosh! The woman gritted her teeth and tossed out a silver metallic egg from her spatial ring. This oval-shaped egg was made of metal and was roughly the size of an ostrich egg. It was apparently heavy in weight, since it dropped to the ground with a dull thud, instantly creating a sizable depression onto the sandy soil. The shapeshifter turned his body and stared at the object post-haste, his expression drastically changed when he spotted that metallic egg. Chapter 46, A Killer Machine. The oval-shaped metal egg laid on the soil depression and shone. The expression on that shape-shifting special ability user changed drastically when he saw the egg, growling with his agitated and hoarse voice, "You guys are actually using a killer machine. That's a serious violation of the rules. Even if you kill me, you'd also be disqualified." The disheveled man was not perturbed, pulling out his long sword from the ground. Violation of the rules? There's no one around us, who's going to know? Instead, you ought to rejoice that we're using our precious killer machine just to kill you. With that, the disheveled man laughed uproariously, as if he had already won this fight. Killer machine? Xia Fei was relieved. He thought that the egg was a weapon of sorts when it was tossed out, as he had been so nervous that he felt his heart jumping out from his chest. What's this killer machine, Phantom? Xia Fei asked, puzzled. A long time ago, there was a completely different civilization in the universe, and they mass-produced robots to service them. But in the end, all the robots suddenly rebelled, forming an army that annihilated this ancient civilization from the face of the universe before vanishing themselves without a trace. The current Pan-Human Alliance had evolved from the surviving humans of this tragedy, which is why robots are the #1 prohibited technology in the Alliance, absolutely banned from being used or produced. The killer machine is one such robot, and the attack power they possess is monstrous, though they could only be used just once before becoming worthless, Phantom explained. A robot? Xia Fei thought about it. But if it were banned, how did they get hold of one? Phantom chuckled, what's the point of having something banned? There would still be people who would secretly use them, and there are many people who depend on the income from excavating the remnant ruins of ancient civilizations and selling them in the black market. This sort of killer machine is considered a one-time use consumable, so they aren't that expensive, priced roughly around 50 million star coins. Using such an item secretly is fine, but they are really very bold to actually dare to openly use it in the Adjudicator Union's assessment. That was when the shapeshifter bellowed, abruptly pouncing toward that disheveled man. Knowing that he would inevitably meet his own demise, he decided that he might as well drag that disheveled man with him and perish together. The disheveled man had already taken precautions against such a situation as he rapidly retreated even while he swung the long sword he had in his hand wildly. The shapeshifter's body was covered in thick scales, so he was hardly afraid of the disheveled man's attacks. He didn't bother evading or dodging the sword, letting the man rain blows all over his body. The shapeshifter only had a single thought in his mind, which was to kill the disheveled man. Even if he had to use his teeth to bite and tear, he was determined to kill him by his own hands. The disheveled man was a strength ability user, so he did not possess high speed. Besides, he still had a wounded leg to deal with. He was having great difficulties dodging, so he ended up having to withstand some of the attacks from the shapeshifter. The woman was evidently very anxious watching this unfold from the side. Xia Fei watched as she retreated a few hundred meters away before her two legs suddenly exerted force as she went charging right at the shapeshifter. Clank! The woman used her own shoulder and rammed right into the back of the shapeshifter. This collision was extremely powerful. The shapeshifter had not expected that the woman would actually attack in such an insane manner as he was taken completely off guard. The shapeshifter violently hurtled dozens of steps forward before collapsing to the ground. The woman had also bounced out dozens of meters upon collision, falling to the ground with a thud. Fresh blood spat out from her mouth as her face turned pale, looking like she had been quite heavily injured from the blow. Using your body to slam into someone was not considered a smart move. The heavier the impact, the greater you need to bear the brunt of the force. Xia Fei immediately realized that this was the best chance to kill her. If he could take the woman out of the equation, then the other two would be completely no match for Xia Fei. However, Xia Fei glanced over to that oval-shaped egg and decided to exercise restraint. This unknown killer machine was full of variables. It would be problematic if it chose not to target the shapeshifter and went for Xia Fei instead. Crack! A crisp sound could be heard as the metallic egg suddenly split into two halves, and a palm-sized little robot came out from it. Aside from a smaller stature, the robot was not much different from the robots seen in sci-fi movies. Its body was made up of bright silver mechanical components, eyes were a pair of red sensors, and its arms were like two lancets with thin and sharp blades. This small robot stood on the spot and paused for a moment before suddenly raising its head up with a pair of red eyes leaking murderous intent. Whoosh! The little robot brandished its two lancets arms and lunged right at the shapeshifter. Its two skinny mechanical legs rapidly kicked the ground as he arrived in front of the shapeshifter in a blink of an eye. The shapeshifter was presently trying his best to stand up on his feet with his two arms on the ground, completely unaware that death had already arrived behind him. The little robot did not hesitate and accurately stabbed its two lancets into the shapeshifter's eyes, causing blood to gush forth from his eyes. It had instantaneously found the weakest point of defense of the shapeshifter, his eyes. Though his eyes were protected by thick eyelids, it was still much weaker than any other part of his body, and that made it the vulnerable point to strike a fatal blow. A stab. Another. And another. The little robot continued stabbing its two arms into the shapeshifter's eyes, as heart-piercing howls could be heard throughout the rain shadow. After several minutes, the miserable howls had finally stopped, though the little robot continued to unceasingly stab like a maniac. The eyes of the shapeshifter had already been stabbed thousands of times and were no more than two bloodied holes now. Even the slurry of his brain was constantly leaking out from the two holes. After a few more minutes, the robot had finally stopped attacking, but it was only because the shapeshifter's head had already been chopped into a paste. At the same time, the little robot's body had already turned bright red as it was all covered in blood. Xia Fei had broken into a cold sweat from watching this unfold in front of his eyes. No wonder that the shapeshifter had panicked and was overwhelmed with dread when he saw that silver egg appear. This killer machine was simply a butcher. After the little robot killed its target, it lifted its head up to the sky as the two glowing red eyes slowly dimmed out as if it were a religious extremist that had completed its mission and was now praying. Puff! The little robot fell to the ground and no longer moved. The disheveled man limped over to where the woman was and got her up to her feet, affectionately saying, "Thank you for saving my life." The woman tidied her hair and blushed slightly, her eyes filled with warmth. "Brother Tao, my body already belongs to you, there's no need for you to be so courteous." The disheveled man nodded as his eyes shifted to his left and right. All of a sudden, a dagger extended out from his sleeves and plunged straight into the woman's heart. With a raised hand, the dagger fell. He was actually a cold-blooded killer who would not hesitate to kill his lover. The woman's eyes were filled with unwillingness, indignation, and rage. She simply could not believe that the man she trusted and loved the most would actually kill her. She whimpered as she spat out her last word, "Why? There is only a single token, which means only one of us can make it through. I have no intention of returning to the hell that the East had become just to search for a second token. Besides, we've already violated the rules by using a killer machine, and this matter must be kept secret," the man said indifferently. Xia Fei witnessed this scene and felt a strange sense of dejection in his heart, wearing a grim expression on his face as he came walking out from the tall grass. The disheveled man heard sounds from behind him and quickly lifted his longsword, frustratedly shouting, "Who's there?" Xia Fei ignored him as he wasn't interested to speak to such a person. Shing! Xia Fei unsheathed chasing light as he went dashing right past the man at his top speed, leaving a mist of red on his neck. Speed ability users are the bane of strength ability users, so the disheveled man barely had the time to make a sound before dying on the spot. "Someone like you doesn't deserve to like," Xia Fei coldly remarked. Xia Fei wiped his chasing light with the disheveled man's clothes and began to clean up the bodies. At the same time, he searched for spoils. If that woman could afford a killer machine worth 50 million star coins, she should have other things on her as well. More importantly, there was still that token on the shapeshifter's body. That was when a round of applause suddenly sounded from behind. "Big brother Xia, you look so cool when you kill people." Xia Fei hastily turned around and looked only to find that Xiao Yu had snuck up on him some time ago and was clapping with a big smile. Her eyes were looking at Xia Fei with admiration. "Xiao Yu, why did you come over here?" "It's very dangerous here," Xia Fei said abruptly. Xiao Yu stuck her tongue out and replied with a hint of dissatisfaction, "I'm here to protect you. Why do you always have to be so fierce?" Xia Fei looked at the skinny little girl and could not help but find it a little funny. "I'm an adult, why would I need you to protect me? Why don't you wait till you're all grown up? We can talk about it then." "You don't believe me? My special ability is the Amethyst Guard. I'm very powerful." Xiao Yu raised her arm and struck a fighting pose as she said this. Amethyst Guard? Xia Fei was very curious. He did not have much understanding of the various special abilities, so naturally, he had no idea just what sort of ability was this Amethyst Guard. At that moment, Phantom burst into laughter all of a sudden. "Xia Fei, I've been curious all this time. With your analytic capabilities, why couldn't you tell something strange about Xiao Yu? You clearly know her family would not have allowed her to participate in something as dangerous as a crisis-grade assessment if she did not have a superhuman ability, so why didn't you ask Xiao Yu just what sort of special ability she possessed?" Phantom asked. Xia Fei pursed his lips, "I didn't wish to know at all. If I knew what special ability Xiao Yu possessed, I surely include her in my plans when analyzing the situation. But she's still just a child, how can I include a child into my plans that involve killing?" Phantom rubbed his chin and contemplated for a moment, before abruptly slapping his thigh, looking as if an epiphany had dawned upon him. "I finally understand. So that's your biggest weakness. You would normally deal with problems in a very clever and organized fashion, but as long as a child is involved, you would immediately turn into a different person, taking the initiative to bear the burden as the protector without even bother asking if the other party needed protection." Phantom shook his head and analyzed, "Actually, you can't be blamed for this. Everyone wishes to have something to protect, as it is an instinct that you're born with. It's just that your will to protect happens to be far stronger than others, that's all." Xia Fei was at a loss for words. What Phantom had said was the truth. Ever since Xia Fei was young, he had a soft spot for children, and it was not just a fleeting thought. Oh dear, a born warrior, who is also an innate protector of children. I'm suddenly feeling very inspired. "No good, I'm going back to compose a poem," Phantom urgently said. "Wait." Xia Fei stopped Phantom, furrowing his brow to ask, "Is Amethyst Guard very powerful?" Phantom glanced at Xiao Yu and revealed a mysterious smile, "It's not just powerful, it's super powerful." Chapter 47, Golden Cicada. The shapeshifter and woman each owned a spatial ring. Xia Fei was not courteous and retrieved both. They were already dead, so what use would it be to just leave such things behind? Besides, warriors obtaining spoils of war was only natural. The rules and regulations for the assessment did not mention that candidates were not allowed to take other candidates' things. If people were allowed to kill, looting items should be a given. After collecting what he could from the three corpses, Xia Fei and Xiao Yu returned to their hiding place in the vegetation. Xia Fei retrieved a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Xiao Yu as he took out a Hung Tashan cigarette for himself and lit it up. Taking a deep puff of the stick, he let the smoke fill his lungs for approximately 30 seconds before exhaling it all out. Xia Fei poured out all the things inside the two spatial rings, as a mess of items instantly appeared upon the sandy soil. Xiao Yu blinked with a surprised look on her face as she exclaimed, "Big brother Xia Fei, did you do your magic again?" Xia Fei patted Xiao Yu's head, "Come, help big brother search through these items and find that token for the second round." "Okay." Xiao Yu diligently began to rummage through all the items as Xia Fei's eyes shone. He had unexpectedly discovered a golden egg among these things, and it looked similar to that egg that contained the killer machine from before. Xia Fei quickly picked it up from the ground and began examining it. The exterior of this golden-colored egg was flawless, a smooth and gleaming surface that felt cold to touch, like he was holding onto an ice cube. This egg's size was much smaller than the killer machine, only about the size of a goose egg, but it felt very heavy. Xia Fei weighed it in his hand and figured it should be around 30 kilograms. Phantom? What's this thing? Xia Fei asked. Phantom squinted, admiringly staring at the golden egg for a few moments. This thing is called the golden cicada, a model of murder bot left behind by the ancient civilization, but its grade is higher than the killing machine from before. The killer machine's combat performance had terrified Xia Fei, especially the cruelty it demonstrated. If not for the shapeshifters' above-average defense, Xia Fei was certain that the killer machine would have minced his entire body into meat paste and not have simply left him at a chopped-up head. Moreover, this thing would actually be more powerful than the killer machine. Inside is an AI robot bug that can fly. It looks like a cicada, which is why people called it the golden cicada. The golden cicada isn't just strong, but it is also amazingly fast, allowing it to achieve a speed of approximately 1000 ms/s. Any opponent with less than this speed would essentially have a tough time escaping its attack, Phantom continued. The killer machine had a serious flaw, and that was its speed. Just from those few steps it had taken before, Xia Fei could tell that its top speed was around 50 ms/s, which meant that any special ability user who could achieve speeds beyond 50 ms/s would be able to escape from the killer machine's pursuit. But the golden cicada's speed was 1000 ms/s. Such a speed meant it would be able to pursue plenty of special ability users, which gave it an upper hand compared to the killer machine. Xia Fei pondered over this. A mechanical bee's speed is also very fast. Isn't the golden cicada about the same as it? Phantom broke out into uproarious laughter. A mechanical bee is a children's toy, how can it compare to the golden cicada? You must know that the biggest difference between robots and machines lies in the artificial intelligence they possess. All robots would have an AI system. The higher class of the robot, the more advanced their AI system was. I've heard of high-class robots that were even able to think like humans. Sadly, the number of high-class robots that still exist are simply too low that I've only heard rumors about them and have never seen one personally. Xia Fei looked at the killer machine, realizing that its body had already become pliable, easily bendable, and that he was actually able to tear off one of its arms with his bare hands. It was really strange, as just dozens of minutes ago, the lancets on the killer machine's two arms were strong enough to break the tough scales of the shapeshifter, yet it was now in such a vulnerable state. This stark difference between now and before left Xia Fei perplexed. The golden cicada and the killer machine are both made with a special metal alloy that is both sturdy and sharp, but the moment it is exposed to the air, it would quickly become pliable. This is why these small robots are kept in the egg device, isolating it from being eroded by the air. This is also why there is a large number of egg-shaped robots that were preserved after the ancient civilization had been annihilated. In contrast, those high-class robots are extremely rare. There is also another hypothesis that not all the robots rebelled against the ancient civilization. Instead, only those robots with ACE that surpassed human intellect did, and these highly intelligent robots disappeared into the sea of stars after ruining the ancient human civilization, leaving behind all these other robots whose ACE were of lower intellect than humans. Phantom had related plenty of knowledge about what happened to the ancient civilization. Xia Fei could not help but develop an urge toward uncovering the ancient civilization's secrets when he suddenly thought about the legend of Atlantis. The legend mentioned that the Atlantean civilization had once used a large number of robots. Could the Atlanteans have been hiding to avoid the hunt of the rebel robot army? Could Atlantis be the legacy of the ancient civilization? Xia Fei shook his head and did his best to clear all these random speculations from his mind. Right now, the most important matter at hand was to get through this assessment. Everything else could be discussed later. Phantom, how should this item be used? Xia Fei pointed to the golden cicada in his hand and asked. The egg can be turned on from the top. If you closely examine it, you will discover an almost imperceptible string there. Xia Fei inspected it, and sure enough, there was a thin thread coming out from the top of the eggshell. If he were not carefully looking for it, there was no way he would have discovered it. This is a safety device to protect the egg from being set off from a random touch. If you wish to activate the golden cicada, you will first have to release the safety. This was the safety switch for the weapon. To prevent the egg from starting at random, Xia Fei followed Phantom's instructions and pushed open this safety clockwise, revealing a circular groove. This was the second safety switch, a button that required a finger to press and trigger it. Only then would it start up the golden cicada. It looked like the ancients were very wary of the golden cicada's power, so they had made its egg so complex. After all, the release of this little thing would result in the loss of lives. After Xia Fei learned how to activate the egg, he kept the golden cicada in his spatial ring, just as Xiao Yu finished sorting out the spoils from the battle. She had separated all the different items into different piles, and right in the middle was a metal plate that had words carved on it. This metal plate was circular in shape, completely red and dull. The word adjudicator was carved on it, so there was no doubt that this was the token that the candidates needed to qualify for the second round. The other remaining items were a dozen or so bottles of water, 2 bags of snake-eye berries, and other sustenance that could replenish physical strength and hydration, which Xia Fei needed right now. Everything else that was left over was just medication, survival tools, and some clothing, none of which were hardly worth anything. Those 3 were actually rather poor. There's nothing good on them aside from the golden cicada, Phantom shook his head and said. Xia Fei chuckled. He had also retrieved 2 spatial rings, one of which had a storage space of 1 cubic meter, while the other had roughly 0.5 cubic meter. Adding both together would amount to around 100 million star coins, and including the golden cicada, it was already quite the profit for Xia Fei. Xia Fei kept these things properly before giving Xiao Yu a snake-eye berry, as he ate one himself. Xiao Yu was curious and mimicked how Xia Fei ate his berry, stuffing the snake-eye berry into her mouth. The moment she took a bite, Xiao Yu's face revealed a bitter look. Big brother Xia Fei. This fruit isn't tasty at all. Xia Fei could not help but laugh, reaching out to Xiao Yu's pouting face and lightly pinched her cheek. Although this isn't very tasty, it is very beneficial to your body. Eating it will make Xiao Yu grow big and strong. Xiao Yu obediently nodded, forcing herself to finish the snake-eye berry as she tilted her head and asked, "Does this fruit come in chocolate flavor?" Beyond Earth's orbit, a whole fleet of warships was stationed to safeguard this crisis-grade assessment. These were the ships that belonged to the Endorostar Region Adjudicator Union Branch's 5th Fleet. When the Adjudicator Union decided to dispatch the mighty 5th Fleet to Earth, even the Union's internal department had quite a bit of an argument over it. Many did not understand the need for a strict security presence for this assessment. The 5th Fleet consisted of 4 Raven-class battleships and 24 Thorax-class cruisers. There were also other smaller ships in this fleet, and they numbered in the hundreds. The cost to send a fleet of such a size through space was unimaginable for ordinary citizens, and that alone accounted for more than 80% of the assessment budget. However, President Robert completely disregarded all suggestions that sought to reduce this cost in favor of opting to dispatch the mightiest fleet against the consensus of the board, and his resolute attitude on this baffled everyone. The 5th Fleet layered themselves with Earth at its heart of the formation like layers of a metallic wall. But what the 5th Fleet commander did not realize was the presence of a Helio-class covered-ops stealth ship cruising in the darkness of space somewhere 1 light-year away from Earth. This stealth ship had been retrofitted from a frigate, losing a majority of its weapon systems for the sake of several advanced electronic systems. Not only could it conduct a covered investigation on specific targets, but it was also even capable of intercepting signals and communication of the other party. Furthermore, it could also stealth against the backdrop of the vast space, making it impossible for anyone to discover its presence. This Helios-class stealth ship had no serial number or a name, lacking any identification that a spaceship ought to possess. In fact, there was no information on this ship even if someone were to search the Alliance database for it. Countless electronic devices were busy working in the monitoring room. Every bit of information that was being broadcast to the Adjudicator Union from Earth was being intercepted by this ship. In this universe, intercepting information was not a particularly difficult task, and what mattered was how to decrypt it. Every organization and planet had its own unique encryption system with hundreds of millions of digits, so it was definitely not easy to crack. Even the most powerful computer required more than 10,000 years to finish decrypting it. People would rarely attempt to crack an encrypted system because the other party would have already swapped for a new system before someone could even be done with the initial encryption program. Yet the monitors inside this monitoring room were all displaying the information that the Adjudicator Union was transferring, from the candidates' information to the orders from the higher-ups, nothing was missed. Furthermore, the Adjudicator Union had only just started using this 12.8 billion-bit encryption system from the start of this year. The largest screen was simultaneously showing the video of over a dozen candidates, with one of them being an approximately 12 years old short-haired girl who was very cute with a delicate little nose and a pair of doe eyes. The video showed the girl munching on a snake eye berry as she asked Xia Fei, "Does this fruit come in chocolate flavor?" Chapter 48, There's a Tiger to the North. It was already late at night. The difference in temperature between day and night in the rain shadow was huge. It was scorching hot during the day, while chilly winds blew at night. Xiao Yu had a coat on, snuggling at Xia Fei's legs while sleeping soundly. Even though Xia Fei was also exhausted, he needed to persevere. As long as he was still in danger, he could not drop his guard. He took out a bottle of pills from his spatial ring and poured out 2 on his palm before washing it down with a gulp of mineral water. A few minutes later, Xia Fei's eyes turned bright again, as if he were a wild beast searching for prey in the night, shining with his vigilant eyes. This drug was called Edge, and people could maintain a high state of vigilance under its effects, not feeling tired at all. Edge was originally a psychotropic drug used to cure narcolepsy. Even the pharmaceutical company that developed the drug had not thought that the effect of Edge would be so shocking. Not only could it curb narcolepsy, people who took it were also even able to go without sleep for 3 days. As such, the unassuming pill became the essential drug for countless warriors, especially during the wars. Even the army of many countries would dispense those pills during combat. It had been 4 days since the assessment started, but Xia Fei had not even closed his eyes once. He had been trying to rely on sheer perseverance alone to stay awake, and this was the first time he actually took the pill. Perseverance was something that a warrior would always need. It was already a fairly impressive feat that Xia Fei could rely on his tenacity alone and stayed awake for 4 days. Actually, Xia Fei could still persist and do another 2 days without sleep. However, once a human started feeling sleepy, the head would still get drowsy even while persisting to stay awake, thereby resulting in varying degrees of decline to their judgment and the tempo of their own body. Xia Fei had no intention of taking the risk with a dulled judgment. After all, this assessment was out of the ordinary. Every detail was important, which meant he needed to maintain his concentration at peak performance the entire time. All of a sudden, the detector in his pocket sent a series of vibrations. A prey had arrived. Xia Fei lightly placed Xiao Yu on the ground and used the shortest path to arrive at the location. He activated his breath control and hid in the bushes as he patiently waited. Like a veteran hunter, he was not feeling flustered or in any rush, hardly letting his mood or emotions affecting him. He lifted his head up to the sky, but the rain that he was hoping for never arrived. Instead, it was getting clearer, as several stars in the sky faintly twinkled. A figure appeared in the east, slowly making his way into Xia Fei's ambush. This person was walking slowly and unwaveringly, like a traveler, keeping the same pace from the very start. Soon, this person walked into the heavily trapped area that Xia Fei had set up, and he had not discovered anything amiss. Xia Fei quietly pressed the button on his controller as a large number of mechanical snakes came burrowing out from the vegetation. These mechanical snakes were frantically slithering out as it rushed toward this person. These mechanical snakes looked just like real snakes, making it impossible for anyone to differentiate them from the real deal under the cover of the night. At the same time, a swarm of mechanical bees began buzzing as they came rushing out. A steel needle was tied to every mechanical bee, and their sharp tips were tinged green, which was precisely the venom of the Chinese copperhead snake. The moment this passerby realized that something was off behind him, he immediately broke his stride and began running, disappearing without a trace in a blink of an eye, demonstrating a speed that was well over 1000 ms/s. Xia Fei pursed his lips. This person was a speed ability user and had a high cultivation to boot, so all he could do was watch him disappear into the darkness. Pressing the button again, all the mechanical snakes and bees returned to their post and waited for the next prey. "This is the 4th today, right?" Phantom asked from behind Xia Fei. Xia Fei had already chanced upon 4 prey in the day that he had no way of catching up. They were all far too strong as Xia Fei couldn't take on any of them. Yet, Xia Fei stood up from the vegetation, watching as that speed ability user disappeared into the dark night. He had a strong urge to smoke a cigarette, but he curbed it because any light source would reveal his position during the night out here in the rain shadow. "That guy's speed was really fast," Xia Fei softly said. "I'm afraid he has already reached star domain rank already." "That's right, primary star domain rank. Had you made your move then, you'd most likely be the one to be at a disadvantage," Phantom said. "All your little devices and tricks sure are useful, they can probe and find out just about special ability and rank of the opponent, so you wouldn't find yourself in the unfavorable situation of not knowing your enemy, at the very least. These mechanical snakes and bees were actually quite comical. They were toys that extraterrestrial kids played with and were used for pranks and such. Xia Fei had found them to be amusing and bought some, never imagining that it would actually come in handy here in the assessment. Candidates who could obtain a token and escape within 4 days ought to be very powerful individuals. After all, obtaining a token out of thousands of people isn't a simple task. There would be more and more people traveling out here in the next 3 days by my calculations. Furthermore, it is impossible to continuously fight for 4 days in the foothills without paying any price yourself. I'll stay and wait till then for the golden opportunity to snatch the token. Xia Fei said as he made his way back to Xiao Yu's side. Phantom nodded repeatedly. Xia Fei's analysis was very logical. To be able to swiftly take off with the token from the foothills and then escaping an ambush that was 500 kilometers away. It would have been impossible if these candidates weren't powerful themselves. Similarly, the longer a candidate remained in the foothills, the more their physical strength would be exhausted, even to the point where they might end up bearing severe injuries. If anyone were to get injured and then travel 500 kilometers, only to end up stumbling into Xia Fei's ambush, even a strong candidate would be half their peak form at most, and that was precisely the chance that Xia Fei was waiting for. Without feeling sufficiently confident to make the kill, Xia Fei would most definitely not underestimate an opponent, as he would rather miss out on the chance than put himself in a dangerous situation. I intend to get Xiao Yu to coordinate with me tomorrow. Best to let her sleep tonight, a child's development would be affected if they don't get enough sleep, Xia Fei said to himself. Xiao Haili sat in his own office, glaring at the screen in front of him with much animosity. It had already been 4 days since the assessment started, yet Xia Fei was still alive and well. This fact made him feel awful in his heart. He had developed a deep hatred towards Xia Fei ever since he saw Xia Fei and Ye Ziohan's exciting performance that night. He wished he could just kill him as soon as possible. But he was well aware deep down that he couldn't do such a thing. The adjudicator union's assessment had strict monitoring systems in place, so he would only end up attracting endless trouble to himself if he were to do the deed by his own hands. More importantly, it would negatively affect his career progress in the union. Seeing Xia Fei still alive and kicking on the screen only made Xiao Haili develop more and more hatred toward him. He gritted his teeth and took out a wireless communicator and quickly dialed with his fingers. This old-fashioned communicator transmitted through encrypted radio waves. The monitoring system within the assessment venue could monitor most communication equipment. However, they simply couldn't do anything about the old-fashioned wireless communicators, and it was only natural for the chief examiner Xiao Haili to know about it. The other end of the communicator was also someone that Xiao Haili hated very much, but this person was not as hateful in comparison to the detestable Xia Fei. There's a tiger to the north. There was plenty of information in those 6 words, as Xiao Haili had hesitated for a good while before finally deciding to send this message. Standing up, Xiao Haili quietly made his way to the garbage disposal area in the ship, and since it was night, the workers in charge of sorting through the rubbish were all resting. Opening the incinerator and tossing the communicator in, the 10,000 degrees heat quickly burnt the old-fashioned communicator until not even its ashes remained. Seeing the fiery glow within the incinerator, Xiao Haili revealed a very vicious smile as he said to himself, Ye Ziohan is mine, and she can only be mine. In the foothills to the east. Just as Xia Fei had expected, the entire battlefield was littered with blood and corpses of the candidates. In these 4 days, countless fights and battles had happened here, and as many as 20,000 dead candidates were lying around. Without a doubt, as the deadline for the first round of this assessment drew near, the seemingly endless bloody storm of violence would continue. As the candidates who had not managed to get hold of the tokens yet continued to fight it out over the next 3 days. A band of men was hiding in a narrow valley, numbering around 7 to 8 candidates, and each and every one of them was bearing scars from the fighting in varying degrees of severity. There was a young man in his early 20s in this band, and he was wearing a set of expensive yet somewhat fancy combat suit. It was presently covered in dirt and mud, though he was the only one in the entire band without any injury. His face was slightly stained, evidently having gone through some agonizing hardship. He and Xiao Haili were both from the Lombard Empire's Xiaoxi familial clan, and if it came up, he still had to call Xiao Haili his elder cousin. But the difference was that Xiao Haili was the most outstanding representative out of all the young men in their clan, while he was considered one of the many typical losers in the clan. Xiao Yang was a name that people associated with a fierce general who was great at war, but Xiao Yang was far from a fierce general in any respect. In fact, he did not even have a bit of bravery in him, usually spending his days chasing girls and gambling away, and the only ability he had was tricking his doting mother out of her money. He had an old-fashioned communicator that he had carefully pinned to his waist that was even fitted with a solid triple titanium alloy casing, afraid that it would receive even a bit of damage. From the very start of the assessment, Xiao Yang had long been waiting for this communicator to buzz, but as time went by, Xiao Yang's heart sank down to the bottom of the ocean. All of a sudden, that old-fashioned communicator vibrated. Xiao Yang was abruptly startled by this as he swiftly pulled out the communicator, cradling it by his ear like it was a precious gem. "There's a tiger to the north," Xiao Yang muttered under his breath once as his face immediately lit up with ecstasy. Chapter 49, Caught in Rage. 4 amethyst-colored hexagon crystals continuously hovered around Xia Fei's body. Their speeds were neither fast nor slow, as if they were deliberately protecting Xia Fei. The crystals were only palm-sized, and the faint amethyst color glowed mysteriously, with each edge being as sharp as a honed blade. Anyone who touched it would most definitely be severely injured by the sharp edge. This was Xiao Yu's special ability, Amethyst Guard. Protection special abilities were considered marvelous out of all the possible special abilities. Not only could these crystals automatically defend against an enemy's assault, but they could also unleash it to attack the other party. More importantly, Xiao Yu would be able to assign some amethyst crystals to her teammates to assist them. If a team had a high-ranking protection ability user, then the team's combat prowess would undoubtedly increase significantly. A huge reason why Xiao Haili and Team 13 from the executive department was called the Glorious 13 was that they had a powerful protection ability user, Quiraz. Even though Quiraz was lecherous and had a carefree personality, he actually possessed a rare special ability, Quicksand Defense. Coupled with an outstanding speed ability user, Bo Xingwei, and the nature special ability user Xiao Haili. A top-grade defender, top-grade tracker, and a top-grade assaulter. These 3 top-grade ability users worked together to form the Glorious 13, a prestigious name in Enduro Star region. Xiao Haili's flame ability and Bo Xingwei's speed ability might be replaceable, but no one could substitute Quiraz. It was because people who possessed protection special ability were far and few in between, and could be described as rare. Under Xia Fei's feet was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He had a large beard and a stout figure. His face was fierce, though. His 2 eyes were currently staring dead straight up to the sky, a look of unwillingness frozen on his face. He had managed to obtain a token to get into the second round only after risking his life, only to fall into a trap in this barren land. How could he reconcile with that? Xia Fei used his feet to kick that big burly corpse. He was already long dead, lying on the ground, not reacting. That was really dangerous just now. This person's special ability seemed to counter your speed. Had it not been for Xiao Yu's Amethyst Guard protecting you, I'm afraid you might have had a grim fight on your hands. Phantom stood by Xia Fei's side as he commented, "Fortunately, this person isn't too high-ranked. Otherwise, he would be a tough opponent to fight just with the 4 protection crystals from Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu was presently just at the primary star base rank, so all she could do was release 4 amethyst crystals for now. Xiao Yu was just 12 years old, so it would not be an exaggeration to call her a genius considering she was at her current rank despite her age. Furthermore, she had never consumed any medicine and had completely gotten to her current rank just through her cultivation alone. Xia Fei did not say a word as he nodded. It was unknown why he was in such a bad mood today. He had been having this indescribable feeling like there was a huge rock pressed against his chest, causing him to feel depressed. Xia Fei was even momentarily at a loss for what to do while he was fighting with that burly man just now. This had never happened to him before, and this was the first time he couldn't maintain a high degree of concentration during combat. It was a good thing that he had Xiao Yu's amethyst crystal protecting him, so no accident had happened. Xia Fei was fortunate to have had encountered Xiao Yu. It was precisely because of Xia Fei's silent protection of Xiao Yu that the 2 of them had managed to build such a high level of trust. Protection special ability users would normally never give all their defense to someone else, and would surely leave some for themselves to ensure a means of retreat. Yet Xiao Yu had assigned all 4 of her Amethyst Guard crystals to Xia Fei, which meant it was no different from putting her own life on the line, which was not something that could be done without absolute trust. Your collaboration with Xiao Yu still lacks a bit of brute force. Flexible assassination incorporating a myriad of variations is your attack style, while Xiao Yu's special ability is defense-orientated, and her attacks are only supplementary. If you could find a teammate with an overwhelmingly Herculean attack prowess, I dare guarantee that the 3 of you would be able to dominate all 100,000 candidates. Phantom somewhat excitedly said. Protection ability users only came by chance, Phantom was beginning to really like having Xiao Yu around, already involuntarily proposing Xia Fei and Xiao Yu's future prospects. Xing. Xia Fei sheathed his chasing light by activating the mechanism and salvaged a spatial bracelet from the corpse. This bracelet was pretty and exquisite. Aside from the embedded piece of black spatial stone, there were also crystals of every color that looked very much like a woman's jewelry. Xia Fei gave out a foolish laugh. A gruff and tough man wearing such an elegant spatial bracelet was simply too outrageous, it just did not match up. Xia Fei lightly brushed the spatial bracelet with his finger as Xia Fei pulled out the token required to get into the second round from inside. After thinking for a moment, Xia Fei placed that token back into the bracelet once more. This space within the spatial bracelet was rather small in volume, barely just 0.3 cubic meters in size. It appeared to be designed for ladies as well, so there was no reason for him to keep it. That was also why Xia Fei had decided to give it to Xiao Yu, since the bracelet suited Xiao Yu's temperament quite well, delicate and refined. All of a sudden, the 4 amethyst crystals that were drifting around Xia Fei disappeared, as his detector vibrated almost instantly. Xia Fei quickly retrieved the detector and took a look. He was immediately shocked. He saw 7 glowing dots advancing from the east, and at the same time, 2 were leaving toward the west. The 7 from the east must be candidates that were passing by, while one of the 2 glowing dots going west must be Xiao Yu. Xia Fei only used 0.01 second to think all this as he promptly dashed westward with his 370 m/s speed, his maximum speed. Xiao Yu has been kidnapped. Xia Fei could feel his heart shudder as his scalp went numb. When passing by that patch of vegetation where Xiao Yu was hiding, Xia Fei took a quick glance over and saw only the tall grass sway with the wind, and Xiao Yu was nowhere to be seen. Damn! Xia Fei cursed in his anger, his 2 eyes turning bloodshot in that instant, as his face twisted into a hideous rage. Those guys must have found us early on, and while those coming from the east drew my attention, someone else must have capitalized on the opportunity to take Xiao Yu as a hostage. Xia Fei was getting angrier as he thought about it. To actually make a move on a little girl, these people were loathsome. Absolutely abominable. The person who kidnapped Xiao Yu was very fast. He had already disappeared off the area of Xia Fei's detector in just a few seconds. Given that the detectors covered an area of over 50 kilometers, did that not mean this person had already achieved a speed of several thousand meters per second? Someone with such a speed could very easily kill Xia Fei, so why would he bother taking Xiao Yu as a hostage and not attack Xia Fei immediately? Xia Fei was terribly upset. If this person could reach such speeds, it would indeed be his nightmare. He was deducing every possible scenario as quickly as his mind could allow as he continued running non-stop, his speed already breaking past his own limit, almost nearing 400 m/s. The faster he ran, the greater his energy depleted. After approximately 5 minutes, Xia Fei's 2 legs became like jelly as he collapsed onto the sandy soil. His right fist pounded the ground with great intensity, causing the sand to fly from the impact. Xia Fei was unwilling to resign to this. He couldn't reconcile over the fact that Xiao Yu had actually been kidnapped by someone else so easily. Arg! Xia Fei angrily bellowed to the sky. He felt as if all his anger were pressing against his chest, like an explosive package with a lit fuse, ready to burst out in a majestic explosion of rage. Xia Fei used his fist to beat his own head several times before forcing himself to calm down. No, I can't panic. I need to analyze this from the very beginning to avoid missing out any possible point of suspicion, Xia Fei kept admonishing himself in his mind. His muscles were still trembling, but Xia Fei's brain had already regained lucidity. Xiao Yu must still be alive because the detector can only pick up humans who are still alive. Who would kidnap Xiao Yu? It made no sense. There's just no reason at all. If it was done just to snatch a token, they would most likely have simply killed off Xiao Yu, so why would they bother snatching her away? Why exactly would anyone want to do that? Who could it be? Whoosh! Xia Fei got up from the ground with a leaping start as he headed back in the direction he came from. At the moment, the only hope he had was dealing with those 7 men who were working together with that person who had kidnapped Xiao Yu. Even though there was but a slim chance for that to be true, Xia Fei refused to give up as long as there was even a sliver of chance. The anger and rage that had built up in his chest needed catharsis. He needed fresh blood to vent. Enduro Star Region, Adjudicator Union's headquarters. The yellow communicator on President Robert's desk suddenly sounded, its ring was exceptionally piercing. Robert put down the book in his hand as deep creases formed on his forehead. This particular communicator was an emergency call through a secret communication line. It would not ring for no reason aside from an important emergency. His finger reached out to accept the call, as a display screen projected promptly. On display was the Chief Control Officer for this crisis grade assessment, Sean. Even though Xiao Haili was the one in charge of the assessment, he was still young, so there were plenty of Union Corps secrets he was still unaware of. That was why Robert had personally assigned his trusted aide Sean to be the Chief Control Officer in charge of monitoring the overall situation and the confidential reports. Sean looked terrible, gloomily reporting, "There's 12. The oldest was 17 years old, while the youngest hasn't even hit 12 yet." Robert was jolted to a start. When did this happen? Approximately 10 minutes ago, 12 candidates vanished at the same time. According to my calculations, the other party must have utilized a stealth warship to avoid the defensive cordon the Fifth Fleet had set up, landing on Earth to kidnap all these candidates before absconding, Sean said. Robert leaned his body back and reclined his chair with one hand massaging his forehead as he muttered to himself, "Stealth warship? They have even managed to get hold of a stealth warship. Just who are these people? President, they've struck too quickly this time. We were completely unable to take any countermeasures, and they were also very well aware of their targets' positions, picking only all those candidates who are young and possess top-grade special abilities. This is too strange. Just where did they get their information from? And how could they locate the position of all these candidates so quickly? I suspect," Sean's voice came to an abrupt stop as if he hesitated to finish his sentence. "What do you suspect?" Robert asked. "I suspect there's a mole in the Union," Sean whispered. Considering the severity of such a statement, Sean had to be careful. Robert's two eyes widened as he slammed his own desk with his hand, solemnly stating, "This matter must be kept strictly confidential. I'll be arriving shortly." Chapter 50, An Insider? Xia Fei used his top speed and returned to that patch of tall grass, activating his breath control technique while using bushes of dried yellow weeds as cover. Slowly, he crept closer toward the 7 candidates with his gaze filled with killing intent. "Xia Fei, you mustn't act rashly," Phantom said in Xia Fei's consciousness. He was quite worried about the anger that Xia Fei was showing, afraid that he would do something reckless. "Rash? I've never been calmer before. Of course, I've never had a stronger desire to kill them either," Xia Fei softly responded. Phantom shook his head and returned to the moorstone, no longer saying another word. He was not happy about losing Xiao Yu as well. Several flashes later, Xia Fei got near the 7 candidates. While hiding inside the tall grass and quietly looking over, all he saw was them gathered around together, discussing something. Xiao Yang had spent a lot of money hiring these 6 underlings. None of them were young, and their wish to rank up or become an adjudicator was no more than a pipe dream now. That was why they had followed Xiao Yang here, merely hoping they could earn a tidy sum before they could retire. They originally had over 30 of them in their group, but after the 4 days of slaughter in the eastern foothills, only 6 left, which showed how ruthless the assessment was. A white-faced dark-skinned man seemed to be the leader for these mercenaries, looking to be in his 50s. He bore a very deep cut on his face, giving off a terrifying visage. His 2 hands were large like palmetto fans, with each hand missing his little finger, appearing to have been chopped off in an injury. He was exchanging whispers with a man who had a goatee before turning to Xiao Yang. "Just where did you get your information from? We've already been continuously running northward for 500 kilometers, and we've yet to even catch a shadow of this person. We suspect that you've been tricked." Xia Fei heard all this very intently. Information? Could this be information about me and Xiao Yu? He balled up his fists tightly, though he practiced patience and continued to eavesdrop on their conversation. Xia Yang was from a large familial clan. He was very dismissive of this big dark-skinned man who was in his lowly line of business, but he did not dare to offend the man given the situation they were in, so he had no choice but to reply, "Boss Black, the information I have been given is definitely reliable, you must believe me." He proceeded to point at the corpse on the ground. "Look. This person died not too long ago, most probably dying while he was being robbed. The token on him must have been stolen away, so all we need to do is continue north, and we would surely catch up to this person." Boss Black examined the corpse. The blood from the wound across his throat had yet to dry, which confirmed that he had died not too long ago. The man with the goatee came around to his side once more as the two had a hushed discussion again. Boss Black repeatedly nodded as he listened. It seemed like the goateed man was the half-assed tactician for these mercenaries. Boss Black and the goateed man ended their discussion and turned towards Xiao Yang as he growled, "It's fine if you want us to keep heading north, but you'll have to increase our fees accordingly. Curse you old blackie! Foul old blackie!" Xiao Yang barked out a string of expletives in his mind while maintaining his pretentious smile. "Big brother Black, you're a famed individual in Lombard, so your words are like bonds. How can you go back on your words at the last minute?" The moment Boss Black heard Xiao Yang insinuating that he was being untrustworthy, he anxiously shouted in response, "I, Black Eight Fingers, am not the sort to go back on his word. It's just that this time. Boss Black was a little tongue-tied, as that goateed man quickly stood up to speak for Boss Black. "The casualties that our comrades have taken are too great. What little money we originally agreed on isn't enough for us to cover the financial relief for their family. It is only the 5th day, yet 26 of us had already died on this damned planet. Just how are we going to explain everything to their wives and children when they come asking for their whereabouts?" The other subordinates of Boss Black shouted out their dissatisfaction as well. "That's right. We wouldn't have picked up such a crappy job even if you've beaten us up if we had known that this would happen. It's all your fault, claiming that you have insider information, so nothing major would happen to us if we came along. But look at things now, 26 of our comrades are gone in just a blink of an eye. Just where in the world is your insider information?" Xiao Yang saw all of them becoming agitated and immediately threw out words to assuage them. Xiao Yang, isn't the sort to go back on my bond. Everyone here lives in Prancing Horse City, so how can you guys not know me? Forget it, those who survive will earn an additional 500,000 star coins." Actually, Xiao Yang was already gnashing his teeth hatefully. The rule that Black Eight Fingers had mentioned was nothing more than embellishments. The more of his men who end up dead, the more Black Eight Fingers would end up earning. As for those who had died, they would at most be settled with 80,000 100,000 star coins. Bond? That stuff could easily be sold for as much as you wanted. But Xiao Yang had to agree to their terms. The 4 clan warriors who he had brought along had already died. He would not gain a thing offending these men now, so all he could do was consider it as an expenditure for peace. The goateed man sneered, "All 32 of us came out here together. Our dead comrades shouldn't lose out on whatever those who survive will get either." Xiao Yang bemoaned his fate inwardly. Giving 500,000 star coins to 32 men meant 16 million star coins. How many trips to the brothel could he afford with that? Even buying the little peacocks would not cost this much. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yang still had to agree with their terms. Ensuring he still had his life was of the utmost importance anyway. There was not a single good soul among these men, so who knew what they could end up doing if they became riled. With their money secured, the 6 mercenaries no longer had any qualms and continued pursuing the north together. Xia Fei walked out from the bushes, feeling more and more that these men ought to have no connection to Xiao Yu's abduction. These people evidently lacked the capabilities to do so. Given that Xiao Yu's special ability was Amethyst Guard, most people would definitely not be able to catch Xiao Yu easily. Insider information. Just what sort of insider information was this? Pondering on this, Xia Fei kept a low profile and stalked after those men. He was not about to let go of any clue behind the mystery of Xiao Yu's disappearance. Into the night, Xiao Yang and the 6 mercenaries found a ditch to rest, as Xia Fei was hidden a short distance away, silently waiting and keeping watch. The ditch covered an area of almost 1,000 square meters and was not even 1 meter deep. Several jujube trees grew crookedly over there, with a puddle of muddy water in the middle that would most likely form into a shallow pool during the raining season. Boss Black made his way to one of the jujube trees and sat under it, assigning the rest of his 4 men to patrol the area while he, Xiao Yang and the goateed man stayed. Boss Black reached out and took off his combat boots, as that stink made Xiao Yang, who had always led a pampered lifestyle, frown. "This is it for today. We'll wake up at dawn tomorrow to continue northward." Boss Black laid his head down and slept without saying another word. The sound of his snoring thundered out not long after. Xiao Yang might be anxious, but he did not dare to rebut. Though he was the employer, he was actually not the one calling the shots. Xiao Yang sighed helplessly and retrieved a bottle of water from his spatial ring to wash his face before taking out a blanket and wrapped it all around himself. Soon, he wandered off to dreamland. For these people to have made it out alive from the northern foothills, they ought to be fairly capable themselves. Xia Fei was not in a rush to make his move, so he patiently waited until the moment when all of them were asleep. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, it was around 3 a.m. in the wee hours of the morning. People were asleep at this time, and it was precisely the best time to strike. There was nothing that could be used for cover in the rain shadow, so Xia Fei needed to quickly and effectively eliminate as many enemies as possible. However, the moment someone got startled and woke up, Xia Fei would immediately be discovered. Xia Fei stooped low and kept his footsteps slow and balanced. Going for speed at this time was hardly the smart move here. Effectiveness was what was important now. He neared the back of the first mercenary swiftly. This person leaned against a dirt mound, sleeping soundly while still holding onto some strange weapon in his arms. Xia Fei reached out with one hand to cover the man's mouth from behind as a cyan light flashed. That mercenary's throat gained a new yet inconspicuous scar, a cut that directly severed his trachea and arteries, cleanly executed. The mercenary gurgled in Xia Fei's arms a little, then stopped making sound a few moments later. Setting the corpse down, Xia Fei continued to circle around to the second mercenary while keeping an even pace. Xia Fei's assassination technique was ingenious. The tip of the blade brushed over the throat of this man at high speed. Not only was he able to kill this person with precision, but he was also to do so without making any sound. There were too many arteries around the neck, so any mistake made would cause copious amounts of blood to spurt out like a fountain, making it difficult to avoid making any sound. But because Xia Fei was swift and proficiently skilled with the blade, the blood did not spurt out from the arteries he sliced. Instead, they very slowly seeped along with the blade's edge, managing to kill without any trace. Phantom was nodding approvingly with a look of admiration on his face. Though he had once assassinated some unknown VIP, when talking about being talented in the art of assassination, Phantom was hardly Xia Fei's match. In just a handful of months, Xia Fei had internalized the two major techniques Phantom had taught, crafty thrust and breath control, to the point he could proficiently execute them. Such a speed was essentially unheard of. Assassination skills might not seem complex, looking like they were all comprised of simple and even unrefined moves. They were all nothing flashy, yet it was precisely these ordinary-looking moves that demanded the most out of the user's skills for them to be fatal. Aside from proficiency, the assassin also needed the right psychological state of mind. Someone who could not remain calm even if required to kill 1,000 men in a night would surely fail in becoming an outstanding assassin. When Xia Fei had first killed that man on that plane, Phantom had already realized that even though Xia Fei was unsettled and afraid, he knew how to keep his emotions in check and not let it affect his judgment or actions. Today, losing Xiao Yu had proved that Xia Fei was able to adjust his mentality in a short time, patiently stalking these men and waiting tirelessly till he found the best opportunity to strike. Maintaining such level-headedness was not something any average person could accomplish. 4 mercenaries had died to Xia Fei's chasing light very quickly, and with a nimble leap, he jumped down into the ditch, not making any sound while doing so. Xia Fei continued unhurriedly, taking small but sure steps. First, he neared where Black Eight Fingers was. As the leader of these men, he must definitely be better than the rest in some regard. From the way he spoke to the actions he had taken, Xia Fei could tell that Black Eight Fingers was not smarter than the others, so he must be mightier. A mightier opponent must be eliminated first. Xia Fei arrived at the jujube tree where he was leaning against, his left hand reaching out, ready to use his arm to cover his mouth. Suddenly, Black Eight Fingers mumbled something in his sleep and turned his body around before continuing his thunderous snore. Xia Fei felt his heart seize, but his arm remained stationary, suspended in the air, still unobstructed by this unexpected accident. After a brief moment, Xia Fei's arm lightly closed his arm around Black Eight Fingers' mouth. His movement was slow but purposeful. Shing! Xia Fei's left hand hugged Black Eight Fingers' head tightly while he promptly exerted his right hand. Chasing light drew a beautiful cyan flash that arced as it went right at the man's throat. The entire execution was done in one go, not even hesitating for a millisecond.